perfected.
Problem with the propaganda now, it goes to the whole world and right through your TV, phone, or computer. Right to you.
But you should always.
So I just talked. Sorry, I was going to say. I just talked to a mailman, and I was talking to him about the United States being a corporation, and he said that he knew that, and I was like, "Wow, I'm really impressed." And I was like, "You know that you're, a military agency, the post office?" And he was like, "Yeah, I knew that." And I was like, "Are you a researcher?" He was like, "No." And then I started going into like the United States citizen and the affidavit of sovereignty, and the passport reflecting that status, and all these different things about if you're a U.S. citizen, then you're a public servant and you have to abide by the codified legislation. And I was going through all this stuff with him, and he was just like, "Wow, oh wow." And I was like, "Okay, the thing you need to remember is status correction." And I'm like going through all this stuff with him, and like he was kind of already halfway there. Really impressed.
Separation of public versus private, very important.
Yes. Who said that? I'm not gonna bust your balls.
What you cut out? What'd you say?
Who said that? What's your name?
Me, levelist.
Levelist. You sound like John Candy. But anyway, yeah, exactly. You have more rights through privacy, privately owned property, and being private. And the more that you put yourself out there, it's kind of like doxing yourself. Like you don't want to give up information just willy-nilly, so you can be put, in the system. You want to be as private as possible. And that's why I don't mind being called an idiot.
Well, if they keep pushing these mandates, it will be even more important to know the difference between public and private when you have to enter a courtroom. If you want to stay public, if you want to be tried by the no-hide court, then you're at the mercy of the system. So.
I don't know how laws. They're absolutely Luciferian. I don't know why they got to bring Noah into it. So, Levelist, do you have anything that you would like to share with me? Any information where you're learning this stuff from? Because I'm kind of taking a break. Because it's really boring studying this stuff,
To be honest with you, I've been I've had a better time going through all the old law books. Actually, I've been trying to download as many books from the 1800s, basically.
Because they actually told us back then, because it was common knowledge.
Right. There wasn't a complete monopoly yet on the entire system. Yeah, all the judges weren't bought off all the way.
Right. Yeah, man, I'm trying to figure it out. My thing is that if I do go claim a piece of land somewhere out in the middle of nowhere, and I start working the land, and I build a mud hut, and then put some veneer over it, so it looks nice on the inside, like, what then? what do I do then? Drill a well and hope that the water hasn't been contaminated? It's like, okay, so stay out of the towns. That's probably number one. And be self-sustained, number two. But number three is stay away from men, right? Because they only cause problem. It's like Noah in the movie. It's like every time he saw people, he was like, man, you get it's like he was saying fuck, but he was like saying men, you know?
Yeah,
So
but
how do you free yourself from the system?
you don't have to do it all in 1 year. You don't have to just pack everything up and go. You can treat it like you're gonna have to treat it more like a summer vacation. You have to move out there for 2 or 3 months at a time, build as much shit as you can, and then come back into the city, make your money, go back out there next summer, build it. That's how I think it needs to be done. I don't know if you have enough money saved up to just do it cold turkey. Is what I'm saying. Plus, it's
Yeah, it's going to take practice.
yeah. I think that there's going to need to be. I mean, in all honesty, there's going to need to be communities built. It's going to be hard to go out there by yourself or even your immediate family. There's going to need to be some coordination involved, or at least that's how I see it working in my mind.
Well, that's when you need someone who knows trust law. It'll be a lot easier, but just talking about it, doesn't do anything.
Hear that? I hear that, man. I hear that.
So, Larry, if you're interested in sources, because I think I've probably looked into a lot of the same channels that you have, like SPC, High Frequency Radio. I know you're familiar with that guy. But I've gone down like every stinking law rabbit hole I could think of just to see if there's any consensus. And there is, but at the same time, they still want to like battle it out like their method is the most effective, right? So status correction is a thing, but I think we're going to really run into a problem. And I listened to a guy named Daniel. His channel is Christian Remedy and Law, if you remember that. It's pretty simple, Christian Remedy and Law. He makes the most sense of anybody, and I think he probably will be pretty appreciative that he comes at it from a totally biblical standpoint. And at the end of the day, when you think of it like this, just to make it really simple, if they manufacture the securities, the surname, the fake money that's based on debt, the birth certificates, all these bonds, all these securities, all that stuff, if they control all that, then we cannot, I don't care how much you like correct your status, we cannot pretend to play in their sandbox and not still be debtors in their system since we use their stuff. So you kind of got to get way, way out. And I know that most people don't know how to do that, and it sounds crazy, but like he makes the most sense. This guy's like, you can't use their stuff and still call yourself separate, if that makes any sense at all.
Well, if you're familiar with SBC University and High Frequency Radio, you know that he has a document called One Man Out. And in that document, he explains that, you've made it mandatory where we use these debt notes, Federal Reserve notes, to even, live. And I'm using it because there's no other choice. Right? So it's like, yeah, you don't have to take Medicaid and all that stuff, but you kind of have to use their dollars because they've got a monopoly, right? It's not like I can pull out a red 20 from the Civil War and, go buy some gas with it, right? The only thing that the gas station is going to take is, the one thing, the Federal Reserve notes and change, right? So the document One Man Out, I think it kind of makes it to where you can use your straw man, but still be like, separate from the system. So kind of halfway in and halfway out. But you're talking about getting all the way out, and I'm so domesticated, I don't even know how to do that. Like I'm still trying to figure that out.
Right. So that's why I would kind of encourage you to check out that channel and just. I know it is boring to a certain degree, but I'm starting to like appreciate not the entertainment value, but the interesting aspect of law. Right. Like I kind of geek out on it. I geeked out for like 7 years on flat Earth, and I think I'm kind of at my limit. Like, I don't know. There's more that I could possibly learn. You know, like I could be like Indio and just know the ins and out of all kinds of math and physics. And but for the people that I know, that's not practical. You know, if they don't get that there's just no measured curvature, then I'm wasting my time. So anyway, think of it like this. Yeah, I'm familiar with one man out, and then minimum contact, and the affidavit of Walker Todd and all that stuff. Like, yeah, you can just basically tell them, and it's all true, right? Okay, fine. How am I supposed to pay for groceries if I don't use your debt note? And so you can put all that in a status correction affidavit. You can send that off, but you still are using their intellectual property without right. And so if you don't remedy that, then there's going to be a real problem. And I hear what you're saying, like, how do I operate without money? How do I live without making money? And that's an excellent question. And this guy kind of puts it all in perspective. It's like once you're out, now, since they've trespassed on you, you have this equitable remedy type situation where you say, okay, well, if I need stuff and they only take debt notes, then I'm going to tell you to buy it for me. Does that make sense? You don't get to use their stuff, but since they've given you no choice, the equitable solution or remedy to the situation is say, okay, well, I've got debts, you got to pay them. If I need groceries, you need to pay the bill. And from there, you can kind of put the puzzle together. But anyway, for, just for the sake of getting another angle of this whole law, legal, private, public thing, it's a valuable resource. And it's kind of been the one that I've it's made the most sense. Like the puzzle makes perfect sense to me, the way he comes at it. So anyway, it's just kind of a bug in your ear if you want to look at it.
Oh yeah, I've already subscribed. Yeah, thank you so much for sharing. I really honestly appreciate each and every one of you, especially when you share golden nuggets like this with me. So yeah, thank you so much. I will probably head out and get started until I get sleepy, and then I'll come back and chat with you guys.
Totally, bro. Later.
I just noticed that a video I recommended for Larry has already been deleted. YouTube deleted it.
Really? Yeah, I'm not surprised.
The title of the video was called "Simulated Legal Process." It's him receiving a ticket, and he breaks everything down that's wrong with the ticket. How they're simulating, how they're trying to make you think that they are the government, but they're just a privatized corporation. And instead of Michigan, city of Michigan, everything they're sending to you is Michigan City. And he pointed it all out. He's like, this traffic citation, it needs to have the official ordinance of what you're saying I'm breaking. You're just putting the numbers on there. There's supposed to be a 3-letter acronym in before these numbers, and he breaks it all out, and they always get released.
Yep.
So I find it very interesting. He's more like principles. It's like he doesn't teach you how like a specific game plan when you go into court. He just like he gives you all these different references for 1800s law books, like 6 or 7 of them, and like jurisprudence, all these old law books, and he's just teaching you the principles of how to fight the system. It's interesting.
Man, hey, could you DM that link to me, bro? I really appreciate it.
Yeah, it's
just or whatever. Thank you.
Just the channel to the YouTube. This dude has. I'm going to warn you right now. He's a little dry. He's an older white guy, and he's a little dry. But but it's just interesting shit. He's got like 400 or 500 videos for the past 10 years. And I have a feeling YouTube's going to start going after him. So,
Yeah, I have no problem with dry. Like I said, I think the topic itself is incredibly interesting. And I mean, people will hear terms like lawyer, legal, private, public, and they'll just go, "That sounds boring," you know. And I'm like, "No way. This is kind of the sort of the key to unlock your freedom, because you don't even know you're a slave, right?" So I'm fine with boring or dry. Yeah, one of my.
I've been down. It takes a lot of computing power for me to go over this stuff. You know, I'm getting older now, so I've been dabbling with this stuff for probably like 5 or 6 years. But I just found this guy's approach, the way he just dissects it. All he does is point out all of their flaws, and then it gets released. So it's very interesting.
Yeah. I like guys that are like broad principle dudes, because there's no way. Number one, every lawyer out there, they don't know about Black's Law or any of that stuff. They are trained to do a job. I'm pretty certain that people hate lawyers because they're like, they're in on it. And it's like, I don't know. I think they're just as ignorant as everybody else. But at the same time, they probably have a lot of situations in life where they, kind of bend their conscience a little bit to do the job that they do. All that aside, I like principles. I like people that just kind of make it very simple. You're in a system that is based, the control system is a corporation. It's a private company. Now, they were put to work by Congress, right? Because Congress has plenary power. But at the end of the day, the corporation actually is not the governing body. The governing body is still the Congress, but you never make it to the Congress. You never make it to the law of the land. You always run into the federal control system that is based on legal fiction and, private corporation and surname and all this other crap. So, no, I like big principles.
So what I think is going on is we have compartmentalized legal idiots for public servants. And because we never correct them and educate them so they don't make the same mistake again, we're caught in this loop where lawyers, they know the process, but they don't actually know the law, just like cops, right? They know the procedure and the process, and they know when to file this or when to file that and when to object, but they don't actually know what they're doing. They're idiots. Compartmentalized legal idiots.
The analogy that I would use after the little bit I've looked into this guy is that there's two parallel governments functioning since the inception of this country, the public side and the private side. And essentially what happened is that the public side was obviously taken over by the corporation, and the private side is like sitting in a suspended animation. Nobody knows it's there. Nobody's using it. It's still there. But that's what's going on. Everybody's choosing to use the public side because that's where all the paid actors are playing. But yeah, there's two parallel systems in place still right now, but just nobody knows they exist, or the other one exists.
Yeah, I agree. So back in the day, like if there was like a court, it would be like between two men, right? And the way I understand it, a man can't sue a corporation, right? So that's why we have to have like a straw man, because a straw man is it's a corpse, right? It's a corporation. So that's why we have that. But at the same time, like a corporation can't sue a man. And what is, the public side? It's a corporation. So because we're going in there and acting like corpse, when they summons the dead, right, we show up and say, yeah, that's me, right? We're telling them that we're a corpse. So it's all dark wizardry. In other words, word magic.
Exactly.
And we go in there and answer to a summons. If they said seance, it wouldn't be any different.
Yeah, English is the perfect language for the doublespeak, for the sophist to work. But I just found this out recently. It's the very first question that the judge asks you when you step up there. He says, "Are you making an appearance for such and such?" Well, if you go into the law books and you look up what the definition of appearance means, it means you are submitting to the jurisdiction of the court. So you're always supposed to deny. You're always supposed to say, no, no, your magistrate, I'm not making an appearance. I'm making a special appearance. And you look up the definition of special appearance. It means I'm going to, I'm questioning your jurisdiction, which you don't have any. You being the judge. So they get you. They get you from the very first question. Are you appearing? Are you submitting to our jurisdiction? It's the very first question. It's fucking amazing. It's crazy, dude. So if you say yes, if you say that you are that all caps name, you get tried on the public side, on the no hide court is basically what it is. When everybody wants to say maritime law, or that's the side you say on because you agreed to the jurisdiction.
You got to give the devil his due, right? Like this system is actually beautifully camouflaged, very subtle. You know, just like Genesis says, like the most subtle beast of the field. So no one's going to notice this. And let's just add one more thing to the pile. So as Larry was talking about, lawyers or police officers believing that, what they're doing is just they're just kind of like useful idiots. But on top of that, they believe that they're virtuous, right? So not only are they denying conscience, but they believe what they're doing is noble. Kidnapping people or pulling them off on the side of the road and harassing them without cause. So, and that's just the base level of it, right? So, got to give the devil his due. We're pretty stupid.
Well, the thing is that the way that we're all educated is to be a slave. No one is educated to be free unless you're getting like a private education. Like none of you took a single law class, right? Unless you're a lawyer, right? Or unless you grew up in like Hebrew school or something, right? So nobody knows how trust law works. Nobody understands how Donald Trump paid $700 or whatever in taxes because his lawyer or his accountant knows all the legal loopholes, right? And that's how he gets away with paying such low amounts of taxes. So it's like people really are perishing. Like I can tell you for a fact, my great-grandfather, Albert, worked himself to death creating roads for the highway department in Texas. Like he literally died at a very young age. And he literally perished for lack of knowledge. Literally. And then how many people, grew up looking at the food pyramid and then died from diabetes? Is anybody dying from, fat diabetes? No, it's all sugar diabetes. But what does everything say on it? Low fat. Well, it's going to taste like shit if it's low fat, so put more sugar in it.
Yep, we are the authors of our own destruction because we have rejected the knowledge of the Most High.
Yeah, I'm not claiming to be an expert, right? I've only kind of glossed over this stuff, but there's some nuggets that I've found that I can't believe nobody else discusses. So everybody's taught to believe that the Constitution of the U.S. is the law of the land, the highest law of the land. But if you look at Article 1, Section 10, it actually tells you what is actually higher than the Constitution. And that it's contracts. What does it say here?
Yeah, that's right.
No state shall make a law impairing the obligation of a contract. So if you're that's how the system, right, the government gets you when you go into court and you lose. It's because you didn't know it, but you entered into a contract with them. So they view it as they are upholding their duty because you the person entered into a contract with them, and they're, yeah, exactly like Larry said, they're enforcing contract law. That's exactly right. So you have to do your due diligence to not enter into any contracts with them if you want to have a successful court case.
So the way I understand it, and try to follow me here, is that every single one of us are supposed to own nothing and control everything, right? So how do you own nothing? Well, you put in a trust, right? So let's say I put my worldly values in a trust, and I put my brother as a trustee, and my family and bloodline as the beneficiaries. Well, I would own nothing, but I would still control everything. Get on the motorcycle whenever I want to, right? Go for a ride down the highway, use my car to work in, right? And what we're supposed to do is when we go before the court, we're supposed to show that our affairs are in order. So first thing you would show them is that you have a trust, right? So, okay, that's the law of the air, the jurisdiction of the air, right? And then you would, show that you own like a business, right? You don't have to make money, right? Just sell some T-shirts online, right? And that's the maritime law. And then show that you have, I forget what the third thing is. But basically, you show that your affairs are in order, and everybody's thinking jurisdiction has to do with like international down to city. And actually, the jurisdiction has to do with the land, air, and water, or land, air, water law, right? So that's another guru I've been learning from, and I think that makes a lot of sense. Like if you go in there and like you don't have like anything, you look like a pauper, right? You look like an idiot, right? But if you go in there and you show them like, here's all my contracts, here's everything in order, I got my affairs in order. It's like, okay, what are we doing here? It's like, are you going to help me get my affairs in order? It's like, I think that removes like a lot of their jurisdiction, because if you got your shit in order, what are they going to do? Come up and say that trust? Oh no, the trust is all wrong. No, contract is the highest law, and trust law is the highest law in the land.
Yeah, trust. You're exactly right. Contracts are the elephant in the room that nobody talks about. Exactly right.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that most of the large movement within real estate nowadays by the big major players is being held in REITs, which stands for Real Estate Investment Trusts. FYI.
Hey, you're
Right, so
talking
what they'll
about the big
do,
movers like Vanguard, BlackRock, and what's the third one? I always forget the name of it. It's two words. It's like World or Globe or something stupid.
I shall name no names.
Yeah, I know. I know how you operate. That's why I'm saying it, not you. Um, there's a third one I wish I had on the tip of my tongue. Anyway, they're the ones that are paying 150% asking price and not worried about inflation whatsoever, because they control all the made up money in the world.
so I'll show you what these people are doing. So what they'll do is they'll say, they'll name their trust Smith and Son Corporation or LLC, right? But it's actually arranged like a trust, even though it's named LLC or corporation, right? And what they're doing is they're making everyone else think that it's a corporation. But I believe that the IRS recognizes like 7 entities. So if you're a corporation, right, then you act like a corporation, and they know what that looks like. But if you're claiming to be a trust, but you're acting like a corporation, they'll come and like make you pay all the back pay on all the taxes that you said that you were a trust, but you're acting like a corporation. So that's what they're doing. They're hiding it from the everyday man because they don't want you to know that every single man is supposed to have a trust, because that's how they're doing it. So if their, let's say, business is in a private trust, well, then it's not public, is it? And if there's no income, right? Because what is income? Something you get from another country? I mean, am I wrong about that? I think I just heard Napalm speak up.
I'd have to consult my law book before I answered that for me.
Sorry, restate that again, Larry.
Income, isn't that something you get from outside of the United States?
Income
Is it
itself, as it's defined by the IRS, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Not necessarily, really. Within the IRS code, income would be more synonymous with profit.
Okay, what about your trust making income?
As far as what I usually hear within our communities, it's profits gained by a corporation.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it's more synonymous with profit. But income is also used for is the same term used for something completely different, which we associate with our paycheck.
So what happens when the trust makes money? So let's say there's a trust, right? And the trustee, instead of giving all the money to the beneficiaries, let's say he invests and let's say he gains like 20% after investing in, let's say, something like Bitcoin or stocks or something. Is that considered income from a private trust?
Yes and no.
That's a great question. Yes and
It's
no is not a
extremely
great answer,
detailed.
by the way.
Well, it depends on how the trust is structured. It depends on the type of investment. Many times trusts are also considered or active partners within partnerships. And there's a huge spider web of money going around. And trusts can be partners within partnerships where they can earn a portion of the profits of that company that they are a partner in. So if you have a company that's considered a partnership, meaning its ownership structure is based on capital investment that is then paid out to the partners based on their percentage of capital investment. I'm not sure what the tax implication is for that specific trust itself. I don't necessarily deal with that side of it. I deal with issuing the proper tax forms to the trusts that are partners within partnerships.
All I know is that some of us are in the rat race, and then some of us are like getting our batteries charged because there's rats running in the wheel that's connected up to a generator, right? And I'm tired of being the rat. So I definitely got to figure this out because I don't want my heirs to be the rats either.
Yeah.
Let me just
I'm always the Eeyore here. I just don't think there's a way you're gonna forget get around it, man. These people don't necessarily play by the books. Like, like
no. That's the thing.
you'd have a lot of hurdles to jump.
They do play by the books. The problem is it's just the books that none of us read.
So an interesting little fact that I just found out from a guy that I posted earlier. His name is Rob Ryder. He's pointing out the fact that most people that are getting these letters from the IRS, it isn't the actual IRS that's trying to place a lien on them or try to get money out of them. It's the same thing like the courtroom, where they're using improper nouns to trick you into thinking that they are IRS agents. If you go through the court documents, right, they want to drag you into court. Well, they're not even signing their own signatures on the documents that are being placed in front of the judge. So if you don't point that out, if you don't say, "Hey, show me you're an official IRS agent," then you can't proceed. You're unlawfully trying to seize property from me, and you can't even prove that you're a real fucking IRS agent. I found that was crazy. That was an interesting one.
Hey, will you text me what you're talking about?
I've already
Sorry.
I've already showed you that guy. I was going to tell you so I DM'd you 2 videos. The second the second video that I sent you has already been deleted by YouTube.
I don't see you in my DMs. All right, let me try the interview one.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
Yeah, this guy's pretty fucking good, bro. So get this. He has a lot of information, but get this one. He's claiming that nobody that's taking a public office, the governor, the president, the senators, none of them are taking the very first law that was passed by the very first Congress of the United States of America. It was an amendment. It was a law. I'll find it right now. But all it is, it's a very simple law. It just states an oath. If once you are elected, you need to take an oath. It needs to be a very specific oath. Someone needs to then prove that you actually took that oath, and it needs to go on public record so anybody else in the country can find out if you've actually taken your oath. And what he has done through FOIA requests is found out that none of these motherfuckers have even taken their oaths. It's the very first law that was ever passed in this country after the Congress was put together.
Damn,
So he's saying, think about it this way. So he's basically saying, you're a public official. If you can't even follow the very first law passed in this country, then what the fuck are you going to do with all the rest of the laws?
Well, and then I don't want this to go way down the wrong road, but like dual citizenship and what allegiances you have made with your own home country and shit like that. That's a big problem too.
So a quick little note on that topic. How many different countries in our government do we have dual citizenships? How many countries are represented?
Probably literally one. I would not be.
You are correct, sir. There is only one other country. And the last time I looked, it was I don't want to be wrong. Never mind. It's been a while since I looked at it. But being an American, it makes so much sense. Like, to me, I actually wouldn't be that upset if I found out that there was a Canadian dual national, if there was a Mexican dual national, even if there was an English. Like, most of the people that come over here were English. If there was an English dual national, nope. Only one other country in the world are you allowed to be in the government of the United States and hold another passport.
And then like 70% of the government officials happen to be from that country. And when it comes to it at a national level. In and out of DC.
The United States of Israel.
So that same guy that I keep talking about, he's claiming that in 1863, the beginning of the Civil War, Lincoln passed is basically a Cliff Notes version is Marshall. He calls it the Marshall Plan instead of martial law, and there's very specific specifications for getting us out of martial law. The Marshall Plan, and he's saying that those criteria have never been met. So we're in the reason that the president is allowed to pass all these executive orders is because we're still in a state of emergency, and so we have been in a constant state of emergency for going on 150 years now. It's a lot easier for the banksters to run this country directly through the president when we are in a state of emergency. And that's the reason why you see the gold fringe flags in all the courtrooms.
That's why we'll never be anything but in a state of emergency.
It's just like Star Wars. that Gungan with the floppy ears, doing the like super acrobatic, like hyper backflip, somersault, double spin around, 360, like jumping into the pool. Like he was telling everybody that, he was a Jedi, right, or a Sith Lord, right? And somehow, Princess Amidala, there was like an assassination attempt, and her maid got killed, so she had to go in hiding. Well, what happened? The Gungan took the place of her at the Senate, and then gave all the emergency powers to the Emperor. It's like he's playing idiot. Everybody thinks that he's a flipping moron, but actually he was like the smartest character in the whole film, the whole series. Right? Well, that's what Joe Biden's doing right now, I think. I don't think he's actually an idiot. I think he's playing stupid, but meanwhile, he's shutting down our energy grid so that we could be a lot more manageable. Because right now, with us having all this, extra money and energy, right? We're basically a first world country. But if he can get us to go into his new green plan, right, where everything's like super green and we're not using like fossil fuels, well, then we're going to have no water, right? Because it takes electricity to pump water, right? And if there's no water, well, that number is going to get a lot closer to zero, isn't it?
Yeah, Hank. All right, so like, it's completely asinine, 100%. We're relying more and more on electricity, and we've gotten more and more efficient about it over the last decade or so. Everybody switched over to the compact fluorescents, then they went to LEDs. Everybody bought their freaking, their energy efficient vehicles. And it didn't matter. It was to save money every time. You'll save money if you buy this, but every time it's to charge you more for less every single time. And right now, we know that we are in high demand for electricity because they forced it on us. And their future relies upon it, according to all the plans they show us. But yet, they still want to restrict and basically castrate these energy companies. These energy companies, these poor guys, they're giving these impossible fucking ultimatums. Like, you have to be you have to create way more electricity than ever, but you got to do it with zero carbon. What are you going to do?
They just passed a law in California that the independent truck drivers can't have a guy working for them or working with them to find them loads. So from now on, if you're in California and you're like a owner operator, you're not going to be able to own and operate in California. Guess what? If you're in California, you might as well get the fuck out, because it's not going to be good. You think it's expensive now? All the owner operators disappear. You guys are fucked.
This is a siege. It's an agenda to kill us all. What about it?
Yes, yeah. No, they declared war on all of us on 9/11. Dude, that was a declaration is what that was.
Pretty much they weren't interested in investigating what happened. They weren't interested in putting anybody in jail. Everybody that performed poorly on that day was
Dude, they knocked down the
promoted.
trade centers. They knocked down the trade centers and put up a one World Trade Center, a giant middle finger in the middle of the fucking city to fuck all of you in the ass.
I have a feeling they're
That's
going to do
right.
that with the Guidestones too. They're going to do something like that in Georgia. Watch.
I think so. I think that's likely. That's likely.
I have a feeling that the powers that be blew their own Guidestones up just to bring attention to it. May be wrong.
Georgia Guidestones are a part-time job.
Blew up at 4:03:33.
So what do you guys think about that? No owner operator in California, It's going to be illegal.
That makes no sense whatsoever.
I mean, dude, it's going along with their plan. You know, Bill Gates is, buying up all the farmland. What's he need it for? He doesn't even look like he eats. He probably just injects
Gonna buy
blood
it up
from.
and-
Never mind.
We better figure out a strategy to oppose this stuff, or we're just going to be bent over and dominated and put into slavery.
Radically self-reliant. We're going to drill. We're going to drill wells, and we're going to grow beans. We're going to eat beans, guys. And whatever is crawling on your beans, eat it too. It's just protein. I mean, what's the option? We become radically self-reliant, or we perish. And the people who don't become radically self-reliant, they're going to run into the FEMA camps, and next thing you know, FEMA camps are going to get turned into an insane asylum and re-education camps, and the people are willingly going to go there.
I think they're going to do the smart cities first, and all the people that refuse to go into the smart cities, well, then they'll do the FEMA stuff. Because the smart cities is already.
That's how you would do it. You're going to take the willing first. The people, you're going to be able to get like a huge part of the population to like just. You've already got the cities. That's where most of our population is. If you can just get city livers to like adopt the new city, like they're already on board. If you can get more people to come into the new city because it's new and fancy, then you got more people there. And then you're going to see who's straggling, who moved away. You're going to go and get them. You're going to start rounding them up.
Do you guys?
Yeah,
heard
they got a plan for everybody. They're not going to let anybody be independent of their control.
Have you heard the term communitarianism? Is everybody familiar with that?
No.
So they started off. Everybody should know who they is. They started off with communism, but it cost too many lives to actually get communism up and running. So socialism came after communism as communism light. The stated goal of socialism is to start the water off lukewarm and then heat it back up into communism. Well, communitarianism is communism 3.0, basically. It's communism at the very, very local level, meaning they have to take over every single city and township. So every single mayor needs to be basically a Mason, or however they're going to do it. How are they going to blackmail them?
Or just bought off,
So yeah, that's why I say the smart.
They've already got that for the most part.
A lot of them, yeah.
I mean, you can't look around you if you have any head on your shoulders, like politically, and if you know any of the agendas and see what the patterns, like what's been happening. Like, yeah, they've got their people in place. Klaus Schwab again, Dr. Evil freaking came and told you that he's got his people in place.
Yeah.
Another scary thing.
To do this COVID thing, they had to have them all in place ahead of time.
Another scary thing that same guy I've mentioned a couple times now, he digs into the financials, especially of his city, but he's done it for multiple cities now. And when you dig into the financials, every year your city has to post its books, basically. When you look into it, every city in the fucking country has millions. I'm sure the bigger cities have billions of dollars sitting in their trusts. But yet they keep on wanting to raise taxes, claiming that they need to increase their budgets. But they've got collectively, they got billions of dollars sitting in their own city trusts. So
that's what's owed to them to take home when all this is over.
It's probably Rothschild money George Soros money they've been getting,
Well,
for
actually,
doing all that dirty crap.
the DAs and the judges have been getting George Soros money for the ones that are elected. And in these, really big Democratic cities like Chicago, anytime someone gets, convicted or gets arrested for a gun violence crime, they're getting released back onto the streets because of George Soros money.
Yeah, I mean, they just buy up all the judges and sheriffs and everything, and they're all
Dude,
crooked.
do you think
And then anything goes.
does Hank think we're going to see the Purge?
Well, I mean, I hate to bring up Jordan Peterson again, but if you listen to the speech that he just did about, on one hand, we have a civil war for the West, and the other hand, we have, war with the East, right? And we could probably handle one at a time, but probably not both at the same
And
time.
we've been talking about some shit like a new like gladiators, like Roman gladiators thing, but Colosseum. But no, what if they opened up the world as the Colosseum and did a purge? There's some shit that's kind of almost like leading that way.
So as far as that movie, The Purge, goes, I don't think that's anything that they could ever achieve or get people to go along with. But I think it's just something that we want, like, if they could, they would, but they can't, is the thing.
They're definitely putting that idea into the people. They're putting that idea into the people. Like, oh man, if I could just daydream all day about the people I would eliminate, like, oh man, I'd love to kill that guy. I'd love to kill that guy. Like all those fuckings.
I think the purpose of those movies is to desensitize people to normalize that kind of world in their minds.
They want you to know that you're a killer before they kill you.
It's just weird. Like, I mean, I don't have much. If you try to press me on this, like earlier when you were like, you're roboting out, you're too far or something. But anyway, like, with the way you were pressing me on it.
And it's just as stupid as that. It's as crazy as that.
Oh, now we heard you. Okay, I missed everything until just now.
Sorry, and delay, but I was just saying, it's like when people say those stupid words, speech is violence, or silence is violence, or oh, your words are the equivalent of you physically hurting me. It's like when people talk about that bullshit. I mean, it's the intellectual, low level of that kind of stuff.
I guess I probably missed the context, like the time delay, and then where you left and came back and everything. Like, it was all fucked up.
I was going to say, I really can't stand Soros because before Black Lives Matter, there was people called cop watchers, and they would report the police. And there was people called cop walkers, and they would report on individual policemen. So, like, I was doing that back in the day. But they had to meet, like, certain criteria where it was on film, they killed an unarmed person who was not resisting, and they got away with it, right? And if they met those criteria, right, I would, like, publish their stuff all over Facebook, like, every single person they went to school with, church with, whatever, and I would, like, publish it. And then I feel like the movement was hijacked, and it was all about Black lives. Because before this, a white dude comes out of the convenience store with AirPods in his ears, or just regular headphones. I think it was wired headphones, right? And the cop tells him turn around. He's like, huh, me? And then as he turns around, he grabs his waist and pulls up his pants, and the cop shoots him in the chest, right? And it was like, Black Lives Matter. Well, what about this, white dude here? Like, he was just going to the store for some cigarettes and something to drink, right? Doesn't his life matter? And it got turned into a racist thing, which was a divide strategy to divide the people who were standing up against the police because I am for the rule of law, right? There has to be rules, there has to be laws. But because of this, current system that we're under, where the cops and the government have qualified immunity, which kind of translates to blanket impunity, the way that the laws are set up. Like, I was protesting the fuck out of these people, like constantly reporting on what they were doing. And it's like, George Soros, everywhere I look, this dude is just like putting money in all the like worst places that you could put money into.
I know this guy is an enemy of the country. He needs to be locked up or something. Kind of ridiculous.
George Soros and Hunter Biden aren't in an elected position, so why are you even talking about them?
Yeah, Hunter Biden, he's never going to jail. Give me a break.
That George Soros to be locked up, because if George Soros was in a certain number of countries and caught in this certain number of countries, he would be locked up. He's recognized as a war criminal in certain countries.
No doubt.
Who was that in here that was talking about trusts that does something that actually works with trusts?
Oh, he because of NDAs. All right, Napalm is an accountant, but he can only say certain things and cannot say certain other things.
Damn, he's not here. I wanted to show something else I found out from that guy.
And it's not just like does your tax returns type of accountant either. Like,
I know what you're saying.
yeah.
So these people that are supposed to be taking this oath, what oath is it that they're not taking?
I'll find it for you. It's the very first. It's simple. It's only like 10, 15 words. I'll find it.
Yeah, because my wife is constantly in and out of the traffic stuff. She's constantly getting tickets. She's like, I got free speech. And I was like, yeah, you got free speech. But, you flip off the cop and you tell him to get a real job. He's got the free ability to give you tickets. So I keep going
Not
to traffic
really.
court.
I mean, you should be able to flip off a cop. It's not illegal.
Okay, so this is March 4th, 1789. The passed at the first session, which has begun and held, City of New York, Wednesday, blah, 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 blah. So it's Section 1, and it states, the oath or affirmation required by the 6th article of the Constitution of the United States shall be administered in the form of following. I, and you state your name, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States. And that's it. That's all they're supposed to do. But they break the oath by saying, so help me God. The Constitution states that there should be a separation between basically, the church. What is it? Separation of church and state. So when they make up a different oath, or they put the swearing to God at the end of it, it nullifies it. That's how they're getting around not being on the record having sworn the proper oath. That's literally the first law, 1789, when they reconvened.
Can you post it or send that to me? And that'll get you out of traffic tickets because they didn't swear the oath?
No, well, that's one of the things that you can point out. I'm not saying that alone is going to do anything, because the judge is going to press you to find out if you know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, and he'll loop you right back in if you don't know how to stay private.
I suppose the idea is just if you can delegitimize your opponent in any way and shape or possible, that's one more tool to add to your bag.
They're
I
not
doubt
gonna
a judge is going to care about that.
they're not gonna actually want to go to a jury trial and admit that they have never taken their fucking their proper oath. So it won't go to trial, is what I'm saying.
Well, good, because we opted for jury trial this time. So my wife was in the left lane. It was about to end. The sheriff was behind this white car. It was going really slow. She thought he was turning, but the sheriff was so close to the back end of the car, even in the video you can see it, that you couldn't see the person's blinking signal. So you couldn't tell if they were turning or not, but they were going slow and hitting their brakes. So when the guy didn't turn, the sheriff had to let her in, and he pulled her over and gave her a ticket for it. And that's why I don't like these assholes, right? That's probably a deputy, not the sheriff. But that's why I like these assholes, because I deal with the same shit every day, and I just let the flipping moron in. I just let them in. Like, okay, go ahead and get in, right? You got nowhere else to go. You ran out of road. Just get in, right? They want to like make you pay like a couple $100 when I'm over here like,
Because
hey, you got a blinker out, just so you know, have a nice day. They're like, oh, that'll be like $200.
they're paid to go out and generate revenue.
That Larry, that video that I sent to you that got deleted already. Yeah, so this guy is not a lawyer, but I'm assuming he makes a living from all, he's been putting up videos on YouTube for 10 years. So he's helping people out fighting their court cases. And that video that he posted in the one that's erased was all about the fuckery going on in Texas. It was an actual traffic citation, and he fucking went through the whole process of how to call them on all their bullshit, specifically in Texas. That's why I sent it to you.
I wish I had that video. Maybe I can contact the guy and find out if it's on his shoes.
Like I said, he's an old dude. He doesn't particularly care for his technology, but I'm pretty sure he has his contact. He has the contact in every single video he posts.
Yeah, I probably should be researching, but I was waiting to see if anybody else is going to bring any more information to the table. But yeah, man, we're going to have to figure out this court thing, because if we can get put on the do not detain list, that would be great. I just got to figure out how to do it. If we keep calling them out for their bullshit. I called them out for their bullshit last time because they said it had to be paid before, what it was, December the 3rd, something like 2021. And I was like, hey, this is impossible. How are we going to pay it before 2021? I want to have this dropped. And they were like, you can't do that. So at that point, was I supposed to demand to be dropped because it was fraudulent?
So
Yeah, you can demand all you want. They don't care.
yeah, I don't know. I don't have specific advice in that instance, but something else I learned is when you're given a traffic citation, it's a contract. It's an offer and a contract, basically. And there's to make a contract binding, there's a 72-hour window. So when you get your citation and you send in all the flaws in the citation, how it's not the right ordinance, how they're only impersonating the government because they haven't taken their oaths, because the proper nouns of the city that they're representing. If you look on the outside of the paperwork, it will say City of Dallas, and then you look inside the paperwork, it will say Dallas City. It'll be a bunch of like little things like that where you have to catch them in the game that they're playing, and you send that in to the court before you even are appearing, and he's getting them dropped that way. His clients aren't even showing up to the court because he's calling them on the bullshit within that 72-hour window.
Yeah, my dad did something similar once. He got caught on a traffic camera driving a red light, and he went right. He read all our laws, and he had perfect memory. So he used all kinds of loopholes like that, where he just went straight to them and told them, "That's not me," And they're like, "Oh, but it's definitely you." And he's like, looked at the picture and saw, "Oh, this guy, I have my glasses in here." And he still had his glasses on. And he just took the glasses off and said, "Oh, look, this man has glasses. I don't have glasses, so that's obviously not me." And they did just, yeah. And he said he was more handsome, and because he argued like this, they couldn't do anything really because they couldn't prove not his doppelganger.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but his doppelganger was driving his car. That's the thing.
Yeah, we don't have a jury here, so it doesn't matter here.
I think there's even a loophole I've heard of where there's laws that say a cop has to see you commit the crime, and they didn't change that before they got cameras. So I don't know if that one works. I doubt it.
I think part of the reason why it
Yes.
works so well here is because in my country they go by witnesses, and then my dad was kind of infamous at the time. He would just fabricate witnesses, and you win and lose the case basically, like on that, like the if you're just a normal person, you get 1 point for you as a witness, and if you're a police officer, you get 1.5, and if they manage to discredit your credibility, you get 0.5.
Huh. What does he have? A witness that says, at the time that red light was run, this person was with me.
Yeah,
That kind of
essentially,
witness.
like our whole family would testify that he was with us. So somebody must have borrowed the car and returned it. The keys were in the ignition, so that's possible.
Somebody who looked just like me borrowed my car, and that's what happened, Your Honor. Yeah.
They need to prove it was him. We have evidence that it wasn't, so they just have a picture of a man that looks a little bit like him, but he obviously uses glasses. My dad doesn't, and he's more handsome, so it's not him.
that's funny you say that because I was digging through one of these old law books from like 1829, and I came across a word. It was something like man of straw. Instead of straw man, it was man of straw, and that's exactly what it was. Where it was a known guy around town that for money would come into the courtroom and be your witness. He would, if you paid him, he'll come into the court and be your witness.
Yeah, we had a few of those. Some of them were former drug addicts that my dad helped straighten their lives out and get their act together. So they would always testify for him. It was just they could never get him on that.
Totally unrelated, but does anybody realize, based off of all of our conversation over the last few hours, how we're like so able to like clearly show, like portray like this vision of the future that they have for us, and then if you look at the New World Order, like Illuminati, the Illuminati card game, and what they say about flat earthers on the flat earther card, like how they know something along those lines. Like it's just a little bit fucking uncanny, I guess. A little weird. A little what the
Yeah,
fuck?
those cards are from 1995.
we're all of a sudden now we're finding the right the political right, your normal mainstream political right is like coming to us and shit. Like I don't know, it's like it was written. It's like it was written in that stupid card game.
Yeah, those are all different cards they can play against us,
It's like almost like an omnipresent, omniscient being created everything and knows how everything's going to turn out.
So, like, if you guys like ever got pulled over by like just a regular citizen, and they're flashing their lights at you and honking the horn, and you pull over, and they're like offering you like a contract, like, hey, would you like to pay me like a couple $100, because your light's out? Like, you would automatically be like, no, right? But when a cop does it, you have that perceived authority in your mind from when you were in school and the cops came and you realized that they had more authority than the teacher, than your parents. Like, oh, wow, these people are like the real authority. It's like, how did you not ever think, until you get older, to like question the so called authority? And I used to ask people, like, does a cop have authority all the time, no matter what? And then some people would be like, yeah. I'd be like, okay, so does he have the authority to like steal vagina, like from a woman who doesn't want to give it? And they'd be like, no. It's like, wait a minute, you said the cop has all authority. It's like, well, he can't do that. Well, what else can he not do? He can't go in your house without a warrant, right? It's like, oh yeah, he can't do that either. So it's like, how do we find out what they can and can't actually do? It's like, oh, we got to read like 150 books a year and then piece together like the puzzle because there's a little bit over here and a little bit over there. And this piece fits with that piece, but we don't ever get to see like the book where the emperor has no clothes, right? It's just a bunch of different people saying, I can see his knees, I can see his ass, I can see his nipples, right? But we got to like, the information is so spread out, it's crazy.
That's a really good analogy, and it's funny because people imagine like I can see his nipples, but he must be wearing clothes everywhere else, and everybody else is thinking the same thing. It's weird.
Well, there's just certain rules you should know. Like, they can't ask you for ID unless they have reasonable, articulable suspicion that you have committed a crime, are going to commit a crime, are committing a crime. Otherwise, they can't ask you to see your ID. They can ask you, but I mean, you don't have to give it to them.
Right, they can ask, but we don't have to give it to them. And they get so butthurt. They'll be like, this person's being combative. Like, whoa, combative? Really?
Yeah,
Because I won't answer your questions?
they try to make a charge refusal to show ID, but they have to have that. It's called RAS, reasonable articulable suspicion of a crime. So if they can't name the crime that they suspect you have committed, then no ID.
I mean, I think most, at least, it might, I could see where this could go wild ways, but like with most cops interactions that I've dealt with, if say they have not suspected you of anything, then um, it's just really going to depend on like how you say it. Like if you are being accused of something, you're likely to sound combative. So it's really hard, and it shouldn't be this hard, but you kind of got to act complacent about it. Like, I didn't do anything wrong, like, no, the thing is I don't have to give you this. And you can point it out without seeming combative.
Oh yeah, you just stay
Yeah,
professional and just talk. Don't get excited. Just talk normal.
yeah. Yeah, if you can do that, like, but that's hard to do when you're being accused of something.
You ask them, "Am I detained?" They try not to answer the question. If you're not being detained, you can walk away and not even talk to them anymore.
What gets me is the 100-yard Karens, right? The people that come like 100 yards, march straight over there to you, and say, get the camera out of my face. I don't want to be recorded. It's like, what are you over here for? If you don't want to be recorded, you stay the fuck over there.
So back in
Yeah.
the late '90s, going back to the dude's story, like, here's a good example. Back in the late 90s, I was in high school. I had a pretty close friend, and I liked to smoke a lot of weed and shit like that. And, he's one of them guys. He stole a triple beam balance from the science lab in the high school. And somehow, some way, like, they knew who did it, but they had to go catch him red-handed with it. That was the idea. Well, he also skipped out of school one day, and he had it in his trunk. And the cop pulled him over asking to search his trunk. And he said, "No, actually, I have somewhere I have to be right now, officer. Can we do this some other time?" Like, all he had to do was say no. That was it. He had no reason to search his trunk.
Right. They're going to ask a lot of things you can always politely decline.
Or every time you see a cop, you could run and then just see what happens.
No, don't do that. I don't think that's a good idea. You can walk away briskly, but don't run because
I don't know, man.
cops, they get
I don't trust no. I'm
Wait. I think he's
see
on
it. I'm
something.
running. I'm just gonna
This
run
sounds
every
like
time I see.
a lawsuit. So a cop just starts walking towards you, and you start running. So you look suspicious. He chases you down, tackles you to the ground. You've done nothing illegal. You have nothing illegal on you.
You've done nothing wrong except for start running.
And be like, I was just exercising. You injured me. I'm suing you. I'm suing you and your department.
My dad used to do that. If he had nothing in the car, he would act suspicious. If he had something on him, he would go talk to the police. But he would make them so uncomfortable that they would leave.
Yeah, see, there's clever ways to handle this,
The best part about acting suspicious so they want to search your vehicle is that once they have done it enough and you have records of them searching your vehicle and finding nothing, you can actually get an injunction against them and they're not allowed to search your vehicle anymore. To avoid harassment.
All right, so I'm not proud of this, but in my early 20s, being out closing the bar, there was one night where the cops, they were known for just staking this place out, which is entrapment. They're not allowed to do that, but they do it anyway. They were staking the place out, and everybody inside the bar closed. They're looking out the window, and they're like, the cops are just sitting out there, like they're gonna pull somebody over. The first person who leaves here is getting pulled over. And there was one guy there who was a designated driver who had not been drinking, and he was like, "I got this." And he went out and acted like a fool. He stumbled a couple times, acted loud and shit, and then he dropped his keys. And then he fumbled a couple times trying to get his key open the door. And then he drove off, and sure enough, the cop pulled him right over. He was sober, and everybody took off.
I know the punchline.
What's the punch? Because that's just literally what happened.
That sounds perfect.
No, I thought you were telling a joke. I heard the same exact story. There was the guy goes out into the parking lot and he takes 15 minutes. He's stumbling around, drops his keys, goes up to other cars, lifts the handles out there. All the while, there's a cop across the street in the shadow. So the guy finally gets into his car, takes off down the street. Cop pulls him over, and he knocks on the window and he says, "Are you drunk, sir?" And he goes, "No, sir. I'm the." Oh, I don't want to fuck up the punchline. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I'm the. He said, "No, I know." He goes, "No." He says, "No, I'm the designated decoy."
Right. Yeah. There's the punchline, isn't it? I've heard that one.
Yeah. He goes, "I'm the designated decoy. I'm stone sober, officer."
Oh, fuck. Yeah, I'm the designated decoy. Fuck yeah. No, but they did this shit like, and we literally had it happen. It's not just a joke. But yeah, you're right. That is a joke.
It's funny because it's true.
Yeah, they're trained. They're trained to take every single interaction with the public to drugs, to a drug offense, or to a DUI offense. They're trained to escalate it.
Trouble is, even if you're sober, they give you one of those field sobriety tests. You could fail it, look drunk.
It's not hard to act drunk, especially you've been hanging out with a bunch of drunks all night. You know what I mean? Like you leave the bar, you're having a good time, shooting some pool, playing some darts, whatever. You know,
or not
haven't had
just
a drop.
or not just that night. You've hung around with them your whole entire life.
Yeah. It's not hard at all. You go out there and you just freaking have a good time and say, "Fuck you, officer. Leave my friends alone."
Anyway, how's everybody doing across the plain? Any news in the community?
Same old, same old.
Oh, let's see. I think someone was saying they were finding water on the moon now, on the dark side of the moon.
Oh, too bad they lost
Usual
that
bullshit.
technology. They lost.
Yeah.
They destroyed that technology.
Yeah, it's just very painful to build it back again. Very
Seems to be
painful.
pretty painful from our point of view for them.
Yeah, I want to see him go get that water on the moon. That would be great.
The James Webb Telescope is such a good picture, bro. It can add refraction, see right around the moon, around the dark side of the moon. There's water, bro. True.
Yeah, I think that's what they're saying.
Probably goes along with the expanding atmo, not a sphere.
Yeah, I use refraction to give myself a haircut. That's how I box off the back.
They got to make their imaginary round gases go out as far as they need them to. Those pesky flat earthers. Damn you guys. Getting in the way of a wonderful story, a weird, freaky story like the globe Earth. How dare you? The nerve.
Hey, Glovers, no mind. Just be flat earthers and have fun being together here. Like, fuck them. We don't need them. Everybody's acting like we need Glovers for some reason. They don't.
That's true. I agree.
I don't hear anybody saying we need them.
They've got nothing to show up for except bad news when they do show up. So,
Guess what? Santa Claus isn't coming down your chimney this Christmas. It was all a lie. Ah!
it's so sad.
There is no Easter Bunny.
So I just delivered to this house, and a teenage, maybe early 20s lady answers the door, and like a 4 or 5 year old little boy, and she goes off to get the money, and the kid goes, "Super dick," and I was like, "What?"
What?
And he's like, he said, "Super dick, super dick," and I was like, "What is he saying?" She said, "I don't know. He's still learning." I was just like, "What?"
Probably learning from mom.
Man, kids say the funniest stuff, man. He was like, "Super dick."
The question is, where did he pick that up from, though?
I look at the closest one. Mom is right there. So who else? Who else is there with mom? It could be freaking boyfriend, something, husband. I dare to say possibly husband.
She was like, go sit down, go away, go sit down. I was like, what is he talking about?
Damn. Must be.
It's like, wait, you all heard about me? Like, wait, what?
That just struck me really funny, man.
Was the mom even embarrassed? Was the mom even embarrassed, Larry?
I couldn't tell. She seemed like it because she was like, shh, go sit down, go over there. Maybe she was.
Maybe
I
not.
was just laughing. Because he goes, what's your name? And I said, Larry the Pizza Guy. He was like, I'm Super Dick.
Oh no.
Oh, okay. He is super dick. That's interesting.
He was laughing.
Kid's gonna need some reprogramming.
Hey, Yoke Smasher. I don't understand the Dollar General store, and then there's some lights in the sky. I don't get it.
They was able to log in and zoom in on this Walmart from space. And then they was able to zoom in on a Dollar General too. So there is life out there.
From where?
From that old dang telescope that they just made out in space.
And they could see a Walmart.
The James Webb.
It's more than likely a low-flying drone.
That's great that they can see Walmart from low Earth orbit. Nice to hear that.
That's a big old star in the middle.
That's just awesome.
The James Webb. Yeah, shit. There's a new light in the sky. Is that what you're saying? There's we can see the light in the sky for the James Webb.
Yep.
You can see Dollar General from.
Here's the newest image from it.
Dollar General.
Oh no.
There's the best image of it right there.
That's an important site to be aware. Where are you putting that?
Oh, it looks like a big star. I like it. Yeah, it's cute.
Way into Mario's there.
Oh, I see it. Oh, okay, that must be the Dollar General then. There it is.
Kaboom.
That's an actual photo from the James Webb telescope.
I mean, if they say it's a photo, then right, guys?
There it is. That's the proof.
There it is.
I'm totally like freaking out right now with all these James Webb pictures. Well, I just feel even smaller and more insignificant. I just can't contain myself.
I feel more like a dumb monkey on a spinning ball.
Yeah, no, these are some amazing fucking. It's like Christmas without it being Christmas. If you look at these lights.
So I'm doing a little test right now. They're going to be shutting the power.
I see a little angel on the star in the middle of the picture, Sonny. Why are you trying to interrupt this?
I'm trying to divert that. They're shutting my power off in 36 minutes. 36 minutes from now, they're supposed
it's your own damn fault for still living in sunny California. Yeah, you got good weather, but you got shitty government.
Do they have rolling blackouts there?
The power's going out, so.
Oh, they tell you when it's going to go out?
Let's see. Yeah, let's see if it's out on time, and I'm going to see if the frequencies stop, because when the power's out, whatever, that I have probably the best chance of knowing.
Dude, the power's going to go out, and he's going to tell you it's too fucking hot when it's like freaking 69 degrees.
I'm cooling the shit out of this place. It's already 66 degrees and going down. I see. It really is.
It'll last about 10 minutes after the power goes out.
Cryogenic atmosphere.
Right now. Here's the photo of it. Come on, bring it up. Where are you at? Oh, get that.
Cryogenics initiated.
Snap.
And then his air conditioning is going to kick back on like a few minutes later, and he's going to be like, damn, it's a little bit chilly here. Let's open the window.
As long as I find the right cord. Watch out for that joint. Here it is. A special data cord. You notice all cords you can't transfer files with.
Yeah, that's right. The ones that are data cords, they have 2 charging points. One for data transfer, obviously, and the other one for charging. So those data cords charge better. There's also a little life hack where you can connect the 2 prongs, but ain't nobody got time for that.
I fix all kinds of intricate stuff. I actually replaced the battery in a vape. A vape that vapes flour, like you just grind up regular flour, and vapes that. And with the new battery, it is super duper. I can't believe I got those little tiny wires all pushed in there, and
Do
that
you have like the
battery.
bags and do you have the bags and shit that you fill up? Is that what you're talking about?
No, this is a handheld one that's just as good, bro. It's called a Wolf Vape with the new
Yeah, I got
battery.
one. I think I have a wolf. I think that is it like a burgundy color, like a dark, like
No, mine's black and it's rectangular, like it's long and rectangular. It's
dude.
not.
But I haven't used mine in years. I bought it secondhand like a long time ago.
But I must have misused the battery, so like I screwed it up eventually, and now the battery's just like, and I can actually ride along, have it sitting in my little saddle pouch, plugged into my battery as the accessory charge, and it charges right while I'm riding along. I love that. Anyway, so the test is I got everything done. I did my shopping. Even though I've been in pain, I've been feeling better already. Today I felt better. The rum is helping tremendously, but
Some rum and some vaping, fucking
no,
not
I
really
get up.
vaping,
I
like
roll I
what would
roll
you call it?
4 or 5 joints in the morning. That's just to get me
I
started.
roll 5 joints in the morning. I roll 5 joints at night.
Something like that. But anyway, I'm doing the thing. So I ran a hot bath and I started a candle. So I got my little chargeable camper lights ready. My little tent lights that are rechargeable. Those are awesome. If you don't have one, you got to get them. And I have rechargeable lights for my bike. All that stuff rechargeable. So yeah, wait to see if the power goes out here at 8 o'clock. Let's see if they're on
So
time.
like they tell you it might go out, they don't say it. It is
No,
going.
they said it's
Say it.
scheduled to go out. It's going to be out from.
Okay, if it's scheduled, that's them saying it's going to go out.
It is.
Gotta save the penguins, bro. Californians have to starve. So, do you got water stored up?
Damn, dude. I've been making distilled water.
No, a scheduled outage is like 30
I have,
minutes.
I have eight
He'll have his power
gallons.
back on soon.
I have over
That's
a
not a
week.
big deal.
I have over a week's worth of water right now, and it's still distilling right as we're speaking, constantly, all day long. I only stop it to clean it out, fill it back, and start it again. And now it just goes
Yeah,
in the
he's
cooler.
talking about the California's SoCal's
Well,
scheduled rolling blackouts. Like that's
it's
so like
something weird.
it'll be off, but then it'll be back on in a short period of time. They're just doing
Yeah,
it.
I don't know what the schedule thing
Yeah.
is for, but I don't trust them. Whatever it is, it's probably devious intent. That's what I'm saying.
What part of California you in?
Extremely far south, right near the border. Southern.
San Diego?
That's right, San Diego. Yep.
So I think that's meant to like get you programmed to used to not having electricity. So I think this is like conditioning, social conditioning.
You know, I already know how to survive like that now, especially now I got my water set up. If I lose power, I would eventually need another like a hot plate that I can use with butane or propane or something, like some kind of hot plate, some way to heat. But there's also a little oven that you can use for outside. It folds up to the size of a small notebook, and you unfold it. It's made of like stainless steel plate. It folds out to a little oven. You can burn anything and cook your meals. Like you can burn leaves, branches, wood, like whatever you find, you can burn in there and heat your food with. Paper.
It's amazing the price that you'll pay to be able to live with such good weather. Because like You could go and live much cheaper without scheduled blackouts.
Yeah, I don't know what it's about.
If you
Like,
just move.
I don't know if you're a regular person, meaning not poor. If you get like if the power goes out for you,
I'm not. Look, I'm like.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
I have a good job, but it wouldn't take much to make me poor. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it doesn't. I'm telling you, I had a good job too. I had a very good job for many years, more than 10 years.
Construction, you're only one, serious injury away from being poor.
Yeah. Well,
For me,
being in construction, you can save up a little bit, especially right now. It's incredible actually being in construction. Like, there's nobody out there willing to do the work. There's a ton of work to be done, and so wages are going up, up, up through the roof. And like the price of jobs, like right now is a freaking money maker. But it's actually foreshadowing probably some dark times, is what I'm guessing.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, cost of owning a house or repairing a house is going it's like an exponential graph, like the way that if you were to plot it right now,
I wonder if you
like
took that and graphed it as far as how dumb people were and don't know how to do anything themselves on a graph.
Yeah, no. Everybody was told to buy a house and that they could get a cheap loan. It's the housing bubble strike two. This is. They told everybody to get a college education and to hire people to do the real work.
I can find a correlation between the IQ of these people that are out there and the cost of replacing your roof on your home.
Yeah, as soon as look, you can buy a home right now and be like, well, at least I'm a homeowner, and you think that you're winning, right? Because but the thing is as soon as you need a new roof and you find out the price that it costs in a few years, you're gonna go, holy shit, I can't afford this place.
Yeah, that could cause some digestive problems, sleep-related disturbances. Oh man. But I wish I'd kept my house in Washington and just rented it out and had it all this time, because I could have went back to that place now, and started a little orchard. It's okay. Shit happens.
By the way, you weren't here, Sonny, but some of the companies I mentioned when talking with our accountant friend,
Uh,
like Vanguard and BlackRock, and there's a third one too that's
yeah.
still in place. But like the ones who are paying way over the top to buy everything up, along with like Bill Gates and all that shit to farmland, like that whole "you'll own nothing and be happy." They're serious about that. They're gonna, and you can stockpile all you want. All they have to do is price you out through inflation. You're fucked.
I know. It's true. And they got every corner on the market. I don't know. You're gonna have to gonna have to learn how to do like I'm doing. Learn how to forage somehow. Like I'll find something.
They're gonna force us all to become stock traders. If you want to stay ahead of inflation,
What?
yeah, you're gonna have to be able to invest like the market does, which is completely corrupt. Wall Street
And
is.
then all they have to do is pull the plug as usual, just like like that's never really happened where they just pull the plug. They could do that. What do you think of that'd be disaster, right? What do you think would happen? Nothing. It would just go along like to.
Probably like a zombie apocalypse.
I'll just do like I'm doing now. Stay inside. Someone comes in here that they're gonna have their ass handed to them before they enter past the threshold. They're gonna be like have something cut off, or like there's something. It's not gonna be a fun session.
Well, they can't pull the whole plug in all in one day because all of their money is in the stock market as well. So
Yeah. Well, like they turn the everything off in these buildings. Some of these people can't move around. They can't get it up or down. So if there's an
What do
emergency,
you mean they can't
there's
pull it
almost-
all out in one day? If they could pull it all out in 1 minute, execute Order 66 on the 6th of June, or whatever. Yeah, they could pull it all out at one time, right?
I mean, maybe in crypto, but not
You know
not
what?
like
No. I think what Hank's saying is they could force the issue. Like once they're 100% sure that they have everything in place and that they have thought of everything, and they could really just kind of like drop the bomb, and then all of a sudden it's on. Like we actually perpetuate the shit.
Okay, there's my thermostat. That's
It's like a ticking time bomb. What's going on right now?
told you. Holy shit. I know they're going to shut it off, so I'm making it super cold. I usually have it up to like 68 degrees, 67.
But there's me being hyperbolic. No, Sonny, you're making it worse. I'm
Oh, I
being
know. I'm
metaphorical when
just
I say
being
that.
nutty with it. I know. You know what? I take it to the nutty extremes because it is kind of weird. But I see those numbers all the time. And account numbers are all over the place, everywhere I look. Like I can't get away from it. It's everywhere. Like freaking why? Like account numbers from the government, shit like that, and then regular stupid accounts like from water companies. Like
So you're in California, yeah. The apocalypse
what
happened
the
like 20
fuck?
years ago. I don't know what you're still doing alive in that fucking state.
I know. I'm a miracle. There's only zombies left. I'm the only one left. No, there's only a couple of us. We were at the get together in Huntington. We're the only ones left. I'm not kidding. There was about 30 of us there. There was five.
At Huntington Pier?
No, we're quite a ways up the beach from that, going north towards Long Beach, a little further. But yeah, like up by the estuary. Yeah, man. What is it called? I forget. Bolsa Chica Reserve. Anyway, yeah, beautiful place, man. Like, what a place to see the sunset there in Catalina out there and all those oil derricks out there. Those ships are freaking anchored way the fuck offshore. And Long Beach is way over there where the Spruce Goose is and the Queen Mary. And then off beyond that, like more than 11 miles, probably about 14 miles at least to the point out there at like Palos Verdes, where I used to go to the beach a lot as a kid and look across on beautiful blue days, man, looking all across the ocean and across the Catalina, swimming out the boats and partying with people, swim back to the beach, like stuff. Like I had some great adventures, man. I really had a great life. Honestly, I went on summer vacation for about 20
Yeah, Palos
years.
Verdes is.
yeah, I'm pretty guilty myself.
I went on sailboats and I sailed when I was 21 and I never got off sailing and going. I joined the Navy after that. I never stopped, and like now when I stopped, like I got really depressed when I've like had done just about everything, like had a relationship. Of course, they never worked for me because, well, you don't know me yet. So anyway, because I am who I am, I guess that's why they never work. But no, I have children. They're grown.
Because you're in love with the sea.
No, it's not necessarily that. Like, I have a tortuous road through this life. I'll tell you that much. Literally, like, uh, born with a twisted spine, man. I have problems. Like, I've dealt with
Oh,
physical
sorry to hear
problems
that.
my whole entire life. I've dealt with physical problems, ailments, muscle spasms, like all kinds of weird shit with my spine and back, and like I've just like persevered through it. through all kinds of drug addiction and alcoholism and conquering, like coming through all of those, like, and then having to deal with them again over at times, like even at this old age, which I just turned 64 on the 10th. And so surviving, myself, that's the hardest thing. Like I damaged my sciatic nerve, and I've had this problem before, but I really hurt it bad, and I thought it was like, oh shit, I'll never ride my bike or even play the guitar again because like my shoulder and my hip, my leg became numb, but it's getting better. I've been eating raw eggs, man, every day, about 4 raw eggs, 2 at a time, a couple times a day. I eat 2 raw eggs with some milk, mix it up with
Raw
some
eggs, like
cinnamon,
Rocky.
and some sugar, like an eggnog. And sometimes I'll put some rum in it and just swig the whole
Oh
freaking thing.
man,
Go.
I
Whole thing.
I'd probably want to vomit if I tried that.
Oh my God, it's so good. And then guess what? Then I can go out and ride my bike. Even though I felt like an invalid yesterday and the day before, worse the day before that. Could barely move. Afraid to move my leg. It was numb from the hip all the way down to my big toe. Numb.
You play the guitar again?
No, I have shoulder. Then I hurt my shoulder. I did this all at the same time. Overexerted myself last week. It's getting better.
You play electric?
Yeah, I'll be playing again soon. I'm feeling better. Like actually, I'm really what do you call it? Procrastinating on getting my Stratocaster done, finishing. I have to do work on it, and all it takes me is to cleaning my bench off and getting started, and I don't get it started
Hey,
because
Sonny.
I've been going through a bunch of personal turmoil, and I'm trying to fix that shit first to get
Sonny.
myself situated. Yeah.
Hey, do you have any Is there any swelling in your legs, your feet, or anything?
Yeah, my right foot was. Both my feet are swollen a little bit. Not that bad though, but they were swollen. Yeah, my right foot especially. But like I really damaged. Like I damaged not only I twisted my big toe, and that's when it started. Then I ignored it, and I kept going, and that twist in my big toe was attached to my sciatic nerve, and like it goes all the way up to my hip, where my hip is already compromised. And I like think like I'm Superman and overflex myself or push myself too hard, don't realize, or step off at an angle where my hip can't take the pressure, and have a jolt of freaking pain, the worst pain, knock you off your fucking feet, man. I'm telling you, this is the worst pain I've ever felt. Like it knocked me flat on the ground. I had to sit down. Like, so became very careful of how I was walking. I have to learn to walk again, but I'm doing very well today. I was out on my bike. I rode 5.8 miles. I did one of my regular trails, and I did okay. Like it's a lot. It feels like it's too much for me, but my leg still feels better than it did yesterday, regardless of what I did today. So I'm like grateful for that.
How much grounding are you getting?
I'm in my bare feet now. Well, actually, I'm in my house, but it's concrete floors.
Yeah.
But right now, with my condition of my feet being like they're partially numb, the right one especially,
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to push. Like I don't know what's pushing too hard. Like in this
Well,
condition, but
you know what you can do. You don't even have to be walking to get grounded. You can go lay on the sand and just lay there and soak up the sun and get your whole body will get grounded, bro. You'll be amazed at the effects it has. You don't
no,
even have
I
to
was
walk
out.
on the ground.
Listen, I was outside in the sun, in the bright sun. Actually, I didn't take my shoes off that time, but a lot of times I am outside in the sun, and I'll just be outside with my bare feet. Yeah, I'll sit with the bare feet quite a bit.
Yeah,
Mostly every day, man. I do it mostly every
that's
day where I
good.
take my shoes off and get my feet on the ground, and I'll sit
Yeah,
there on a pile of leaves or someplace. And I know these great places, man, where it's all sunny and bright. Like on certain days, like 3 o'clock p.m., I know where I can go to this place. It's the baddest ass little convenient. Like the sun shines in, it blazes in at this one little area of trees, and you're completely protected with the sun blazing in. Like, I know these little coves where whatever you want to do, like, because
Nice.
I had to become a naturalist. Like, what, like, I found out which east facing or like east side of valleys where the sun's shining in from the west shines in the afternoon. Like, so I know where all the valleys, the little canyons are and stuff in the park, where the sun shines right into these little places. And
Yeah.
so
It's like ley lines.
in the winter it's warm, and in summer it's cool because the breeze will blow through there in the summer, and you still have some shade. So, like, awesome little places, really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I like to
Do
do.
you think?
Yeah.
Do you think? What do you think? Do you think you're near Wi-Fi more often than you are getting grounded?
I never, my Wi-Fi is off. I don't use the Wi-Fi on my router. It's
Oh,
turned
that's
off.
good.
And
Oh, you got the hardware. Huh?
hardwire here. I turn all of it
That's
off.
smart.
I never
That's
use it.
smart.
Yeah. But nonetheless, I hear this freaking high frequency pitch. Like, I've heard this everywhere I've lived. I've heard this sound. I've noted it, told people about it, like, my entire life, that I've heard these sounds in places where I live. Do you hear that sound? Like, there's wires, but I live like in the 8th floor, so I'm like 80 feet above the street level. Plus, I'm on a hill, so
Oh,
a couple hundred more feet. I'm way up in the air. There's hundreds of antennas all the fuck around me right downtown here, and I can hear everything going. Psee. Like, even the
yeah,
wires
bro.
in the wall. Like, I hear the plumbing makes a tone. I hear the sound in every single thing around me for hundreds of feet in this concrete building. I hear it all. I hear everything, all the frequencies, every single
Yeah.
one. But some
Sonny,
of
you
them
ever
are
heard of
going. Some of them are going. Listen, some of them are going. Like, they're going like so freaking. Like, they're literally going. Why would they do that? Like, I hear. Why would I hear that going super high, and then, like, sounds like it's focusing to my ear. Like, I can hear it. It's bizarre. Why would it do
You know
that?
what's weird is you'll never hear that noise if you're barefoot on the ground.
I hear it right now. Although I do have a lot of noise because I make trickling water with my distill. My still have hose coming out, and I have it go into a bowl, and the bowl
It
is on
sounds
a
like you have
plate,
superhuman hearing.
and it goes ding 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 ding, and it sounds
Wait,
pretty
you're
to me.
outside
It
right
sounds
now?
water, and it's boiling also, so it's going toot 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 like the
Are
boiling of
you
a fire.
outside?
No, I'm in my apartment, but I have a still going.
Yeah, but you're 8 feet up though, right? Or eight
Eight
stories?
8 stories, yeah.
Yeah, I think the further away from the ground you get, the sicker people get. I noticed that a lot of people have dogs in upstairs apartments. The dogs get sick.
Well, that's weird. I believe it. I believe it. It's weird. I never experienced that before. I never lived
You ever
this
lived
high
that
up
many
either.
stories up before though?
Never lived this high up before. No.
Yeah.
But I've lived in this building for 6 years. I lived in this apartment up here for 5 years. I've gone through all kinds of shit, personal stuff, like reinvented my place. I've rearranged and reorganized. I've readjusted. Like, I've like constantly trying to change myself so things are better, and if I would just keep to myself and do what I know works well for me, like I did today, out in the sun, out eating peanuts and raisins, like something really simple with my water. Now I have the best water in the world, like distilled water. I do it here at home, and now I already have like about 8 gallons stored up.
Yeah.
Yoo-hoo! And so,
And your neighbors probably all have Wi-Fi in the building, though.
yeah.
This paint that I got is kind of expensive, but you can get it and paint your walls with it.
Oh, that's a good idea.
I got that 5G paint. It's like $2.99 a gallon, bro. And 1 gallon did the room that I live in. But I mean, you might get like
But I
two
could do
gallons.
parts of it. I wonder how that. I bet that would work great. I wonder if I should
Yeah,
do it. And then
it
there's
does work.
curtains. There's curtains too for the windows too, huh?
That's why they took the lead out of the paint.
That's probably why, because it kept the frequencies out. They can't have that. Well, frequencies are purpose here. We're gonna frequency
Yeah,
the shit out of those people.
Plus, they can,
The
they can
paint, the
X-ray
paint is
your
black.
walls
It's
now.
gritty.
What?
They have the
The paint.
ability. Cops can X-ray your house. They can see what you got inside, like guns or whatever.
They can, huh? Do they do that through through 5G technology?
Well, I don't know about 5G technology, but basically it's like a scanner, right? They just
So
send the
some sort
radio
of
waves.
infrared?
Well, no, they send the radio waves through the house. Right? They can see through like wood, right, and paint, but they can't see through guns. So they can see like what kind of safe you got, right? If you got a safe, if you got guns laying around, they can see guns.
Is it only through wood houses they can see though?
I'm not sure exactly how it works, but I imagine they can see through wood, brick, because they can X-ray your houses. They also have a thing called Stingray where they can emulate a cell tower and intercept all the
Yeah,
information.
the stingray can look at whatever, almost literally whatever IP addresses are working from whatever device. They can find out what they're actually looking at. They can go right onto it. Like
I
that's
bet
what
you
I.
that paint would block that.
But so that's why I don't carry one anyway. Like, what about helicopters? So, like, I live in a military town. Do you think the regular police departments are able to see, or like, let's say Coast Guard, because they're cruising around, but there are military helicopters that fly around because it's a military base here. So, are like the regular cops, are they able to see from the helicopters? They can't see what's down on the ground because I think
Well,
they'd be able to.
they can see a lot of stuff that you're doing, but they can't arrest you on it because it'd be considered a Fourth Amendment violation.
Well,
So
if
what a
you're
lot of
below,
people
listen,
do,
but if you're below the tree line, if you're below the tree line under cover of trees, they can't see you, right? I don't think they can. It's too dark.
like your Wi-Fi signal from your phone, yeah, they can
Oh,
definitely see you.
then they can see you. That's why I don't carry one. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I think that they see a lot of stuff that we do that's illegal, like downloading movies or whatever, and they just can't do anything about it because there has to
Right.
be a warrant for that kind of search. So they'll go ahead and do the search without that kind of warrant, but they know it would be dismissed in court real easily because you would say, "Excuse me, Your Honor, do these people have a warrant?"
Okay, listen, if the lights go off in 7 minutes, you'll know that they turned the power off. That's when it's supposed to. 7 minutes. 8 o'clock, it's 1953 on the west side of this plane, whatever. What weird
Don't you mean
place?
the starboard side?
What? Yeah, there you go. It should be the left coast, shouldn't it? Yeah.
It's the counterclockwise coast if you're a Glober.
It's so weird. Think about the place we actually live in now that we know that these things, like that's what intrigues me the most now about anything else in life, I think, is that fact of what we don't know. Where we actually are is more fascinating, more amazing, more incredible, and more creator related to me than it ever was. But it makes me go, what the hell? Where are we? I still do that almost every day. Well, I'm grateful I am able to do that, though. I looked at how beautiful this place is today, where I am, and I just said, thank you for God for letting me experience another day. That's truly, really all we have. Only this day. Even if a couple of them connect together. And so we just have this day. Why would we be put in a place where what's going on above us? These lights in the sky. Well, the moon. Why? Let me ask this: why is the moon deceive? Why was the moon put there to deceive us into thinking it's something it's not? Because that's what it truly looks like. It looks like it's making us think that it's a ball, like that it's some kind of sphere, but it cannot possibly be. We know that it's not. It can't possibly be that. And being the place that that we see it in the image that we see it, it's absolutely phenomenal. And everybody just doesn't even pay it any mind. Oh, it's just the moon. Yeah.
I don't think it looks like a ball. I think we've been warped with propaganda to think it's a floating planet, but it's not. I think
Yeah, I know it's not. I know it's
we've been
not.
told in school that we went to the moon. I think we probably think it was some kind of light effect.
For it to have a light that is so even from one edge to the other, whatever the phase it's in, we know it's, well, no way to prove it, but yeah, it's self-illuminating. We know it's its own light. So anyway, I don't question that. But what kind of source of light could do that? Those things that it's doing. Same thing for the sun. But the Earth itself, yeah. Nobody has ever navigated over a freaking curved surface of Earth. Ever. Never, ever, ever. Never happened. Never will. Can't be done.
And I don't think that Venus or Mars or the Sun look like places you can go to. They tell us in school that browbeat us with the education that we can go to these places with the spaceship, but and in the movies. But I don't think so. I don't think it looks like that.
Okay, 1 minute to go. Let's see if they pull the plug. And I'll have to decide. One elevator will be working. Okay, then I can walk up 4 flights. Yeah. You know what. I had the best chicken ever homemade here. Yep. With jalapeno and something called pawpaws barbecue sauce. Oh, yeah. That's not the moon tonight, is it? Is that tonight, Jason?
No, it was
Oh,
not long
because
ago.
I think it's close to full right now.
Yeah, it was about a month ago, I think. I just like the fact that it was locally lighting the clouds up. That's
See,
what I
too
quite
bad.
like.
See, if I took my bicycle up before they shut the power, I'd be stuck with my bicycle outside. I don't want that. Can't do that, but I'll have to stay in and rest. Continue my observations about the frequency. See if it's different when they shut the power off.
That was actually January that picture was taken.
Yeah, that's very cool looking. What a strange thing, you know.
Oh, what
How is it that we're here talking to each other about where this strange what and where this strange place, the Earth, where are we? I know that's such a you think it's a stupid moronic question. Where are we? But really, where are we? Really, where is this? Where are we? That's I think the more incredible question is. Well, I know, like for me, I know it's created. Like I don't care what anybody says. There's no question about it. In my engineering mind, that it has to be created. If it, everything is going around us. Truly, it is the center of everything that we know. That's all there is. Everything that's horizontal in fashion. All the waters are all horizontal at the same level. Sea level is the same sea level as it is everywhere else. That everyone talking that is here on this chat right now or listening in on the live stream or anywhere live right now, we're all horizontal to each other right now. Yeah.
I've always thought it quite strange that the NASA's model of the solar system, it's flat. That's why you have the ecliptic plane. You'd think if there was, planets orbiting a sun, that they'd be orbiting it in 360 degrees, but they're not. They're just going around it on one plane.
Right. How could they possibly have a plane?
But yeah, so I've always thought,
Plane.
why do they do that? Because
What's that related to? The plane, the horizontal.
well,
Okay. Yeah.
maybe, yeah.
We get it.
I mean, I don't see why in their 3D model of it all, the actual solar system's a flat. For all intents and purposes, it's a flat disk.
Yep. And use that way for all practical purposes.
Yeah, you're right.
It's just astonishing the thought of like that that we're all actually living at the end of this age, like where forever how long people thought they lived on this spinning ball planet in outer freaking space. It'll be the laughing stock, man. I'm telling you. This will be the laughing stock of centuries to come. People will be laughing about this shit. They'll be saying how freaking stupid those freaking people were. And all those wars, they believed that crap for all that time, that those wars were something other than they were. And these just people were just imbeciles and went along with it and didn't fight against these elitists like more like demons. The parasite class. I'm going off on a rampage, I guess. Okay, well, I haven't been on for a while. Someone's doing some sanding. Well, I guess the power's not going out right now for them either.
Hello, people. We got any new people in here? Hello, Luffy Kisses Men. I hope you don't unmute, probably.
Hey man, sorry, I joined the listen, but now I have a friend who's telling me about his grandfather dying on Snapchat, so I went on mute so I could try and respond to this.
All right, stay muted if you want to for now.
Yeah, my bad.
Oh, well. Any other new people in here? Take that as a no. I know Central, you said you couldn't talk right now. It's all good. I'll just do a brief summary of the situation. We got large percentage of our population of humans think that they exist on the exterior of a spinning 70% water covered baseball zipping around through nothing. And they think that's all cool.
I
Because
mean,
they haven't investigated it. Sorry, go ahead.
No, I don't mean Europe. Sorry. I was gonna make fun of. You said humans. I was gonna like make fun of how we can't define women. Um, how are you gonna do it with a human?
Good point, Lou. I think.
Good one.
Looks like the usual suspects in here. I don't see other new people. So if anybody's got something to talk about, now's a great time. I was just saying that if you think you live on this spinning oblate, whatever, existing wherever, just come in here and talk to us. We'll discuss with you. Everybody but Lou will be nice to you.
I'm almost always nice, but I might laugh at you. I understand most people don't think being laughed at is very nice. I get it. But if you say funny shit, I'm going to laugh.
Lovers do say the darndest things, don't they? Sometimes. You just have to laugh.
Yeah, you can't help it. You said darndest thing just now. Sorry to interrupt you with laughter. Yeah. No, everything now is so farcical. Like, I mean, I use this maniacal laughter, and I use big words too to try to like make up for it because I'm a fucking lunatic, and I don't think you can really blame me. Like, if you see the world at all from what it is right now, you should be one too.
I feel you, Lou. I've been at 60 years now. Well, in October would be 60 in this existence, and I can agree with that general assessment of whatever this is.
I mean, yeah, no, none of it's really funny, but I laugh my ass off nonstop. I know it's mania. That's what's causing it. Smart enough to know that and recognize it.
Laughter is a good thing. It's good for your soul. Genuine laughter.
Unless it's manic.
Well, don't let it be that. You know what I'm saying.
Is that bad? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Is it's that bad? Like that's all we have left is maniacal laughter. That's the only thing left to keep you sane.
Yeah.
Anyway,
we all got to cope however we can cope. I try. I know it sounds corny, but I try to keep the serenity prayer in mind. It keeps me peace of mind thinking that like that. Everybody knows.
Well, there's something. Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
Everybody knows the serenity prayer. Just worry about things that you can control and stuff that's out of your control. Let the Creator worry about that.
Yeah, I actually was talking about this a couple of weeks ago too. I had a plumber come in here and needed the well pump needed a charge, and wasn't exactly sure about the process of it. And, but in talking with him, we were kind of like hitting it off. He, I mentioned something about people being happy, and he right away picked on that word happy. He was like, I don't like the word happy. Like everybody wants to be happy all the time, but happy is like a very short term and like like a dopamine. Now I'm kind of adding some words to it, but like a dopamine hit. Like it's very like in the moment. Like this is what I need to make me feel happy. Um, he just worries about. I just want to be content. I don't want to worry about being happy. I want to be content. And there's a lot to be said about that. Like, especially right now. That's all you can do if you're going to try to stay sane.
You just try to stay on that even keel right in the middle of the spectrum of all the.
Yeah.
Look at sanity as a spectrum. You got the way out there people and the real smart people, and then you try to stay in the middle, like whatever's going on, just leave me out of it. And let's, come on, people. Anyway.
I think the word you used, content, is perfect.
Yeah, no, but taken out of context, though, people, especially in America, like you're supposed to never be content. You're supposed to always want more. You're supposed to always want something better. You're supposed to strive and achieve, and being content is resting on your laurels. It's being on your heels. It's a negative trait.
Yeah, but I think that always wanting more and always striving for something better is that you get addicted to more. So you're never actually happy with what you've got, because once you get to that stage of, oh yeah, I reached that, then what's next? You want something more again. So you become addicted to it.
Yeah, I mean, this plumber, I mean, he wasn't stupid with what he told me, there's something to be said about it. I'm just saying, you could argue against it as well. Um, I definitely, though, I tend to follow it, though. I lately, last couple of years, the only way to keep sane for me is to just be like, look, I tried to warn people. Um, I saw this coming. I saw that it was one big ass freight train that there's no way I'm stopping it. So what are you gonna do? I've got a daughter. What are you gonna do? You try to do the best with what you got, and you try to do what you can to be content, because you don't know what to expect.
Yeah, well, that's right. You can work and work and work and prepare yourself for your retirement, and then what happens if you're doing that and then you hit 40 and then you can't, something happens and then you can't use what you've been saving for retirement, and then you've wasted your whole time preparing yourself to get to something that you never get to. So it's kind of funny, like, yeah, it's good to prepare, but you never know what's around the corner. You just got to enjoy it while it lasts. Yeah, like enjoy now.
Yeah, you'll drive yourself nuts trying to prepare for everything that could possibly happen.
Yeah, because a lot of things are out of your control.
Yeah,
You can prepare for what you can control, which is probably how you respond to things and things like that. But you can't prepare yourself for events that happen in the future or anything that's happened in the past as well.
yeah. I mean, storing up food and ammo, like that'll get you. That'll help for a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
That's about it. As soon as you run out of ammo, you lost your food and your family.
Water's probably the big thing. Suppose we don't have ammo here, so we got to worry about water and food.
Yeah, no, not everybody here has ammo either. I'm more talking again metaphorically. Like you can
Yeah.
stockpile all you want. Maybe you got a trebuchet over there. I don't know. You know, like
I was going to say, you guys, are you allowed to have crossbows or bow and arrow?
Oh, in
Crossbows
Australia.
can do some damage, man.
No, you can still have guns here. You can have hunting rifles and things like that. But handguns are banned. But you have to keep them. You can have them, but you have to keep them at a shooting range. But you can have hunting rifles, but you've got to register them with the police, and you've got to keep them in a lockbox separate from ammo. And then every now and again, the police can randomly come to your house and check that your guns are in the box, and there's pretty hefty fines if they're not.
Hey, Timbo, I got one question. I know we're not supposed to talk about this, but real quick. Is the Australian government lightening up and all this bullshit at all?
Yeah, look, it's a lot better than it was, but it's they've taken it further, and they've pushed through, especially in Victoria. Seems like the state governments have all the power, so they've pushed through like an emergency, emergency declaration. So at any time, they can declare a state of emergency without having certain parameters to go by. So they pushed through these laws, and it's made it's going to make it really difficult if something else happens, because they can just lock us down by law and we can't do anything about it. So it's pretty bad, but at the moment it's pretty good.
All right.
That next disaster could be around the corner,
Yeah, I didn't mean to get us on that subject, so y'all go ahead with whatever you were talking about, Luke.
No, all good.
no, don't ask me to leave it because I'll keep taking us back to this shit. Like flat Earth is true, but like, it's not our main. The problem, you know what I mean? Like, don't have me lead this conversation.
Yeah, well, it all ties
Everything,
together, doesn't it? It's about
everything's going to
tyrannical
go for the
government.
bigger plan. Like that, like what or what's most imminent. Like we're gonna talk about imminent threats as I see them. If you have me lead it.
Yeah, I think because I think we've been a bit of a test ground because we don't have a constitution, so um, I think they're testing us and how far they can push us without people fighting back, and they've been able to take it pretty far. So it's a pretty compliant kind of society that we've got here. So.
If you had to guess, what do you think the percentage of flat earthers is in Australia? At least 10%.
No, I don't think it would be that high.
Oh.
Or maybe secret ones, but I don't know, the people that have got the app that you can see, that the friend finder app that David Weiss has got. There's
How
quite a
many
few.
in all of Australia?
I'm not too sure. I know in Melbourne there'd be a couple of hundred on that friend finder app, but I'm sure there's people that don't know about that app. I'm sure there's closet flat earthers, and there's some pretty religious people here as well. So.
Well, what's the population of Australia again? It's actually pretty low for such a big country.
Yeah, it's 25 million.
Yeah.
But that's all concentrated. So in Melbourne, Greater Melbourne is I think it's 5.5 million, and then Greater Sydney's almost 6 million. So we've almost got half of the population just in Melbourne and Sydney. You drive 2 hours out of the city and you'll see there's no one there. Just beautiful, pristine countryside and forest.
Pristine, deadly animals everywhere.
You don't actually see them that much. It's it's overstated. Yeah, if you go out into the countryside, in the summer you might see a few snakes or something like that, but very
Yes,
rarely.
you have like the worst snakes, the worst spiders. Your kangaroos will box your ass into the ground. Your
Don't worry,
fucking
you only see them at the last moment, so it's
dude,
not very long.
even your plants are deadly if you touch them. Like all of a sudden you'll fucking graze a plant and you'll be like, oh fuck, I shouldn't have touched. You'll be like,
Yeah, the spiders are the ones you got to worry about because they hide around in the house and they hide in your you got some work boots out the front of the house. They can get in your boots and yeah, you don't know what's in there, so you gotta bang your boots out every time you go in. Because all the most poisonous ones they're really small and they don't look that bad. You got your big funnel webs and stuff like that up in Sydney, but there's these tiny ones called white tails, and they just look like a black and white spider. And
you guys got
what they do is
crocodile, not
they'll
alligators,
hide in your boots,
crocodile.
and then they'll bite you, and they inject a parasite into your under your skin, and it starts growing and growing and growing like a worm in a circle, and you got to get it cut out. So it leaves a massive scar in your underneath your skin. Like
Well,
my sister's got a.
that sounds wonderful. Like,
They're the ones you got to worry about. But other than that, it's overstated. It's not. There's nothing to worry about.
at least you don't have
No,
tsetse
of
flies.
course it is. Of course it is. It is mostly kind
At
of
least you don't have tsetse flies. Do you have tsetse flies?
What are they?
I think there's something maybe only in Africa. I could be wrong. Could be South America also, where the fly injects its larva under your skin, so you have it erupting from your skin and like
Oh
a
yeah,
worm
and then
coming out.
Oh
and
no,
then
we
and
don't.
then it
We
takes you
don't have
over
that.
like a zombie, like that bee.
But they might have them up in the Northern Territory. It's a pretty
Wonderful.
diverse country. Like you got your tropical regions and your arid, and then you got your southern kind of climates, which are quite cool, and then warm in the summer. So maybe up in northern Australia, you might have stuff like that. It's like a different world up there.
That's pretty wild. Wow.
But there's actually a line like with crocodiles. So there's I know at least on the east coast, if you go past a certain river, then there's you got your saltwater crocodiles which hang around in the estuaries, but below that river, then there's no saltwater crocodiles anywhere.
You're not going to get eaten by a man-eater crocodile unless you like go into their zone. Basically, you're like, all
Well,
right, well, I was in their zone.
you got to be pretty high up north
Yeah.
for crocodiles.
I mean, we got that with Florida, but it's just alligators. It's nothing like a crocodile. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think Florida has a lot more alligator attacks than we have crocodile attacks.
Yeah, alligators might be a little more vicious, or maybe we're just stupider in Florida, but like, um, yeah, they're way smaller and way less deadly, actually. Like, I mean, the power behind them, the size, I mean, there might be more attacks, but that's like in the United States, the most dog bites come from golden retrievers.
Or chihuahuas.
No, it's literally from golden retrievers because
Yeah,
there's so many of them. They buy them as a family dog, and little kids pull their whiskers.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, you got Darwin up north, and it's in the winter it's 35 degrees, and in the summer it gets up to it's like 45 degrees every day and 100% humidity, and they can't actually go in the water and swim because you got there's a huge river there, and then you got saltwater crocodiles which swim up and down the river and in the ocean. So they imagine living in a 45-degree climate, 45, sorry, centigrade. And I don't know what that equates to in your language, but and you can't swim anywhere. What a waste of hot weather.
I hate hot weather. I'm glad, dude. We get plenty of it, like way up north and shit. Like fuck hot weather. I could not stand living in some of them sweaty ass places around the world.
Yeah, we've got a pretty nice summer down in Melbourne. We get it gets hot, but it's a dry climate. So and then it'll do a build up. So it'll go 25, 27, 30, 35, and might hit 40. And then we have a massive storm will come across and it'll drop from 40 back down to 25 and then start all over again. And then you might get some rain and a storm and then it'll start building again. And then, but I think this year we had a good summer. It was pretty consistently 30, 32, 30 around there.
In centigrade, man. Like I have no clue what the hell you're saying, really.
Yeah, I got no idea what, to convert it. Let me have a look.
I mean, I can tell you this. While you're converting, then, like where I live in the north, we have some of the biggest extremes. We hit 100 degrees already this year, Fahrenheit, and 3 years ago or 4 years ago, we were at negative 35 here at my house. So that's a negative 35 degrees to 100 degrees is what I've experienced within a few years here in this house.
Yeah, we get nothing like that. We might get 0 or something like that. But we've got the Alpine region, which gets pretty cold. You get snow and stuff up there. So 30 degrees Celsius is 86 degrees Fahrenheit. So that's like a average, like a nice kind of warm summer day. And then it gets up to, this is in the south, gets up to 40 odd, which is 104 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, I haven't seen 104 since like the 80s. I think we hit like 108 back in like 1988 on a certain day. That was like the hottest I remember in my life, which is quite hot.
And we had a pretty bad year one year, and we had these fires. We call it was Black Saturday, and that was 46 degrees, which equates to 114.8 Fahrenheit. And then we had these fires just rip through the state.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean it gets pretty warm, but it's like the sliding scale. Yeah, like right now it's 4 degrees right now.
114 degrees Fahrenheit isn't supposed to be enough to like ignite your trees, though. Like there's something more going on.
Yeah. So right now it's 4 degrees, which is 39.2 Fahrenheit. Yeah. So what the problem is in the summer it gets really dry, and we've got all eucalyptus trees. So the eucalyptus oil, once it ignites, it just burns and burns and burns. So
like an accelerant, almost.
Yeah, well, a lot of the fires are accidentally lit, and then they have these really hot days, and then power lines might come down, and it'll start, and it'll like start a grass fire, and then when it's really hot, it's always windy, so that just goes and if they can't get it under control, they kind of just let it burn.
That's why cigarettes need to be illegal.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. I smoke. I smoke.
Yeah, well, I was just about to get out and have one. All right, I've got to go back to work. I'll catch you guys later on.
Take care.
All right, Kimbo. Thanks, man. Any new people
Don't let
join? Go ahead.
don't
Bud.
let all that gravity get to your head, hanging upside down there.
Oh, that's a good one. We've got plain cheese. We've got plain cheese pizza in here, Lou. You want to talk to them?
I do. I mean, I love cheese, but like, why would you settle for just a plain cheese pizza? Why not get the toppings? Like,
Anything but mushrooms, those are a fungus among us. Or black olives. I don't like mushrooms or black olives on my pizza. That's just me, though.
I mean, I like pretty much everything on my pizza. Like, I just want to keep stacking shit on it.
Pineapple?
Sure, yeah. Like, but that,
Oh,
like, but not like this. That you have to be in the right mood. If you want a Hawaiian pizza, not just like regular Hawaiian. I'm not a big fan of that. It's okay. I can handle it. But like, Jimmy John's or not Jimmy John's, Papa John's. They did the barbecue chicken Hawaiian. That's pretty good. You do have a thin crust. I like that.
we got a new
But the
sponsor, Papa
barbecue.
John. Plain cheese pizza was a gold member. They changed their name. Okay. I don't remember who they
But
were.
yeah, like anchovies and shit. Like a lot of people are like, ew, but they've never tried it. Like, I don't know. Have you ever put like a lot of people put salt or garlic salt or something on their pizza? That's all like anchovies are. It's just a really salty like addition.
Hey Cody, what do you
There
like
you
on your
go.
pizza? We got a VC verified here named Cody. Hello, Cody.
Hello.
What do you want on
Do you
your
like
pizza?
anchovies on your pizza?
Do I like what on my pizza?
Do you like anchovies?
I never heard of that. What is that?
It's a
Little
fish.
little
A fish?
fish, like sardines.
I never had that on pizza before. I never knew you could.
Yeah, you absolutely can do. You can do whatever you want to your pizza. That's what's beautiful about pizza.
Oh, I just buy my pizza from Domino's. I don't make my own pizza.
Well,
So,
Just
Cody's
get
been
I
meat.
here
don't
before,
know.
Love
Lou.
that.
You want to talk to him, Lou? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Dave.
Well, so where are you at on the figuring out what the shape of the Earth is, if anything?
Sorry, what'd you say about the shape of the Earth?
Where are you at on this subject? Do you think you're on a spinning ball?
Oh no, I don't think I'm a spinning ball. I'm a flat Earth.
How long have you thought you weren't on a spinning ball?
How long did I think it was a spinning ball? Most of my
No,
life.
I mean, how long ago did you make that realization for yourself?
How long ago? I'm trying to remember the time when I actually realized it was flat. I think it was. I think it was the beginning of this year. Yeah,
Okay,
I think it was
fair
the
enough.
beginning of this year.
So, do you have any questions about anything? You got a whole panel full of people here. Know a lot of shit.
I do have one question. It's not about the shape though. It's about how do you convince, like, how do you talk to someone who's prideful?
First thing you want to do, in my opinion, is not worry about convincing anybody of anything. You share information with them sincerely as possible and hope they receive it sincerely.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Because I mean, I know you can't convince someone. Like, you can't force someone to do anything.
Somebody else might want to answer, though. I'll shut up.
In Soviet Russia, pizza chooses what goes on you.
The only acceptable ingredients for pizza is cheese, sauce, pepperoni, mushrooms, Light on the black olives. Black olives on half. Black olives on half. The other side, I want part green peppers. No, is that not how it works over there? Do you have this? Do you have
The margarita,
the
the
stuff?
vodka pizza.
Do you have the stuffed crust? Can I have the stuffed crust on only half?
On half. Sounds like a nightmare to make.
Either one of y'all want to answer Cody's question? How do you talk to new people about this subject without
Well,
trying to?
Cody, it's good to remind them that at the base axiom level, they know that the Earth is flat and stationary, and they've never observed gas pressure existing without a container. So it's important to ask them, do they even see the Earth is flat at the local level through their own eyes? Because you'd be surprised, there's actually quite a lot of people out there that will actually answer no to that question. They'll say, oh, yeah, I can see the curvature of the Earth from my back porch. And they'll be serious as far as I can tell, amazingly enough. Some people are that crazy. So it's important to point out to them that, the base axiom that we start out with is that the Earth is flat and stationary. And then you could tell them, I'm not necessarily opposed to the idea of the Earth being a ball. I just want some direct measurements of curvature and axial rotation so I can know that it's a ball and that it's spinning. And then you should ask them for that, those two things, or demonstration of gas pressure without a container after that.
Okay.
And the great thing about those 3-point questions is that it's a great way to keep them focused on evidence so they don't just start saying something like, oh, well, flat earthers are jerks, so the Earth must not be flat or something like that.
It's definitely an introductory kind of a thing to do with people, though, just to get them to realize, like, the whole idea is to get them to realize that they're operating on a belief system when it comes to the argument. So once you get them to admit that it's all just beliefs, then they're a little bit more open to listen to you, hopefully.
Advice from both of you guys. You just want to share information with people, and this whole thing is about they have to do this themselves. All you can do is give them information, some guidance, maybe give them some videos to watch, stuff like that. But it's up to them if they want to accept this reality or not for what it is. So some people you just can't get through to. You just move along.
Yeah, you definitely have to plant seeds. And if you've ever grown plants, you realize that you don't even see the full-grown plant for a very long time, and it takes even longer to see the fruit. And you just have to understand that when you're having conversations with people, that the reward isn't always going to be instantaneous, and you have to kind of approach it that way. Plant little seeds to get them thinking. Ask them questions that they may not be able to answer, that may stick in their brain, that gets them thinking on their own. I've found that you can't force people into this topic. You have to allow it to marinate in their head a little bit, and then they start to ask the questions.
I agree 100%, but that's kind of the downfall of doing this online like this. You're reliant on whether they're interested in the very beginning or not. Did you get them hooked? Are they going to come back? Like in real life, if it's your family member or coworker, you're gonna try not to offend them. So you're gonna take your time with them. You don't want to destroy a relationship or a job. Like because of it. So you're gonna be careful about how you word things when you say things and all of that. And you kind of that's the best way to work on people, really. Just, you got to be strategic with it. Like, if they're not accepting of the information, then it's a waste of your time. The best thing is to get them to ask questions themselves. So that's why you plant the seed, and then they come to you.
I gotta go now, guys. I just joined. I gotta leave. I just got a call from my workplace. So I'm gonna pick up my radio because my one just broke recently. I'll see you guys
All
later.
good. We're here
Peace, have a good
24/7.
one.
Come back anytime, man.
Yep. I'm glad that this place is actually a lot better than the last Flat Earth Discord I was in, because basically no one would even talk, and most of the people there, like, you'd find no one that actually believes the Earth is flat in there. So this is actually the best Discord I found so far. So I'm glad to be a part of it. And I'll
Cool.
see you
We'll
guys
try.
later. I'll see you guys next time. Have a good one.
All right. Yeah, you guys made some good points there about talking to people. If they're a waste of time, you generally, especially as long as we've been in this, most of us, you can tell if somebody's going to be engaged with it or not. If they want to seriously engage with it, you just throwing words against deaf ears, Anyway.
Yeah, you have to really kind of feel out how to approach a conversation with somebody based on their responses or their personality, especially if it's people you know. You should know how to have conversations with them in a fruitful way. So you have to approach everybody differently. And if it's just random people, yeah, a more direct approach is probably necessary. But when it's people you know, people you're going to see on a regular basis, it's not something you just want to start ramming down people's throats.
Yeah, I hear you. I got to shout out to KJ's new name. I love it. Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Thank you.
That's very creative.
Thank you.
Right now, we just got the usual suspects in here. So if anybody's listening on YouTube, maybe you just turned in, you stumbled across this channel. If you're curious about the subject, we got people in here that can talk about it. So come on in, click the link.
More on the whole, like, real life hands-on learning. The thing is, too, in real life, like, you can gesture, you can, like, there's a lot of nonverbal communication that goes on in the conversation. You can, portray a lot of, like, ideas and just with gestures, or you can just point at the sky or the horizon, or, just let them know that we're in reality, not this mental / mathematical construct. There's a reason why we've been shoved online to talk about this, and they're telling us to distance from each other.
Yeah, if
I
they're
don't like that.
trying to make people as antisocial and isolated as possible, it's obvious, right?
Should be.
It's amazing what seems so obvious now to so many people is they're oblivious. Nothing you can do for them. Anyway. About time for this old man. It's midnight. I just turned into a pumpkin, so y'all gonna have to continue without me. I know it's hard, but see if you can do it.
You do actually a pretty good job. When it gets quiet, you make sure to try to spark it back up again.
They don't call me dead every day for nothing.
Yeah.
Anyway, y'all continue to look for the stuff that don't exist, like Earth curvature and all that shit. Okay? I'll check in with y'all tomorrow.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Peace.
Yep. Shout out to Dave Hinkle. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, people think that flat Earth. We get told flat Earth's dying. It's dying. It's not dying. This flat Earth is everywhere. We're everywhere.
It's true. It's mingling in and quietly. Like it, I think people want it to be loud, and they're judging it based on how loud it is. But no, a lot of people are. They might not understand the finer arguments and stuff, but they're kind of realizing the simpler ones and just being like, there might be something to that, like, and it's getting out there.
Absolutely, absolutely. Like you were talking about, how to approach, friends, family, whatever. You know, not long after I made the realization, I was on the phone to my younger siblings, and to my surprise, my brother was already a flat earther. But my the eldest of my sisters, she was like, "What? No, that's crazy, blah blah. Blah. No, you can't be a flat earther." And so we went through this big conversation, and I didn't really know, like you said, I didn't know the finer points. But at the end of the conversation, she said, "Well, you know what? I'm not really going to look into it, but I can't prove Earth is a ball." She conceded that much, like she said, "I
Yeah,
can't
yeah,
prove
yeah.
it."
No, almost every single one of them, you'll find, and maybe you're newer, every single one of them will just tell you if you press them hard enough, like for the most part, they just believe the experts.
Right. Yeah. Yep. And the pictures,
Yeah.
images.
Oh, you know what? Usually when pressed, it's not even the pictures. It's just the people who are smarter than them.
Yeah. They've got maths. They know.
Yeah.
The math. No, we were talking about that earlier, right? Yeah, Whitsett raised that they're so-called experts, the smarter ones, are quoted as saying, "Well, we can't actually prove it."
Yeah. Yeah. Their so-called experts just paint a narrative and all along telling you this is the way we picture it, but we can't prove it. Like they tell you that over and over and over again. But then all of a
Right.
sudden the puppets come along and they're like, oh no, this is fact. This is proven by science. It's like, I don't think that's what they said. It's like, no, it's just they all agree. Like, wow. No, it's
Exactly.
uh,
And you got conflicting expert testimony as well. You've got on one hand you've got Neil deGrasse saying that stuff is flat. You won't see the curvature if you're 2 millimeters above this beach ball. And on the other hand, you've got Michio Kaku saying, "Well, we know just by looking out the window of an aircraft that the horizon's curved." So, which one? Who are they supposed to believe? Who are they supposed to follow? Which priest? Because they got conflicting stories there.
I just keep everything. I giggle after almost everything we talk about because it's just all so stupid. Like everything. Look at, I mean, there's logic and there's illogic, illogical statements. Let's say that, right? And then, and almost everything that you hear coming out of anything mainstream or anything official or anything supposedly scientific is all illogical. All of it.
Absolutely. And in direct contradiction with our personal observations and experience. I kicked myself for not having questioned more, like I actually remember going outside at night and lying down in the backyard on the grass and making sure my feet were facing south, my head was facing, pointing north, laying on the ground and looking up at the moon and trying to, gauge myself, try and get that orientation that I'm on the side of this ball and that's not above me, that's out, just insane. Insane.
Um,
Because I wanted to experience what they were telling me was reality, and I wanted to
yeah,
experience it in reality, right? That's why I was
yeah,
doing that.
of course, it sounded really cool. Um, there was a time where pretty much all of us were like, "That's really cool. I want to learn about that." I think most of us, that's how we got here. We went, I want to learn about that. Wait, what? You know, that doesn't fucking work. It's step 1 or 2 or 3. You know, like most of us tried, and then we're like, I can't do this.
Yeah.
The whole illogic thing that I was saying, where I kept on focusing on that word. Also, I'm not usually much of an etymology guy, but like that one seems obvious too. Like ill logic, like when you're literally trying to use logic for ill will, like you're trying to do harm with your logic. When you use illogical statements and arguments, it's for deception and it's with ill will.
Right. And I'm not sure if it's related, but it possibly stems from the Greek logos, which means knowledge, I'm pretty sure.
I thought that was no.
Is it? I don't know. I'm pretty sure logos is. I don't know. Just from my biblical studies, there's a word in the New Testament that's where the Greeks use the word logos, and it apparently translates to knowledge.
I always thought it was more like understanding or wisdom or something, but maybe I'm wrong.
No. That probably probably.
All those
I've
words,
just been
all
giving
those
you
words are pretty much synonymous. Yeah, like
synonymous.
knowledge.
Oh, I see. So it's more. There's more of it. There's more to it than just the one. Then obviously.
Yeah, I was probably given just like a real general translation, maybe.
I have a silly question, if you don't mind me asking. What do you think it means when God says in Genesis 1 that He separated light from darkness?
I think you might have entered the wrong chat. I don't know. Yeah, what does that mean? I mean, I'm curious, I guess, but it's not really what this room is for.
Everything was
Darkness.
grey, of course.
I would guess darkness doesn't really mean like being in the dark. I would guess it has to do with absence, the absence of anything.
It's a pretty interesting idea. What light? What light before luminaries? It was obviously something. I don't know. No idea. Because you get theologians going into, well, it's conceptual and it's all that poetic. The light of life, or whatever, light of the mind.
Well, what he's talking about is part of it. It's like the very first thing in Genesis, pretty much, right? Or like the second or third. It's like very early.
Yeah, I didn't mean to change the subject. I don't know why it just popped into my head. I apologize.
So when that happens, it's talking about creation in general. Like before anything existed, I did this, and now things existed. That's the difference between darkness and light, absence and something, matter and no matter.
Maybe. But I only see it as before the reality that we experience was created. Because I don't know that if there is something beyond that, like that exists separate to this. I don't know. There could be. There might not be. This might, like because of the heliocentric shit, right? I used to think that, well, that God was just a mind or something, right? And just, I don't know what he existed within a different dimension or something. And everything that the scriptures talks about is just like just everything, right? But maybe it was just talking about, as in creation, was just what we experience reality to be, and it's not referring to what was already there, another reality or another, I don't know what to call it, if it is even a thing. You know what I mean?
If you want to get all weird and woo-woo, like I've had thoughts where like everything's repeating, like, and maybe it's not like a perfect repeat, but like the Bible gets rewritten for every time it restarts. Like they're like, we're going to just tell them how they will end, and we're going to restart their program. How sick is that?
Like an experiment in a petri dish.
Yeah, in a way. Yeah, you would have your control and all that. Like,
My mum used to think that. She was an atheist for like 33 years.
well,
And,
it's not that. It's what I think. Oh, sorry. Go on. You were saying more.
yeah, and she used to think that the Bible was a psyop that was used. It was just created to keep people's minds lulled and make them more controllable. And then she changed. She didn't think that after 33 years. This was like a total flip of the coin. Yeah. You get what were you gonna say?
I guess it has my thing has to do with determinism. Like the Bible pretty much says how it's going to end, and you're always seeing like these signs, like you're leading in towards it. If that's true, then how valid can free will ever be? Like if you can't change the outcome, like, or on the other opposing side of that, maybe free will is real, but in that case, then what is already written to be the end would have to change without your knowledge. Like, and then who controls that? Is that like a hive mind kind of a
But
thing? Is that like,
but the destination can be the same, but the path to it can change. You know what I mean?
yeah. All roads lead to Rome, kind of a deal. But in that case,
Yeah.
then everything that you choose is insignificant. It's like a tidal wave rolling over you. You're just like, all right, well,
Maybe it's in the
I'm
journey.
going to block it.
Maybe it's all in the journey. I don't.
It's, what I'm saying. This is a deep level that a lot of people don't like really talking about. Like, it's really about consciousness, and it's very philosophical and like, but yeah, like,
Well, I used to look at it like before me was an infinite number of possibilities, but somehow God knows which one I'll choose. But I can choose any one I want, right? But he knows the outcome of each one. So that's kind of how I resolve that in my mind. That
well,
he
so
knew
now you believe in
the end result.
multiverse. Now you believe in the multiverse, and therefore you're going to believe in.
Well, he
You
knows
see?
the end result of every avenue, every choice. The end result, he knows what it is, but he'll let you choose which one. So he's already knows which, like, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know which one he'll choose, but he knows the end result. But then how doesn't he know which one you'll choose if he's omnipotent? It's just freaking insane. I don't know.
So, is God like an AI that's in charge of the multiverse? Like, how does that one work? I'm just saying. I've thought about all this stuff. Like, we can go on and on. Like, it's all like you can just say "what if" every single time, and I can argue for or against all of these things.
Yeah, yeah. I've had that dialogue with myself a lot. Yeah, in the past.
Lou, do you think that humans, if created by God, a creator, whatever you want to look at that as, do you think that the creation or the created has the ability to even comprehend or reconcile some of these questions that you may have?
It's highly likely that we have not been given the tools to fully understand.
Right, because if there's what we would call like another dimension or another side to this coin, we have this metaphysical side that we don't really have any ability to quantify and point at it, right? We are confined within the restrictions and the
Realm.
yeah of
Yeah,
within
what's the
this
reference
realm.
point exactly?
So
I have an analogy to that actually that I use many times, like Mario. Like everybody knows Mario 1. Like you're just hopping around, hopping on turtle shells and collecting stars and shit. Like, could Mario ever understand that he's just a video game? And if he did, could he ever come out of the video game and meet his creator face to face? Could he ever understand what his creator understands? How
well,
he was made? What he really is? Like the answer is clearly no. Even if he became self-aware.
right, because who, if we're trying to give Mario, human-like qualities or whatever, Mario exists in a world that is on a screen digitally. It's programmed in a game device, right? So for Mario to come out of that to experience the world that we experience, he would cease to exist, right? In the form that he is.
It's also addressed kind of in the idea of like Truman walking through the door at the end of the movie. Spoiler alert. But
Good afternoon, good evening, and good night.
That's not the whole movie to be ruining it for somebody. But okay.
But you know what I'm saying, Lou? Like trying to quantify and fully comprehend the metaphysical in a physical sense is almost a futile pursuit.
Of course it is. Yeah. No, I mean it's an interesting thing to ponder, but it's not something you should devote really like all of your energy towards, probably.
Oh, I think
I got something to say for anyone who might fear the unknown or whatever, or be bothered by what they don't know or can't know, but they want to know, is that perhaps, and this is a guess, but perhaps there's a good reason to not be able to know these things. What I'm saying is, much like how in that old Greek tale or whatever, how, that one character sees Calypso bathing with her clothes off in the river, and she's the most beautiful of all the goddesses. And so she makes him go blind right there. But at the bright side, he got to see Calypso with her clothes off, And so what I'm saying is, I think that kind of like in that story, I don't think our brains, if you will, on the physical end, I don't think our brains are meant to comprehend who or what our creator is. But it's just a guess.
Yeah, I don't think our brains fully have the capability to understand the essence of who we truly are to begin with. Right? What people may call the soul or something along those lines. I don't think while we're in this physical realm we have the full capability to comprehend even our full true essence.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Just to finish that story a little further, the guy who was blind, I can't remember his name in the story, but the other gods felt sorry for him, so they gave him the gift of foresight.
Shit. That's classic.
It just seems like a better story if you know that part.
It's kind of going back a little bit. What I was saying about Mario with the word self-aware, like imagine a simulation that became self-aware. Like, okay, imagine you, like I know people hate it, but imagine you're that simulation. And so the question is could you ever understand your own could you become self-aware yourself? That's a weird statement to make. Can you? I don't know that you can. I don't think you can. I think it's extremely similar to that, Mario, which is a scary thought.
I'm pretty sure that we are self-aware, right?
Are you sure? Are you sure, sir?
Yep.
I mean, to be self-aware is to know what you really are, like where you fit in the grand scheme. Like,
No, like I said, there's an aspect to us and to this whole entire construct, right? Not just the physical, but the metaphysical. There is an aspect of us that we can't understand, that we can fully understand, that we are who we are, right? I think, therefore I am, right? I think
yeah,
that's pretty self-evident.
yeah, okay, you got me. I mean, that was a pretty easy one, actually. Yeah, you got me.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
philosophers have really fleshed that out over time to really kind of come to the consensus that if we can't have from a base axiom that we are who we are, right?
but what
I
if
think
I
therefore I
guess
am.
I guess that I would be a bad truther to not question that also. So they determined a long time ago that, you know, because you are able to think about this, that you are real. Well, what
Right,
if?
and you have the autonomy and free will to act and do things on your own, right? Like if you think that ultimately you're just being controlled and everything is predestined, well then try not to think or do anything for a while and see what happens, right?
You can't not do anything though. That's the thing. Like, and
Exactly.
is that so? Like, so what's pushing you to do these things? You're like, I don't know. Like,
Well, there's certainly like control mechanisms, right, within society that push us or nudge us in specific directions, right? A lot of deceptions that keep us moving in directions that are beneficial for other human beings at times.
Right, keep us driven.
yeah, I mean, what's pushing people to, youngsters to pretend they have no idea what their gender is? What's pushing people to, uh, support a country that they don't even know where it is on a map? What, in a war, like what's,
Yeah, I think people are easily programmed by outside influences. But just because that's the case, I don't think people are pre-programmed as they enter this existence to play out a predeterminate script that they have no involvement in.
So you're saying basically that it's their own compliance that, which is a choice that makes them act like zombies.
Not turning on the television is a choice. Actively trying to discern all of the information that you're taking in if you are watching the news is a choice. It's a choice to just sit there and allow yourself to get programmed as well. And it's the easiest choice, right? Which is why most people choose it. It's easier to go along to get along, right? Many people enjoy, it's human nature
It's easy.
to
It's easy to
conform.
see it that way, but
It's human nature to conform to a group to some extent, right?
Well, no. See, you're talking about your normal day-to-day stuff. Like what I'm talking about when it comes to questioning free will, it's not your normal day-to-day stuff. It's like, it's those crazy coincidences and those prophecies that you read about coming to fruition, and like all kinds of just like just conspiracy woo woo, like I saw Bigfoot type shit.
Yeah, so you're saying like coincidences within your daily life lead you to believe that it may be more predetermined?
That definitely has an influence. Yeah. Not, and I wouldn't even. I would feel wrong about calling them coincidences too. It's just like no, like that was not a lot of stuff. I can't. If you're gonna ask me, like, well, what happened? Like, I'll let you know next time. But like, there's it's just
So
too
you're like Neo talking to the Oracle and knocking over the plate, and her saying, "Well, if I hadn't said anything, would you have broke it in the first place?" Kind of thing.
It was a vase.
Coincidence isn't a dirty word. It's not. It's just two events that coincided. Two coincidences. That's it. It's not a dirty word.
There's too many like what some people call synchronicities or I don't know, almost like idiosyncrasies. Does that fit? Like I don't know, like where just stuff is like just works out too perfect, or like predictions of things, or you manifesting things, or is it just I know they'll write it off, like your normie would write it off as saying, well, people are actually really good subconsciously at pattern recognition, and they don't necessarily know why they have their intuition, but it comes from this and blah 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 blah. Yeah, I get it. I know that.
Some people might say that we left messages for ourselves. I don't know.
So I'll give you an example. Right? Were you in here earlier when we were talking to Eli? Is Eli in here? No.
Was Eli? I didn't hear Eli today. No.
Oh, okay. Well, he told a story about he had a dream that his bike got stolen and that somebody pulled a gun on him. And then when he woke up and went throughout his day, that day he got his bike stolen. And then he had an interaction with an individual where the individual basically threatened to shoot him but didn't pull out a gun. And Eli was like, I realized, I started to maybe give him lip, and then he started talking about shooting me and stuff like that, and that's when I backed off. And I asked him the question, I was like, now, if you hadn't had that dream, right? And then had your bike not gotten stolen before your interaction with this individual, do you think that that premonition within the dream and your realization once your bike was stolen in reality maybe made you act differently with your interaction of that individual that allowed for you to walk away from that situation without him pulling a gun on you when he was threatening to? Because the dream had him getting a gun pulled on him.
Warning.
So now, see, the fucked up part with dreams is, like, you could even say that the person didn't even really dream it, but he thought he did after the fact, and he would have no rebuttal to that.
True. I mean, you could call somebody out for not having the experience that they had because there's really no proof, right? Like you can't prove it, but it seems to me like he was not lying about the story. I mean, I haven't had things exactly like that take place, but similar
Right.
things.
No, but I'm just saying you're giving a lot of what ifs, or if this happened and then that happened. Like, I don't know if it's a good logical argument, especially dealing in dreams. Like it's one of those things where, yeah, especially talking to me, a guy who talks about the Mandela effect. Like, you guys talk about, suggestive thoughts and stuff like that, where you can just suggest the thing to a person and make them think that they experienced it. Like, how about suggesting a dream?
Are you talking about the story that I just gave? Like he was
In a
suggested a
way,
dream by somebody?
yeah, no,
Or are you
no. I'm
talking
saying,
about like,
I'm talking about your kind of your argument about just anytime you're arguing with dreams, like you're
oh
saying,
yeah.
did he change his reactions? Did he change his reactions because of the dream, or did his interpretation of the dream change because of what happened that day? Right? It's kind of what you're
Yeah.
saying.
I mean, he said it was extremely vivid, right? To the point in which he like woke up with kind of really his eyes already open kind of situation. One of those where you're half in and half out kind of things, and you remember a lot more detail from your dream than you may have.
Right. And my argument, my thing that kind of got you lost was it was actually way off from that, even though that's what I knew what you were saying. I'm just pointing out, like, if you wanted to be a real dick, if you want to try to look at his dreams, you could say, no, you never even dreamed it until after it happened. It just spontaneously popped up in your head, and you thought you experienced it as a dream.
Interesting, but it seems to follow a chronological timeline. So let me ask you a question. What do you think about dreams, right? So when you fall asleep and you have these dreams, right? Like the ability to have this experience in a place that seems to be free from all the restrictions of time, space, and matter that we have here when we're experiencing reality. What do you think of the dream world?
I can only give experiences, not really much of a conclusion.
I wish I could control it more. I wish.
Dreams tell you about your waking life.
It's weird because
They're a
Not
warning
always.
sign.
No, there's different types of dreams, and some of them seem to be out of the ordinary. Some of them,
I think I've only had one real lucid dream,
yeah.
and that's what I wish. I wish all my dreams were lucid dreams, and I've only ever had one. And how does that work? How do you know you're like? How are you aware in a dream but not aware that you're dreaming? So it's that kind of makes me think. Yeah, and then you can have a dream where you are where you are in a dream. Right. So how does that work?
I have a lot of premonitions in dreams, or like eureka moments in dreams. Like I love the eureka ones actually, even better than premonitions. Like eurekas are better. Just like I'll be trying to freaking solve a problem during the day at work, and I'll like it sucks. Most people think like this is terrible. You're dreaming about work. But like all of a sudden, I'll like literally have a dream of like how to build something properly. Like I'll be like, oh, that's how I'm gonna do it. Like or like figuring things out in like an order and shit. I'll wake up right before my alarm goes off, and I'm like, I know how I'm gonna do it. Eureka! It's actually really satisfying when you get to work and you're just like, guys, all right, you know what we were talking about yesterday? Check this out. Here's what we're gonna do.
So, Lou, in that situation, do you think that you figured that out in your dream, or maybe you, in the dream state, are kind of closer to the metaphysical side, and that other side of this world that we experience may have given you guidance to solve something that seemed to have been stressing you out?
In the Eureka one, I felt like I was like a filing system. You know, in those cases, it's like I'm organizing thoughts and like putting them in the right place and like ordering them and going, okay, if, like this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs to be done, this needs. How am I going to most efficiently get this done? And in what order am I going to do it? What materials am I going to need? This is a crazy algorithm I'm trying to run inside my head. But while I dream, it fucking just happened. Now, is that given to me? I don't fucking know. Maybe.
Do you feel like you have more clarity in the dream state to
Yeah,
better
no.
organize your thoughts?
Like I said, this is a certain type of dream that it happens from time to time. It's not my majority of dreams, but like in those times where like this, because it's happened more than once. You know, yes, it's very clear, and it's when I'm already like it's always like when I'm already almost awake for those too. It's like
Yeah.
my
I was going
brain
to say
already
on the
knows.
edge.
Yeah,
On
like
the edge.
yeah. My brain already knows
Yeah.
like your alarm's about to go off and you're about to have to start your day, and here's what you're gonna need for your day.
Yeah, I've gone to sleep like with lyrics in my head that I've written and the music behind it, and just thinking over it, and just right on the edge. I think I was on the edge of falling asleep, and I could hear like a choir and symphony music behind it. You know, like, and just going, "Where's this coming from?" You know? Yeah.
Yeah, no, I personally I don't think anybody's telling me. It's all stuff that I know. You know, it's just how to file it. You like I'm given so much steering. Like, okay, I've got a problem, and yeah, I think you're for the most part, and I've heard that's kind of a mainstream explanation of what dreams are, where they tell you that you're like a computer, and they tell you that it's like defragging. It's saving space and reorganizing like your file system. You know, like
Yeah, like back in the day when you had to defrag your computer all the time.
yeah, yeah. When you go to sleep, you defrag. Your brain takes all of its challenges through the day and it sorts it out in a way that it can understand and reference easily.
Yeah, I try to keep my life as worry-free as possible so that my dreams don't have to defrag too much.
Yeah, you don't want too much defragging. Like, you don't want to get like strung out on defrags.
I actually don't remember dreams that often. I very rarely have any recollection of dreams.
Cannabis used to do that to me. Certain medications can enhance it actually, and you remember it even more. Like certain pills that they prescribe.
I find I go through like waves. I've done it my whole life. At a very young age, I had very vivid dreams. Like I had a lot of nightmares and shit. Like at a young age, I have no idea where I get that shit from. Some of them were recurring through life, where like, but not like the same dream, but like I'm in the same place, same people, same situation, but it's like a sequel to the last one, but only that last one was like 10 years earlier. It's freaking weird when that happens. I don't know. So, yeah, most often I don't remember them, or I remember just very faint things and they disappear real quick.
Yeah.
Like that's your average.
Or something will happen like weeks, months, or even years later, and it'll remind you of that dream, and you'll think, "Holy shit!"
Well, yes, but what you're saying there is yes, but what you're saying there is where all of a sudden I have to question, like I was saying about to Nathan about Elijah's thing. Like you think something happens and you get like a deja vu type instance, and you're like, I dreamed of that like 20 years ago. Like, how do you know you dreamed of that 20 years ago? You might have just invented that shit just now.
Yeah, it's kind of like when you thought that Berenstein was spelled one way, but it was actually spelled a different way.
Smart ass.
You're systematically destroying your Mandela effect with your dream analogies.
Stick to the argument.
You're debunking yourself, Lou.
Now, when it comes to Mandela, no, I admit still, even with Mandela, that can happen and does happen very often. But it still doesn't explain everything. It doesn't explain why so many people would have this same wrong answer to the same question, separated by such long distances.
Are you with the Mandela, Lou?
Yeah.
Lou is a card-carrying member of the Mandela crew.
He's Mandela.
Lou is a charter member.
He's got the right kind of shoes. He's gelling. He's also Mandela.
A lot of people in this server hate the Mandela idea because it threatens their reality.
It threatens the one thing about the Bible where they say that God is overseeing it all to make sure that it can't be like corrupted or however that fucking thing that verse. Where I don't know where they get that from exactly, but God protects the Bible to make sure that it doesn't get corrupted. So they got that going for them.
Well, there's issues in the Bible though, so now what do we do? The lion shall lay with the lamb. What happened to that? I grew up with that verse. No, it's the wolf, the lamb shall lay with the wolf now. Sorry, I had a friend who he did a corporation, and his logo was the lamb laying down with the lion. It was a nice art pick. He paid someone to do that for him. And I wish I told him nowhere in the Bible is that happening.
It blows my mind because I remember shit that I'm with Lou, but I don't talk about it much. It actually led me to flat Earth, so there you go.
When it comes to Mandela too and Bible verses and stuff, I don't claim to be like well versed in the Bible, but I believe also the Bible does say that you would have to have the Word of God written on your heart in times of tribulation.
Another problem with the Bible, they have a verse where they have bottles for wine, and it says bottles, and they should be.
Yeah, no, that's another Mandela effect. But I don't know if you're taking like notice of what I just claimed. Like, it's actually important. Like, if you have to have the Word of God, the Bible, or whatever written on your heart, that means it's because you can't trust the words that are written in front of you. Like, these are material things.
So
Like,
you're saying that people of faith, the people that know the Bible don't have to worry about Mandela because they know the true Bible.
it's saying that they're
Even though
remembering
the
it the way
actual
that it
texts
was,
have
at least.
changed.
Yeah, they're remembering it the way that it was for them, at least. I'm not saying, what's true and what's not. I'm not going to say that. I'm just saying it's true for them. And that's really, people hate. I know, I understand. True for them, but like, um, yeah, I mean, some of this stuff is like pretty blatant. You have to be kind of a denier because I know with the Mandela effect, like you remember the same thing everybody else remembers. You're just saying, I know I'm fallible.
I hear people referencing stuff all the time that are Mandela effect. They don't even realize it. They don't realize they're Mandela affected.
Could the flat Earth be a Mandela effect?
Was for me because
I would say
one day
it's
the
within
Earth was a spinning ball. Next day I woke up, it was flat.
I would say it's definitely within the realm of possibility. um, like, especially if you want to bring on simulation. Like, let's say you lived in a world where you lived on a globe and and somehow you got hijacked and your consciousness, and they wanted to simulate reality for you. How would they do it?
So if it's
It's
a
a big
if it's a simulation, Are the controllers being controlled from elsewhere, just as we are?
Well, see, I don't know. No, I mean, yeah, I don't want to go into an infinite regression fallacy. So, like, I would say, like, there has to be a root no matter what, right? And so, no matter, like, just the whole idea of simulation. You're simulating yourself. You're simulating reality. You're simulating what you had around you. The best simulation is the one that's closest to reality.
So where is reality?
Yeah.
That was a question.
There was a simulation.
Yeah. No, I know. I have the same question. All right.
If it was a simulation, we wouldn't know for sure who the programmer or programmers are. But if it was, that would explain the Mandela, because you can just type a new line and change reality. It's kind of like they change Wiki and then they change Wiki. It's just changed. We don't know what. Here it is.
What came first, simulation theory or the Matrix?
Or the egg.
I think the Matrix came first because Neo was first. Neo and Morpheus.
So was simulation theory a prevalent theory prior to the introduction of the motion picture The Matrix?
I don't believe so.
All right, either the Matrix was their way of telling us that they've already freaking stolen our consciousness, or hear me out, the reptilians fucking came from the Bureau, and the rest. Oh, fake.
No, I'm just wondering if this this idea of a simulation theory, was this prior to things like the Matrix, or has everybody or a lot of people started to take on board the possibility that we are in a simulation based on the narrative from the motion picture?
I think the idea was clearly out there pre, the Matrix movie, with a small group of people. But yeah, like the movie definitely opened up that realm of possibility to the vast majority. Um, However, it was extremely laughable for a very long period of time after the movie. Like, I bet you're one of those fucking guys who believes in the Matrix or thinks the Matrix is real. Like, dude, you got made fun of for a long time. It's true. You like, you know about you.
Why did we stop making fun of those people? Oh, I'm sorry.
Because people like Elon Musk and freaking shit like that started talking, opening their big mouths.
Oh, so the world stage got on board with the motion picture stage, almost as if they're intertwining and
All right, I'm tired of
a
you
narrative to
you
get
leading
people
me.
to get people to believe that they're within this creation made by a creator, but not the creator you would think. It's actually created by somebody else.
No, but here's my all right. Look,
Who created the simulation?
I can understand the idea that all this was cast doubt, but like, what? Why would you think that every word written is true in this one particular book? Also,
I don't know. Why would you?
If I understand that correctly, the Matrix is at least a form of classic simulation theory.
The Matrix was brilliant in the way that it mingled religion, especially like Christianity, the Messiah, um, into this whole technocratic or freaking what's the word? This futurist and god damn it, what's the transhuman agenda? They really got that idea rolling, which they're living on now. Transhumanism is at its peak for sure.
Oh yeah, people are chomping at the bit for that shit. People can't wait to be something other than who they truly are, right? People just keep moving further and further away from their true selves.
Well, yeah, they get with looking at the whole rainbow thing going on, like where you get to just say you are, and everybody else has to like agree. And I'm a dustbuster from the '80s, like, cool dustbuster, like it's the whole idea. It's predictive programming. It's getting people used to this and passing those lessons, like for that metaverse and living under this completely false identity all the time.
So do you think the simulation is heading towards a simulation?
See, the question becomes, have we always been in the simulation and it's only become relevant to us?
No.
No? Just no? That's terrible.
Define simulation. Yeah, I believe we're in a created reality, but how do you define simulation?
What if everything we've ever experienced literally just happened in this moment?
I think I need to smoke more weed to have this conversation, Lou. You're getting into you're getting into hippie philosophy.
Just like the dream thing. Yeah, like what if? What if it was just instantly created?
Instantly? Well, don't we have memories?
I don't know the mechanics of how it would work, but like what if, like literally, like time didn't exist, like what if what if you're the only thing that's real? And this conversation is actually all in your head, but even you aren't real. Your shell, it's not really there. You're like floating around some ether somewhere, No, I'm sure you do.
Well, we kind of are.
Yeah.
When you boil it down, we really are just energy, right? How did Bill Hicks put it? We're all just energy condensed to a low vibration.
Yeah. Real fucked up on drugs.
Real fucked up. But no, you were talking about time. What if time didn't exist? I'm starting to think that time does not exist in the conventional sense in the metaphysical realm. Time is one of the laws or constraints that we have within the physical.
I mean, it's kind of the idea that they were trying to portray in Interstellar. Did you see that?
No, but I just wanted to also say that I feel like the dream state is a in between the physical and metaphysical kind of state. And within that state, time seems to be illusory or non-existent within the dream state. I think we've all experienced falling asleep for 5 minutes and feeling like we'd been asleep for 6 hours. Like
Yeah.
time seems to disappear as you fade out of your consciousness into the dream world, which leads me to believe that the metaphysical side of things, time as we know it is completely non-existent.
Like I've had weird kind of I don't know. Sometimes I think of what's Twilight Zone-ish, kind of like black and white, old timey, like sci-fi ideas, you know. Like I kind of picture it that way. And I had one recently that was related to this, but I don't think I'm going to be able to like recollect it properly. That's why I'm stuttering now.
So do you think we experience time within our dreams?
All right, here's no, not within the dream, but for some reason our body is able to still keep time while we're dreaming.
Yes. Yes, your physical attachment to this physical realm is still experiencing time in the conventional sense, as it were if you were conscious. But you're subconscious.
Even in middle school, like I used to like lie to my mom because like I'd get home from school and she'd be like, "You can't go out and play until you finish your homework," and I'd be like, "Okay, I'm done with my homework," and then I'd like go out and play until it was dark, and like then I'd be tired and it'd be bedtime, and I couldn't have an alarm wake my mom up early, but knew I needed to get my shit done. So I would tell myself, I'd be like, you have to wake up at 4:30 in the morning to get up and do your homework. And I would just tell myself this as I was going to bed. And I would literally I practiced this and I got so good that like just by telling myself, I was waking up within like plus or minus 5 minutes of the time that I said I wanted to wake up. Like any given time. Like I could say 2:30, 3:30, 4:30, didn't matter. Anyway, I don't know exactly how that's relevant, but it's amazing how we have this
We have
still
kind
this
of an
connection.
an
Yeah.
internal clock, but we seem to be disconnected from it when we're in the dream world. But somehow that internal clock does seem to bring us back to reality at a very specified time, even though what we're thinking about or experiencing within the dream seems to have no connection to time. Right? Like your dreams can be all over the place. Like you can have an insane dream that 3 hours worth of stuff took place, but you literally were only napping for 5 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, the movie Inception is a ton of fun to think about. Um uh there's a lot of good just movie portrayals of this types of all this what is it? I don't know,
Simulation
metaphysical
theory.
kind of thought. Yeah, simulation and just metaphysics. Like I don't know, like the realm of possibility.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I would equate something like Inception to metaphysics, because I feel like it's literally a movie about an infinite
No,
regression.
no, I was kind of saying like three different things separate from each other, but yeah.
I gotcha.
Um,
That's why I had the statement
But
earlier
no,
about if you feel like we're in a simulation or you think that we are in a simulation, why are we moving towards the simulation, creating another simulation within the simulation?
well, I would tell you, I would tell you this. Okay, coming into Flat Earth, I was also in the Mandela effect before ever coming into this server, these servers, right? Um, and then I was a lot more biased towards the possibility, like likelihood that we would be in a simulation. I've heard a lot of good arguments from a lot of level-headed people around here that do refute it, but I still can't say completely. And I can understand the narrative. You got to take that in consideration. Like, fits their narrative, definitely. Um, but it's just preying on like
Whose religion are you buying, Lou? What one's up front that it's a religion, the other is a religion cloaked in I don't know, white coats as opposed to black robes.
Yeah, I don't know. I just don't trust anybody anymore. Like that's the problem, I guess. Like I feel like I'm being d- everything's a double agent like got in on it, you know. Your best friend is against you. Yeah.
Yeah, well, the biggest contention I have with simulation theory is that most of the time it's put forth as some sort of explanation that is not metaphysical or religious in nature. But to me, it's the exact same thing. Just in a different idea as to what you believe about the metaphysical and the creation, who we are, where we are, why we're here, kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, if I was just to go basically fully illogical, just gut instincts, and I know I've heard it before, and even this is one of those where it's because I swore I had a dream that I experienced this in a dream, you know, where this was when I was big into the Mandela effect stuff too. I was like, my mind was spinning, you know, I was just freaking blah. Anyway, man, I literally had a dream back in like 2016 where like it was more it felt more like a, what do they call them? Like a waking dream or something like that, like where you feel like you're awake, but like you
Lucid
can where you experience everything around you, but you can't move, like where you're paralyzed and shit.
night terrors, yeah.
It was sort of like that, but mixed with like but
Oh yeah,
instead
what is
of
that called? Where you're basically lucid dreaming, but you can't freaking move. I've experienced this before.
oh my god, it was so weird. But like I had like a panel of people around me that were like they were like a hive mind, like a collective consciousness of a panel, like 12 people that were like deciding things and like doctors almost, like medical. They're talking to each other and me at the same time, but mostly each other. And you know, when they talk to you, they're very short and like you don't have much time to answer, and they don't really want to hear any bullshit. It's just like, it does this hurt? No, yes, blah blah blah, like that kind of a deal, you know. Um, and they presented this idea that I could like go in because I was a gamer, big gamer at the time. They presented this idea that I could have the most realistic game simulation ever like created, and it would be and it would and it would be like a rehab program for whatever it was that I thought that I needed improvement on. They could cure that, or they could fix that, or they could, it might take many playthroughs, and each playthrough would feel like a lifetime. But eventually, like, it wouldn't really matter because they would be right there watching over, and it would really actually only be minutes. And it was sold as like this: you have nothing to worry about. We're right here. And I said, yeah, that sounds cool. And all of a sudden, boom, there was like a flash. And I was thrown back into reality, and I woke up. But I might have fucking imagined it because I've heard other people say shit similar.
Are you saying you spoke to a council of angels?
Dude, I wouldn't call them fucking angels.
Demons?
I wouldn't call them demons either. They were like doctors. Fuck them.
So a council of your simulation theory priests?
I don't know what the fuck they were.
My mother told me about a dream she had similar to that when she was a little kid, and she woke up to these men, these bald men in like doctors' uniforms, and they were talking to each other, and they raised her up on this needle thing while she was lying on her back, and then she slid down the needle, and she saw the needle coming through her stomach, and like went up to the roof and out the roof or something like that. And yeah, but yeah, I've heard lots of similar accounts where people had like these medical staff around them, but they're human-like, or at least human-like, or just look human.
Oh yeah, the thing was I never saw any of them. It was like all just I heard them, and I had like I felt the presence of them. It was like they were all around me, like um
Can you explain to me the feeling or sensation of somebody in a lab coat being around you?
no, like I said, it wasn't what they were wearing. I said that it was like they were like doctors, the way they were talking, the way they were short with everything, and that they were talking to each other more than they were me, and talking about me in front of me, and like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But no, it was just a dream. Whatever. Like, it was a fucking freaky fucking dream. Like, but
Maybe it was a glimpse into metaphysical beings that are helping to guide you through life that you
no,
may
these
or may
things,
not really realize.
whatever they were, no, I realized right away that I was deceived. Like, I was like, no, 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 bullshit. Like, hold on, I didn't get a chance to finish what I was saying. You know, like, just like as soon as like they presented the idea, I was like, yeah, that sounds cool. And they're like, so yeah, and I was like, sure. And they're like, wait, boom.
Wait,
I
I got
don't know.
questions.
Yeah. Gone.
Oh
They
shit!
just tossed me off.
It's called sleep paralysis, by the way.
Yeah, sleep paralysis. I didn't want to interrupt this story once that came to my mind. But yeah, I've
Yeah,
experienced that before.
I felt like I was on my back in an all white room, honestly, like an alien abduction or some shit, honestly. Like, I didn't see any faces, only had like mental images, heard a lot of voices.
Were you transported to Uranus?
I was transported to Uranus. Fuck you.
Were they discussing a probe?
No, there was none of that. No probing going on. It was like I said. It was. I gave you everything. I told you everything I remember. It wasn't physical. Like I said, it was in a dream. But it was like I woke up and then like I had already seen Mandela effect changes. That's the thing. It's not like I woke up and then the Mandela effect hit me. You know what I mean? That would be better for the story.
Yeah.
That would be.
I've been taking notes about your dreams, Lou, and I've come to my psychoanalysis conclusion of what needs to be done, what these dreams are telling you.
I'm not listening to you. You sound deceitful right now.
I think you need Jesus. That's my full psychoanalysis.
No, man, look, dude. I believe in God. I don't know if Jesus has anything to do with God. I'm pretty sure that has to do with a religion that wanted to control you.
Maybe. Could be. Maybe at some point in time or outside of time when you leave this world, they'll figure it all out.
Well, the fucking white coats fucking want me to keep repeating this until I figure something out. So, thanks for the hint.
No problem.
Hey, why is the moon upside down in Australia? What's up with that?
Everything's upside down in Australia.
Exactly. Woz knows the answer. Woz knows. Anyway, full moon today, huh? Full moon tonight?
Yeah, funny you bring it up as I'm looking at it. Interesting.
Cool.
Synchronicity.
They call it the buck moon because the male deer are in their antlers are in full growth season.
Ah. There you go, man. Learn something new every day. Buck moon.
Who says we're upside down anyway? Who decided that shit? Maybe yous are upside down.
Maybe. Exactly. I was wondering that same question a few weeks ago. Oh, sorry. My music's bad. I was wondering that same question.
Why can't Australia just go back to not existing?
When did they start calling it down under, man? Who came up with that? When was that a thing? What time frame we looking at? 40s, 20s, the 80s? Come on down under. I'll put another shrimp on the bobby.
It's a prawn.
When did it start, man? Down under.
2019. That's what Mandela says.
Ah.
Well, it's funny because I always remembered on the map New Zealand being more like
in the center,
like perpendicular, like, and not very far off the east coast of the map of Australia, and now it's like way southeast and looks like a lot further away. And I never remembered Australia, the tip of Australia, being so close to Indonesia as well. And when I was in the Mandela effect,
you're from Australia and you don't remember New Zealand being as far away or being so close to Papua New Guinea?
On the map.
Right, yeah, and I rang a radio station when I was into the Mandela effect. I was right into the Mandela effect, and I rang this radio station. I'd ring him once a week and just get and
Because
rattle off a few to him.
I'm with you on that. But most people in the Mandela community, they're way off, in my opinion. So like, they'll say they remember Australia like damn near touching freaking Antarctica, like like way off in the middle of nowhere, so far from any land. Like, and it wasn't
Right,
quite like that either. Like,
exactly. Like that's what I'm saying. I had this radio announcer actually googling where New Zealand is, right, and he was like, "No way!" Like he didn't know it was further south than Australia either, right? Like, and Argentina, the tip of Argentina's further south. Like, why is Australia even considered down under when there's land masses further south? I don't get it.
yeah. And what about for you then for South America? Do you remember it being so far offset to the east from North America?
I don't.
Yeah, I've looked at that too. Yeah,
I remember being right underneath us. Now it's way off to the side.
Yeah, it's moved like 2,000 miles to the east. Like the whole, and what's the big giveaway from your memories? Obviously, it's got to be from your memories, but big giveaway is when you look at Central, what they used to call Central America. Um, it wasn't this hook like they show it now.
I didn't even know that there's not a road that connects South America to Central America. If you want to, like, I follow a guy that he rides a scooter around. He had to dismantle his scooter and put it on a barge, and
Yeah, no, no,
yeah,
no. Central America, I believe. I think you can still go to Central America, but then to South America, you
if
have
you,
to
yeah,
get on boat.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah, I thought there used to be a trail, like not only a road, but there was a hiking trail where if you wanted to, you could go from Alaska all the way down to Argentina on a hiking trail.
You're still going to have to cross the Panama Canal, right?
Yeah,
Yeah, but
Was the creation of the
only because they dug it out, right? Only because they dug it out. Like it would have been like there was no reason to create a canal otherwise.
Right. So, other than the Panama Canal, what body of water do you need to traverse to go from Alaska?
There's like a 60-mile stretch that
yeah.
you have to take on boat.
The jungle. It's like it's just marshland. There's not enough actual dirt there, I guess, to put a road on. It's just pure jungle and marshland.
there's something about the Panama Canal too, isn't there? Its orientation has changed according to some people.
Well, yeah, with that one, I mean, I can't say for certain, but at least the way I was taught as a youngster was that it connected, the Pacific to the Atlantic, and the way I had it in my head was that it connected the east to the west. But the Panama Canal actually, because of that hook I was talking about in Central America, runs north to south. And when it comes to other geography changes, I remember the opening of the Mediterranean to the Atlantic to being much larger. Like Spain wasn't that close to fucking Africa. It was kind of close, but not like that. And Italy clearly was about to kick the boot, not cocked way back like it is. I'm sorry, the boot was about to kick the football. Sicily.
Right. Yeah.
So it was about like Instead, it's cocked back. Like it's like I'm thinking about kicking this Sicily around.
We
I don't
are living
remember.
in the
I don't remember. I don't remember. Alaska and Russia being so close as they are either. It seems like a much smaller world, honestly, like a compacted world.
Well, it is a small world after all.
Yeah, that's true. I also don't remember Mongolia in recent history being an actual country. Like it was like not its own country since like a long time ago. It was a part of China, and now it's like its own fucking country again. I don't know when that happened.
The only weird map memories I have is I feel like globes back in the day had at least some sort of ice formation at the North Pole, if not land.
Yeah, that not all globes, but a lot of them did have depict ice at the north and south, but they don't exist anymore, and supposedly never did. Excuse me for that. So yeah, that's true too. But I don't even like going there, like it, because in the northern hemisphere they claim there is. Even then, I remember they claimed that there was no land, but they did depict like an ice sheet on some maps and globes. You can't find those anymore.
What the heck does Santa live on? An ice barge? Freaking something. What? What?
There's no such can answer that one. Yeah, good. You got the point. It's not Sunday.
No, something changed big time. Like even like the gap between like Europe and America, or say Africa and South America, like on the globe, of course, on maps. Um, I would say for me anyway, it was in the late 90s or early 2000s that I noticed actually that, like, I think it was, or I'm sorry, it was whenever the Wii came out. What year did the Wii come out? Probably like 2012 ish, 20.
Yeah, around that time frame.
I remember they had their Wii map of the world, and I had a friend with me who was, uh, I was laughing at how cartoonish it was. Which, yes, it was meant to be cartoonish because it's for little kids. But I talked about how it just was so squished, and like those continents were too close together. And my friend was like, "No, that's the way it's supposed to be." I'm like, "No," and I started talking about this stuff. This is like way before the Mandela effect. And I busted out a globe that I've had since I was a little kid, and I'm like, and even then, I was telling him like, I was sure at that moment that I was going to show him that it was different, and and then I saw it when I had it in my globe. I'm like, they're fucking close here now too. Like something had changed, like at that moment, like or before that moment anyway. But like I didn't notice it until then. Um, like right now I saw stuff in this chat or in the Evans or whatever, but showing like little circles, like Like the moon was going to be lighting up 98% of the world's population. Like, how is that fucking possible on a ball? Like, it wouldn't be. It definitely wouldn't be, and definitely not on the maps that they showed us. Something's fucked up with the maps they're showing us, with reality, with like it's.
It makes sense to me though when I think of the maps are messed up on purpose because it would behoove all those the first corporations that were ever made were based around shipping. Basically, it was like the spice trade and the drug trade with China, the opium trade. So that
Well,
was back in the day. That was the way to make vast amounts of money.
Yeah,
And
you can control a lot by controlling maps, but my problem
yeah,
is the maps that I remember have disappeared, and I can't go back and find them. I've tried.
that's because
They're gone.
Google buys them all up. Google has like a monopoly on maps. I read that article a long time ago. I won't even be able to find that article, but that's what I heard a long time ago.
Like, where do you find the maps that you were in your Rand McNally textbook as a sixth grader?
Yeah, yeah. Maybe that's why they burn all those books after every 4 or 5 years too. It just makes too much sense thinking about it like esoterically and exoterically. If you owned one of the world's biggest corporations as a sea, with spice trade, why would you want your competition to have access to your routes into India or into wherever Mediterranean, wherever you're going?
So since I was doing it, the last big one, geography wise, Mandela effect. Some of you may have heard of it. Uh, and the residue of it comes from the Dazed and Confused movie of all places. But off the west coast of Australia, I do remember there being in my textbooks and on globes. I remember there being a large landmass that was colored all like brownish gray, um, because it was an uninhabitable place. Like, but there was this large landmass that was probably like almost a third the size of Australia, probably 1,000 miles off to the west of it, like off of Perth, that just disappeared.
What was it called?
And it happens to be right where one of those flights disappeared, also, and never got found.
What was this landmass called on your map?
I don't remember the name of it for sure, but it was a long name, and it started with an M, I think. I'm talking about elementary school days. But
Madagascar.
I remember, no, not Madagascar. Um, I remember it had like 3 rivers drawn in it, and it had some mountains depicted on it. But it was not owned by anybody. No people lived there. It was like a wasteland, uninhabited, similar to like what Antarctica, basically.
Which means it's probably paradise.
Could be. Because especially where they depicted it on the map, yeah. Like off the west coast of Perth.
That's interesting that someone just said that Australia isn't as far south as most people think. I always wondered that because the tip of Argentina gets cold as fuck. I don't remember anybody talking about that severe cold weather in Australia.
What happened? What happened to everybody? Where'd everybody go? I can't hear
Well,
you. There you are.
Bendy Water had a good comment. He wants to be an explorer with a plane, but everything is so lame and murdery. Like it's kind of tough.
It's pretty hard to argue against, huh?
I got nothing. Dude, they're still making fun of flat earthers out there, man. I put the Democ, making fun of Democ in the voice text. Anyway, it was hilarious, man. I had to watch it. Anyway, check it out. I miss Democ, man. He's my bro, man. He's
him and Jin spend quite a bit of time over at Gem Panda.
Yeah, Democ's he's fearless, man. He'll bring it. So is Jan. I can't go over there. I can't even hear that dude's voice. That makes me freak out. No thanks. It's so condescending over there, man. I hate that shit. You fuck off. But some people put up with it. I don't like. I don't dig it myself, man. It's not cool. Definitely not cool. Yeah, they try to take on Witsit on TikTok, and it's just like they'll take a little clip of Witsit saying, "Why isn't there any pictures of Earth?" And then they go, "Hey man, I got a bunch of pictures right here, dumbass." And they just go through a bunch of NASA pictures, and they're like, "Yeah."
You have to attack that straw man.
And they did 10 little clips of Witsit, and then they just go, "Well, I Googled it, man. Here it is, dumbass, Witsit." It's sad, man. They got to go to we must be onto something if they have to go to those kind of links to make fun of us. Anyway, there's a whole shitload of them on BitChute, man. Fucking, they got gins even on one of them. Anyway, pretty crazy. Yep. The comments are fun to read. I'll tell you that. You could write a whole book on the comments. What do you got? Book. It's a book. Check it out. Have a read. Oh man. Funny what people will say to they will in a text or a comment, but get them on the old microphone, man. Let me hear them say that shit. Any globies out there, man? Floating around your globe? Shooting through space? Checking out that new picture that Neil deGrasse Tyson was talking about. That new picture. They got new image. New infrared. It's just the most amazing piece of graphic star lights things that are just amazing. It makes the Matrix look shitty. It's so amazing. Whatever with the Matrix, I heard you guys talking about that earlier. I was like, as far as the movie goes, it was groundbreaking, and when it came out, it absolutely blew everybody's head off how incredible it was. The storyline was good. Are we in a Matrix? Well, kind of. Kind of seems A lot of cuckery going on out there, man. Cooking up some cuckery, man. Cooking it up day by day.
So are you a simulation guy or a simulation dude? No, I don't think so, man. I don't know. I stubbed my toe. I know it fucking hurts. Yeah. I'm going to stick with reality on this one. It is what it is. I like where your head's at. You know.
Well, simulation aside, they have the majority of the population convinced that reality is something that it isn't.
Right. They're in the Matrix. Most people are, apparently. And there's a lot of opposition to what we're doing around here, boys and girls. And these cocks will say anything and do anything and make fucking videos about us and try to make us look stupid or something. It's crazy, man. Now that's a Matrix right there, man. Full on. Yeah, I've done video editing. It ain't easy, man. It takes a minute. You got to get all these clips in the folder and you got to line them up and time stamp and shit. And fuck that. I hate video editing. Fucking hate it. I can do it, but man, it just sucks, man. I just spent 2 hours on 30 seconds. Yeah, that's great. Damn. Fuck. Yeah. It looks cool. Looks cool.
So that's why everybody does the vlogs now, huh? No editing? Just
It's a lot
upload that.
easier to do now on your phone and shit, man. I mean, I've seen some people that do some amazing video work on their fucking phones, dude.
Yeah, no, that's been admitted years ago. Like the guys who used to do those fine tuned, like nicely edited videos that went out. God, probably like almost 10 years ago.
Yeah. Well,
But yeah, I mean now that they admit openly, they're like, it's just way easier for me to open up my mic and my camera to you guys, and you can chat along, and we can just discuss things and blah blah blah. It's play it on the whim.
right. Playing on a whim. Playing it in real time, people. None of this fake time. Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson said we were looking back in time with this new picture from NASA. We're looking back in time, dude. Like, big time way back. Like, billions of years. Yeah, we're looking. The smirk on his face when he's talking to the camera about this picture, man, is just cocky, fucking weirdo. Guy's on some kind of drugs, man, for sure. 100%. You have to be. Yeah. Grab ass Tyson. Neil grab ass. Yeah, man, he got busted grabbing some ass, man, but it kind of went out of the news quick, man. Scooby-Doo, man, that shit was gone. Yeah. There's a bunch
What
of
a
women.
man does to another man's ass is their own business, unless it's political, and then then you make sure everybody knows about it.
Yeah, he got accused of some grab ass and something, I don't know, accusations. But yeah, it just went away. It's all good.
Yeah, but Bill Nye's a liar. Can't believe what Bill Nye said.
Right?
What do you mean by that? Are you talking about what he said about closed container, not closed container, but closed system? Is that what you're saying?
No, about Neil deGrasse.
Oh, I thought you said Bill Nye.
No, Neil deGrasse.
Yeah, I did.
What about him? How cucky he is, or what? What about him? What about the
I'm
Mongo?
saying you can't believe what Bill Nye said about Neil deGrasse.
Oh, I don't know what he said about him.
What did
I
he
don't.
say? What did he say?
I was insinuating that it was Bill Nye accusing him of doing that.
Oh, damn it! Is this just failed Australian humor? Is that what
No,
this is?
this is some. No, Neil deGrasse Tyson, some girl, he worked with or something, was filing charges that he was, a little too touchy feely at work, apparently. It just went away, man, out of the news. He was here one day, gone next, man. It was weird. Maybe it's a Mandela effect. Maybe I'm
Hold
misremembering.
on. Now I'm confused. Which one got touchy feely? Neil?
Neil, yeah, Neil grab ass Tyson. Yes, that's why.
Yeah, I believe Neil might grab some ass. He like
Yeah,
he thinks he can get away with it because he's black.
yeah, he's just an actor, man. Just an actor.
Neil grabbed Bill's ass. That's what he was trying to say.
Yeah, I heard that at the end. I just wanted to clarify that wasn't what I said, but it's pretty funny. Yeah, if that would be good. Yeah, I'm sure they've probably been to a few parties together. You never know. You never know. Anyway, back to billions of miles and billions of years and billions and it's all billions and billions and billions and billions and billions.
Have you guys all seen the Bill Nye music video, Sex Junk?
What?
Sex Junk with Bill Nye.
No, I haven't seen that, man.
It's on you. I'm not posting it. Go ahead and just type those keywords in to YouTube and see what you get.
Yeah. I'll skip that, man. That sounds a little fucking trippy.
No, you really want to see this if you haven't, honestly.
You can't unsee shit, man. It's my.
Oh, well, it's true. It's true. It's true. But like, you're the kind of guy who exposed yourself this far. Like, why the fuck wouldn't you
I've
keep
seen
going?
it all, man. There's nothing I haven't seen.
Yeah.
I got you. I posted it.
There it is. All right. I'll be back in a minute. Hold on.
Yeah. Got my sex junk, my ooh.
Yeah, I just did a little quick search on who her parents were. She's a member of the tribe, dude.
Tribe Called Quest. That's badass.
Just wanted to make sure my radar was still working, dude.
Whoever that was that just left because of Bill Nye and sex junk.
Yeah, I didn't listen to the whole video either. So. I did. I got 1 minute and 19 seconds into it though.
It's really hard. Yeah, I think you have to like get like clothesline hangers, like and like peel your eyes open in order to finish that. Like when we talk about the depravity of like society and like what we're doing to our kids and stuff, like that video is literally it's that bad. It's one of those things that's a shocker to any parent or anything like that, where you feel and you go, "Oh my god, this is meant for children."
I posted a video in here the other day, and Gospel Bear thanked me for it, but it's this woman, and she was basically decoding the jargon. It's basically political jargon. It was titled something like "New World Order: The Real Definitions," and it made sense. She put like 10 of these. They sound just bland, like bland words, but she put in her own version of what they're saying when they're mentioning this and these words in their document. And the eighth word she decoded was diversity, and she broke it down to where the reason why those types of videos are being shoved in our faces is because if you want to stay in their system, where the money gets flushed around all the big corporations, if you want, you're gonna have to peddle that type of information to keep the money flowing to your business.
Dude, I'm leaving the server. Thanks for that, Lou. Fuck. That was. I'm kidding.
Dude,
you watched the whole video, huh?
It's not the server's fault, man.
Oh my god, dude, that is the wickedest, weirdest, kooky, Satan cuck shit I've seen in a while, man. Fuck off, Bill Nye. Fuck off. That's horrible.
Right. That's what we were just talking about. Like,
yeah.
Oh my god, like.
It's pure.
This is meant for children. Are you kidding me? Young, impressionable teenagers.
My vagina has a voice. My vagina has a what? Oh my god,
dude! And then Bill Nye is it's just the cheesiest, corniest, the freaking like
porn, dude.
How did that ever get aired,
bro?
How
did they get aired? How did they just get money to spend on the set? Oh, fuck. Who knows? I mean, that is...
Soon as she said vagina, I thought in my mind, Amy Schumer.
I needed that. Thanks.
That's why I had to go look up her parents. Yeah.
This is the guy telling us that creationism taught in high schools is a crime.
Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, that one, yeah. Thanks. I'll be having nightmares tonight. That was hot.
Yeah, in case you didn't realize how bad it really is, now you know.
It's a good it's a good reminder.
Yeah.
I've seen the Illuminati baby eaters, I know about those guys. I'm like, what? Get the fuck. You gotta be, yeah, that's, yeah. So they start out, every next generation has to take it to the next level, man, to the point of, fuck, it might be cool to just chop your arm off.
Right. I don't want to like hurt you too bad before bed, but like
fuck is
keep in
next?
mind that's an old ass video. That's like years old. They've
Yes.
taken it much farther than that by now.
Yeah. I mean, today's like that's nothing compared to this.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the 80s. It just looks like the 80s. You know, it's hilarious.
The 80s did not look like that. No.
It did
I
look
mean,
like that, bro.
it kind of like the way they dressed it did, but like that's it. Like they didn't talk like that. They didn't fucking.
No,
They didn't.
there was a couple of radical women, man, that were, you know, getting busy with some pretty nasty shit in the 80s, man.
They didn't make songs with fucking Bill Nye and PBS. Like
Took it to the next flat earth globe level, man. I mean, here's the guy you trust. Here's the guy you trust with your science. What? All right. So they bring up these like Britney Spears and Hannah Montana through the Disney Channel, and they're all like really cute and fun, and they dress really bitchin', and they get all these little girls watching the show or whatever. And then, years later down the road, they turn into these, they're just having sex on stage, basically. And it's like, whoa, man. You did a hell of a crossover there, babe. Man, I didn't know you were going to.
Yeah, they're a brand. The little girl.
Porno.
The little girls get hooked on their brand, and then they all turn into whores. So.
Mm-hmm. That's my point, man. You nailed it.
It's really bad. I'm doing my best what I can. I have a 8-year-old daughter.
I know you.
And so in every picture, like they're just already trained. Like they just want to make sure to do their pose, something they saw. They're mimicking something they saw on some post somewhere. They're like, hold on, let me do this pose. Now take another picture of me. I want to do this pose. Like,
yeah, well, it's I don't know, the selfie generation, man. I don't know what the fuck it is, man.
Yeah, I would have got made fun of if I was in front of a Polaroid camera and they were snapping one of those. I would have got made fun of. So,
dude, I've always avoided cameras. I see someone point. My grandma points a camera at the family, and I like cover my face, and then she gets like upset, and then like, oh, fine, I'll take another one, and I take that one. But like, I just always been that way. Now they jump in front of the camera. They're like, get me, get me, get me.
Do a selfie, man. Come on, bro. Come on. Selfie. Yeah, I like being the cameraman. So I spent a lot of time behind the camera. Thousands of hours. So yeah, I'll take the camera work. Cause you don't know how to hold the camera steady, so give it to me, Mongo.
I don't want to be in your picture though. So can you just like cut me out every time? Like,
yeah, I do a lot of scenery. I do a lot of try to capture like a vibe, music, or whatever's going on, weddings, shit like that. Yeah, I don't know. I had to just grew up with a camera.
I don't understand that either. Like everybody, and that's what this is about too. It's like they think that they're famous if somebody sees them online. Like,
yeah, we're famous, totally famous. Shit.
I don't want to be known. I don't want to be known. And all through history, when you look at this, like families, like with their crests and stuff like that. I'm from the whatever,
I got the
guild.
I got the best advice, man, when I was like 16, man. This dude, man, had it all going on, man. He just fucking had all the hookups, LA, Hollywood, what. He's like, dude, the worst thing you could ever do in your life is become famous.
Yeah, you don't want to be known.
He goes, it wrecks you. I was like, oh, thanks, man. I'll keep that in mind. Cheers. And yeah, man.
Whether it's in business or in freaking,
Yeah, exactly. Just
You
want
want to start selling illegal drugs. You don't want to be known. You know what I mean? Like you want to keep that
you
shit
want you want
real fucking cool.
maybe you might be known in your industry, but
But
like
not like really. No, you don't want to be known. You
you
want
don't want to
like
be like,
you want them to know of you, but not you.
yeah, man. I mean, there's some, I made a lot of famous like guitar builders and shit, like Leo Fender. I met Mog. I met these guys, man. Uh, guys that build Rackenbacker, um, Taylors, Martins. I met all these people, man. They're kind of famous in my industry, right? They're definitely famous, man. Martin is one of the greatest guitars you'll ever pick up and play.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
And it's made in Pennsylvania. And I met the people there, and I walked through the factory, and I shook all their hands, and and I had like fucking red carpet treatment because I was coming to town. Anyway, and it's just like, okay, that kind of famous I could deal with. You know what I mean? It's like, okay, yeah, you build really cool shit.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but you don't want to be known for some stupid shit like we're seeing these days. Because like
Oh,
you're the guy who fucking busted your
you're the
nuts
guy
trying to
that,
do some dumb
dude.
shit. You're the
Lou, I don't know if you're an early internet adopter, but there was a video going around of some chick pooping in some dude's mouth. Did you ever see that?
Are you talking about the two girls, one
No, I don't
thing?
think it was two girls, man. It was wicked, man. And this was back probably like
I mean, look, I never know. I like anytime anybody ever tried to show me some scat shit, like I was like, okay, you're fucked up. I'm not hanging out with you anymore, and I'm not
somebody
watching
emailed
this.
it to me, but once you see that, you don't forget it. It's like, oh fuck, what a nasty thing to watch. Anyway, and it was bad. That was bad, man. But yeah, look at what we got now. There you go, leftist. Hey, I'm your waiter. What would you like to eat?
You're losing me. Started talking about scat, and then you said finish with that. I don't know.
Anyway, we can scat it out. Scat, man. I was apparently it was invented by Louis Armstrong. It's kind of a way to sing without singing. He just go Scooby Doo butt, Scooby Doo bump, blom, blam, bom. It's like, oh, I like that, man. That's cool. And then Cab Calloway kind of grabbed it, ran with it.
James Brown did a little of that as well.
James Brown did a lot of it. Absolutely, yeah. It got handed down, and it's a cool thing, man. Scatting is cool. Like, every once in a while, man, I got to catch some scat, man. It's where it's at. It kind of resets you. It's like a reset, man. Here's some scat. There's some great scatters out there, man. Modern ones, I don't know about. There's
It's quite the foot in the mouth situation you got going on. What else you got about scat?
Dude, I gave you the history. I fucking sang it. What more do you need, bro? There's some great people that can scat. That's all. Yeah, I'm not. I can Scooby Doo. Different than scat. But I can Scooby Doo all fucking night, man. I am a master at the Scooby Doo. So I can bring that.
Modest Yahoo does some of that stuff too.
There's a thing called, what is it called?
Steven Tyler from Aerosmith, he liked to do a little bit of scat.
There's another genre where the guy just does like a spoken word over like jazz music, and I can't remember the term of it. But
what was that one guy? Scatman Jack? Was that it?
There you go.
Was Scatman?
I'll remember this jazz term, man. It's a weird genre of music, man, that most people don't know about. I listened to it one time, and my buddy turned me on to it a few years ago. I was like, check this out, man. It's like a spoken word kind of thing with jazz music, man. And it's just really cool. The guy would just sit there and go, while the jazz music's playing, he's like, today is today, and tomorrow it'll be all right. It's just like, he's just talking shit, right? You know, kind of like make you think kind of shit. And it's pretty cool, man. I'll try to find some, but I'll hit you up. But it's a rare form of music, man. A rare genre. Very rare. It's very, very, very rare.
The rarest scat you can find.
Lots of scat out there. What's the fucking something jazz? Fuck. Can't remember the name of it. Fuck. All right, I'm done. I can't remember shit. Fuck this. I just know that these cucks lied to us about all kinds of shit, and I'm still pissed. Fuck them.
You know what? I'm done. No, I'm done being pissed. I'm just trying to friggin'.
No, I just
It's a
tell
little late. Like
them.
it's a little late. The whole being trying to be content. Like I'm just like that's my whole idea. But like
trying to be content, man.
Financially ready. I'm not financially ready to just be content, you know. But like, so I can pretend to be content.
Well, be content in your daily trip, man. Whatever it is, you know. I know you got a lot going on, working and 8-year-old and that kind of shit. So you just try to stay in the moment, man. That's my best advice for you, man. Stay in the moment. That's the best advice. The second best advice I ever got, man. Besides, you don't want to be famous, was just stay in the moment, man. Don't be tripping.
Yeah, no, I get it. No, that's exactly it. That's the whole idea behind content.
And you keep your
when I say it, that's the whole. Yeah.
You keep your pulse rate down and your cognitive awareness up, and it's a nice balance, man. And you try to get there as much as you can. You're not always going to be there, man. There are things that are going to piss you off.
Well, yeah. I didn't even get into that again tonight. I don't know if you've heard about my brother.
I was not tuned in, man. So
no, I got a brother who, because of the the thing that people were taking,
because of the cocoa. Oh no.
Yeah, cocoa. Because of the cocoa. Oh no. Because of the cocoa. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
He took the first couple rounds because he is like one of them weird kids that hangs out with weird kids, and like, he's 20 years younger than me, so he's actually 20 years old. So he's college age, and he wants to go to college, and he did what he had to do to go to college, and then
shit.
And then, aside from that, though, that was fine. He was fine the first couple of rounds that they made him take. But then, he recently wanted to go to visit somebody that he knows from online, but he's actually known her for a long time, and she came and visited us a couple of years ago down here. So he wanted to go up to Canada, and in order to do that, they got strong travel restrictions.
Right.
And so he got updated.
Got update.
Yeah.
3.0.
Yeah, he got updated, and then he almost died, and now he's got like a lifelong disease, and he was like an athletic,
athletic young 20-year-old bro.
Yeah.
Yep.
He just got out of the hospital on Monday after two blood transfusions. And,
holy shit! Fuck all, man. Hey, man, we've done what we could do, Lou. You know, I got some stories too, but I won't share them tonight. But you know, we tried to say, hey, man, no way in hell, bro. I love you, but no way in hell. You could throw 10 million on the table right now, dude. 10 million, 20 million. I'd be like, no,
you want to know the part? You want to know the part that's breaking me up with this is that my brother, I discussed this with him, and I know he knows the argument. And he told me that he didn't think it would bother him. He didn't think it would get him. He knew there was risks. That it happens to some people.
Yeah, it's a gamble, man.
But he, but he did it. He did it anyway, and
Not taking that gamble, man.
so we're having now. I want to point out, like, to him. Well, you're not going to take any more of these, right?
I don't think you have to worry about that. You don't have to worry about that, man. Don't worry about it.
No. I think I do. People like this, they're still like, yeah. I mean,
oh, fuck off! No way.
I swear to God. I swear to God.
Fuck. I gotta get a drink. Fuck. Hold on. I'll be back. Shit. I'll be back. I gotta go in the house, mix a drink, because that just fucked me up. Thanks, Lou.
Yeah, no, if Bill Nye wasn't enough.
Now we've gone to cuck fucking Bill. You did what you could, bro. Just pat yourself on the back. And that's it. Dude, I can't know how many people I've told. Don't. No.
No, here's the thing. Okay, here's the thing that's all fucked up. Like, for the people who just follow and the nonsense we keep hearing, I could see where the doctors would say, "Oh no, because of what happened, especially you're more vulnerable. You would have to make sure you take."
Dude, I know a story. Yeah. Anyway, no, I don't.
Dude, I'm telling you. I'm telling you.
I want to say it live on air, but I feel like where you're going with that, man. We'll have to chat in one of the other rooms sometime, man, about that. But yeah, that's wicked, man. Wicked fucking bullshit out we're dealing with people. Come in here and talk to Lou for a minute. I'll be back.
No, I gotta go.
Lou's done. Okay, and we'll just come in and talk. Then I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I gotta mix myself a cocktail. Cheers, Lou. Hang in there, brother. Oh shit, he bounced. Fuck. All right, shoot. We do what we can, man. We're gonna have to suffer through the injuries of these people, man. We're just gonna have to do it, and that's it. And that's cool. We'll get through it. Sucks, man. Totally sucks, bro. I've watched several people going through a bunch of crazy kooky shit that they didn't have before, and now they do, and it's like just sucks. It just sucks, shit. Sucks shit. All right, I'll be back. All right, I think I'm back. I'm back. What's going on? I moved my whole studio today, man. So it's all weird. I got a different. I'm facing west instead of facing east, man. So we'll see how this works out. It might not work out. I'm gonna have to go back. We'll see. All right. So yeah, the cucky world, man, keeps delivering the cucks. Bill Nye, man. Bill Nye dancing with the crazy, freaky sex, whatever they were. Fuck off. The sex junk. Sex junk. That's where we've gone. We've gone to sex junk. Really? Okay. That sounds good. Yeah, that's a good idea, man. Let's go. Sex junk. With Bill Nye. Saves the world. Excellent. Way to lift up humanity.
He has proof that we came from Mars.
We were just a speck of monkey fart that landed in the perfect Goldilocks zone from billions of years ago. Come on. You know that's
right,
true.
Yeah, of course. And you know that if they detonated a few nukes on the other side, on the inside of Venus, between Venus and the sun, they could get it to drift out into the Goldilocks zone, and then you'd have to detonate another couple of nukes on this side of it to slow it down, get it to stop, and keep it in the orbit.
Dude, I love your thinking. Yes.
Yeah. Another habitable planet, right?
Totally. I'm down. I'll throw $10 in for this for sure. Everybody throw.
He'll start a GoFundMe. GoFundMe.
If everybody throws $10, we can do this. No. Oh, that's hilarious, dude. I'm having a Bombay Sapphire and lemonade. It's imported from London.
Has that got curry in it?
I don't. It's a
got, curry.
It's a very dry bean.
Right.
From England. Anyway, I don't usually have mixed drinks. You guys know me. I'm kind of a beer and wine guy, but I'm out of beer. I didn't feel like cracking open an entire bottle of wine. I better not do that. But yeah, Bombay Sapphire. It sounds good. Anyway, cheers. Cheers, Mongos. We're going to blow up Venus into the Goldilocks zone, and we're going to have a planet, bro. We got this. Come on.
Theoretically, right?
Theoretically. Yes, in due time. In due time, I swear. We will go back to the moon as soon as the next president says we're going to go back to the moon. They've all said it, man. It's 1969.
They had.
It was Carter. It's like, yeah, we're going to do it. And it was Reagan. And yeah, we're going to do it. And then there was Bush. Yeah, we're going back. And then there was Clinton. Oh, definitely Clinton going back. We got it. I did not have sex with that woman. I'm gonna do. I can't do it. Ain't gonna do it. Ain't a Bush. Ain't gonna do it.
Bush said we were going to put men on Mars by 2023 or something, didn't he?
We're gonna put a man on Mars.
Yeah, that's what Bush said. I'm pretty sure.
And then Obama said We're going back to the moon. They've all said it, man. We haven't been back. That should raise a red flag, man. That should be a red flag in your. I call it the preponderance of evidence chest or locker. Locker? Yeah. Preponderance of evidence locker. It sounds like a Australian thing. Locker or chest?
Locker. Sounds a bit like, is that like Davy Jones's locker?
David Jones's locker? Yes, the preponderance of evidence for the stationary flat plane, and then there's the preponderance of evidence that they're full of shit. That one's just like that particular Davy's locker is fucking packed. Preponderance of evidence, the evidence that we see, and what we can verify, man, or right here on the good old ground and dirt that we live on. The dirt. Hey, man, it's a great place to live, man. I checked it out. It's pretty cool, man. It's a cool place we got here. I've been asking NASA, man. NASA. I've been asking NASA. Hey, man, you got one picture of a tree anywhere besides Earth? Please? I'm waiting. No, we got this beautiful lighted image that came from a $10 billion telescope. And this is the first picture looking back billions and billions of years in time. And you're just going to have to believe me because it's true. Because I said so. That's why it's true. It gets a bit ridiculous at times, man. I have to make fun of it because it's so fucking stupid. And the people are buying it. They're buying it, man.
Well, if you don't believe it, you're a science denier, right?
If you don't believe it, hey, you know what? You can't even use that term. Like, they even want to limit you can't say traitor or commie bastard. You can't say those terms anymore. Those are outlawed in Canada. And or commie bastard. those two. I am not kidding. Trudeau wants to get rid of those terms because he's been going to all these places and the people are booing him, going, commie fucking bastard, you fucking commie bastard, and traitor, you fucking traitor, piece of shit. There, he wants to outlaw those terms. Yeah, there you go. Nothing to see here, folks. Move along.
Yeah.
I grew up in a household, man. My dad, World War II vet. He's like, dude, man, commie bastards, commie this, commie that, commie fucking cocky fucking bitch, Yeah, he was all about the America and those commie bastards. Cold
War. Like Fry's dad from Futurama.
Yeah, it was commie this and commie that all the time. It's funny, man. I met some Russians. I met some people from Eastern Europe. And they're like the coolest fucking people I've ever hung out with, man. And they make them out to be these bad guys. It's like, oh shit, man, you guys are so cool, man. Yeah, so what a weird world. I'm glad we have a place to come and chit chat about the world because this world's got a lot to chit chat about. No, I'll tell you that. A chit chat, a fucking chit chat. Yeah, but it shows us that, we can have relationships many, many, many thousands of miles away, down under. And we can come to some understanding of reality. That's why we're here, man. We want to the scientific proof for reality. Fucking A. Come on. Where is it? We observe this, we observe that. Yeah. It's a bendy fucking space-time. Guaranteed. And it's the gravitational forces between the trillions and billions of miles that makes it all possible. That it never parallaxes ever. And it's totally perfect every time.
Of course. That's the explanation. And it's got to be true.
It's total chaos that has been formed into perfect harmony. How about that? I mean, come on. I can't get anywhere.
Yeah.
That's it, man.
Total reversal of entropy, right?
Exactly. Was, bro. You got it. And that's how it works. And once you realize that, man, you're like, 10 steps ahead of the next guy. Trust me, at least 10. Probably more like 50 or 100, but, once you see what you're living on, man, and you go, wait a minute, this spinny thingy, no. No, we're not shooting through billions of galaxies and billions of miles. Fuck off. And trillions of miles. Trillions of miles, by the way. The closest fucking star to Earth is 4.2 light years away, man, which is like 24 trillion miles, man. 24. That's they had to come up with these numbers because there was no other way to explain all this shit, man. Like,
it's a hop, skip, and a jump. Hop, skip, and a jump. We can get it.
It's only 4. And then they go, it's only 4.2 light years. It's only 4.2 light years. Okay, that means don't think about the trillions of miles, but just think about the 4.2. It's really close. It'll take you 4.2 years to get there. You'll be good. You'll be fine. Here in India, we find it's only 4.2 light year. Okay, from here to closest star, Alpha Centauri. 26 trillion miles, man. Oh yeah, that's right. What do you mean, dude? Really? 26 trillion miles. Of course, that's the number we know for sure, guaranteed. We looked, made perfect measurement, and it worked perfect every time. What? Whoa. Where'd you get this measurement, bro?
One heck of a ruler.
We got the measurement, man. We got measurement from the calculation between it is a calculation. Matthew learns. He will definitely say it's a calculation, not the measurement. It's a calculation. That means our calculations are right and yours are wrong. Okay? Yours are definitely wrong and mine is definitely right. Definitely right. Hey, it's just not a cuck show out here, man. You're not paying attention to the mainstream cuck show, are you? I'm paying attention to it, man. I'll tell you what. Just keep looking at the mainstream cuck show as I stay away from politics, man. I don't do much of politics. But I tell you, man, I walked into my wife this morning and I went, hey, man, have you guys heard anything about Sri Lanka or the Netherlands in the news? And she's like, no, what's up? And I was like, well, Sri Lanka's economy is completely collapsed. And they're pissed. But I don't know if they're doing it the right way, man. But the Netherlands, they they want to like piss off these farmers, man. These farmers rolled out of town, man, with their tractors and their trucks and all their heavy equipment. And they said, hey, man, no, bro. We're pissed. And you want to take our land and our livelihood? And it's like, I'm kind of pissed here today, man. I'm kind of pissed. And they're pissed, man. But I think that's just the tip of the iceberg, man. Personally, I don't know. I got no insight to this shit, but it don't look good, man. I'll tell you, man. Sri Lanka looked like something out of a fucking movie, bro. The people just rushed their buildings, and the president split, man. He's like, see ya. He gone, and he took off, man. But the Netherlands is at a whole different level. It's like there's two dichotomies going here, man. You got people just pissed, and they're showing up, and they're going to take over the government buildings. And then there's the farmers that are just standing in the street going, no, you guys ain't moving shit until we fix this fucking problem. So yeah, I don't know which way is the proper way of going about resolving some of these issues. I don't know, man. But they're both playing out at the same time, man. They're both playing out, man. It's the dichotomy. It's the ups, the down, the left, the right, the in, the out, the positive, the negative. I mean, I could go on forever, man. It's all a dual economy. Yep. It's a yes, it's a no.
I've been screaming it for years now over here. Like, hey, let's get out of the bi-party system bullshit.
Let's get out of that bullshit.
Seems like it's only been recently that I've actually even heard others sort of talking about it too.
Yeah, man, I'm on it. That's what I can feel, man. That's what I see. It goes back a long way, man, in my life, but just in flat earth stuff, man, I've seen the amazing amount of money that the mainstream media spent to discredit flat earth has been astonishing, man. They spent millions and millions of dollars, and they say film crews and made documentaries and had Joe Rogan talking about it. He had like late night television talking about it. Hollywood's talking about it. It's in TV shows. They make fun of flat earthers, man. They make fun of us, and it sucks, man. I just have to sit here and go, okay, well, I'm going to watch 10 ODD videos compared to your one cucky bullshit video, man. Right? And
yeah,
that's the way I beat it. I just no, wait a minute, man. I'm going to refresh myself on Eric Dubé for a couple days. And dude, he's got there's a documentary, Eric Dubé, 6 fucking hours long, dude. One documentary. It's 6 hours long with Eric Dubé. I dare you to watch that, motherfucker. You will fucking be like,
I did.
Yeah, I know I did too, man. I'm gonna say I got through about 5 hours of it. I still got an hour left, but it's just a reminder of the simple things that we can go out and improve. And it's a good little refresher, man. To kind of, because from Cavendish to fucking the moon landing to whatever you can think of as far as cosmology goes, yeah, it's covered in the 6 hours. I guarantee it, man. If it's helium or oxygen or gas pressure or the fluidity of the viscosity of water, it's fucking covered, man. You're not going to miss a beat. It's a great documentary, man. Thank you, whoever put that together. I don't know if it was Eric or somebody else kind of put a lot of his shit together into one thing. I don't know, man. I don't know who did it. There was no credit. I kind of maybe I need to watch it to the end, probably to catch the credits. Maybe I don't know.
The opposition are kind of like biting themselves in the ass anyway, because, like, just for example, I checked the guy in here a few weeks back, and he'd come across the topic somehow, and he wanted to know about it. Like, he's like, what? You know, like, and so he searched, right?
Yeah.
All the usual platforms, Google, YouTube, and all he was getting was the debunking stuff, the stuff from the other side, right?
I kind of.
And he was like, no, I want to hear not just from my side. I want to hear from the flat earther side. And he was determined to find actual flat earth content, and because he couldn't. And so he had this idea, and he searched into YouTube. He said, there's got to be a live stream. So he just searched in flat earth live stream, and it came up with Helio's YouTube channel. And so he was in, and then he found the link to the Discord, and he came in. So they're kind of biting themselves in the ass if they put too much censorship on it, and they try and hide it too much, and restrict and control it too much. They're going to force people like him. He can't be the only one who's going to think like him. You know, they're going to force people straight to us.
I like that. Straight to earth. Write that down. Gonna force you straight to earth. That's good. That's good. That's good. No. That's really good. That's like, that's top 10 good right there, bro.
And they're the people that are going to get it.
I'm not going to go on the outer space, bro. Here's my point, bro. I think you'll get this, Waz. You and I, we're talking to somebody, and they're like, "Oh, it's the sun, it's the moon, it's stars, a billion." No. Right down here, bro. Get back down here onto Earth, man.
Right.
That's what we live on, bro. We don't live up there, bro. What do we live on?
Exactly.
Tell me. What are you standing on? Tell me. What proof do you got from standing on this earth, or the dirt, that you got that shows it's bendy, spendy, fucking shooting through space at millions of miles an hour? Fuck off. What do you got?
We got flat water.
And we got bendy water. Bendy fucking water. You got bendy fuck all, man. You got bendy nothing, man. It's a great position to be in, man, to know that you're dead on, balls accurate. Or NASA's Nats ass fucking accurate. NASA's dead nuts balls. NASA's accurate. Fuck, I don't know, man. I'm making shit up now. But, these guys that think, well, we designed the bolt to withstand the thermosphere and the outer atmosphere. And I know it's 3,500 degrees up there, but, we made it so it doesn't matter. The molecules are too small. But it's 3,500 degrees, but the molecules are too small to really measure this 3,500 degrees. What? Which one is it, Mongo? Which one is it, bro? Can you measure it or not? No, it's 3,500 degrees. But the molecules are too far apart, so it doesn't matter.
It would be if we could measure it. That's what it would be, right?
If I can measure, I've had this same conversation with fucking Scott Veach, if you know who that cock is, man. I was like, dude, I was all up in his shit. And I'm like, dude.
Yeah, he claimed to be related to an astronaut or some shit.
Yeah, I go, Veach, man. You're going to tell me right now, man, that the fucking 3,500 degrees is not 3,500 degrees. It's some magical fucking 3,500 degrees. And he's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, thanks, man. Nice talking to you. Nice knowing you. Fuck off. New perspective. she showed up. Fuck off. Fuck
What's
off.
up?
That's for
Fuck
Jimmy,
off.
man.
Yeah,
was
thanks
for
for
Jimmy,
your tagline. I like to be greeted with your tagline. Fuck off.
Jimmy was like, fuck off to everybody. Like,
Right?
Jimmy,
Yeah, I guess that is where you got it from.
I mean, that's my bro, man. I learned that from Jibby. I always give him credit. Thank you, brother.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Changed my life, man. Just like you did too, brother. Changed my life.
You as well, man. You've been a key factor in my life for sure.
Yeah, man. I wouldn't change it for anything, bro. Wouldn't trade it. Fuck that.
Absolutely. We're having a little bromance here online.
Oh, I love you, bro, man. No. Walls, I'm just talking with Walls down under. Hey, man, the moon is upside down where he lives, and it's right side up from where we live. And he said, hey, man, what if it's upside down where you live? And I said, oh, my God, that's a good point.
Right?
Right? It's like so fucking weird, man, right? It's like weird, right? Which way?
Yeah, the moon upside down thing is God trolling us, you know. It seems
it's got to be something.
You know, it's like there's so many things that could lead you to believe that you're on a globe. You know, the way the whole place looks and the way it's designed, it's almost like you're trying to trick you into thinking it might be a globe, except for your direct experience, you know, and everything else that makes sense. Right. Other than that, there's a lot of things that you know they based this globe thing on that they realized could totally work, and it did.
Yeah, oh, it works.
They bought it.
They bought it. You heard me earlier, man. They just
right?
bought it, man.
They're buying it.
They're buying it. They're buying it. That was it. So yeah, man. I mean, reality versus you know, some outer spacey fucking lighties in the sky, man. No, bro. We got to keep it down here on the old dirt, man. Let's keep it on the dirt, bro.
Does the upside down moon really make sense?
This is
though,
Joe Dirt here.
Hemisphere, as far as the globe goes.
I'm changing my name.
The Globies use that as a proof, like the upside down moon. Does that work with their model seemingly better than a flat Earth?
Isn't that number one? That's number one. Cock. What the fuck's his name?
Globe proof.
It's the globe cock. They're the guy with the professor, not Professor Dave. That's his number. He was throwing that out against David Weiss.
So what's the idea then? So the moon goes around and it seems upside down to them for what reason? Because they're upside down.
Their stars are turning in a different direction. That's his cucky fucking cuckold go-to, man. Hey, man, the stars are turning in a different direction, Waz.
The moon goes in the same direction. What are you talking about?
But it's upside down.
Yeah.
But it's upside down.
Because of our orientation, you know, we're standing antipodal to somebody that's looking at it.
Hey, man, if I go
up the right way.
if I put a black and yellow dot on the ceiling and I walk from one side of the room to the other, you know, and I spin around and I look and I'm like, oh my God, the black dots on this side closer to me, and now but if I go to the other side of the room, the yellow dot's closer. Oh shit!
Yeah, so the sun would also look upside down if there was a dot at the top.
It's called, I don't know.
That you're on the outer perimeter looking in towards the moon rather than inside.
I think it's orientation, man. I think Waz is down there on the other side of the plane. That's, you know, it's just so far fucking south that it's like way to fuck.
Waz, you're in Australia. You're in Australia, Waz. What do you think about the Southern Star rotations? We got a friend in Australia that's all about the Southern Star rotations being a thing. And, you know, we have a good flat Earth friend that also claims, you know, there's two sets of stars adjacent to us in the sky, not just on the upside down part of a ball. Does that make sense to you that you would have your own set of stars and there's another set of stars adjacent working like thermodynamics?
Right. Yeah. I haven't. I'd like to do some. Some time lapse night photography, and see if it's consistent with what they're claiming. But I haven't ever done it myself.
You ever heard of Trouble About?
No.
Nope.
Trouble
Never.
About. She's our friend. I'll post her channel, and she does a lot of time lapse star rotations from the south. I'll also post a couple pictures that explain how it could be adjacent to the northern stars.
Hey, Wasman, have you ever heard of Jazla 111?
Oh yeah.
Who's that? Sorry.
Jazla, Jazzla 111. Jazla 111. Have you ever heard of this guy?
No.
He's Australian. He's Australian.
I'm subbed to so many people on YouTube.
Oh.
Yeah.
Do you like geometry? Let me ask you.
It was never my best subject. No. But I understand enough, to get by it.
Yeah, me either. Definitely. Yeah, I fucking hated geometry. I hated fucking math. I fucking hated reading. Fuck. I hated all those classes. I hated schooling, man. Schooling was shit for me, bro. Sucked. I fucking sucked at schooling, bro. I was rebellious. Sorry. That's the way it goes. But if you like to watch it, like a really 4, 5, 6 minute video that explains geometry and the globe, oh my god, dude. You have to watch Jazla 111. He explains the flat earth with geometry, man. It's great. He crushes it, man. The Globers, Wolfie hates him. Wolfie hates this motherfucker, man. And if Wolfie hates you, well, then you must be onto something. Because Wolfie's just a cuck. Yeah, cuck pilot, sellout, piece of shit. Fuck you, Wolfie. Fuck you guys. Wake up, be real, quit being a cuck. Oh my god, I'm an airline pilot, and I know for sure that it's flat but it's curved, and I know. Fuck off, man. Come on. But Jazz,
as far as I'm concerned, like the stars can do whatever they do in the sky. If the surface measures flat, there's no argument.
Yep. Hey, the surface, man. Like I said, man. Let's keep it down here on the old level plane, man. Oh, dude, new perspective bounced. What the fuck happened, man? Yeah, keep it down. Keep it where your feet are, man. Keep it where your feet are. Be where your feet are. And that's tough for most people, man. They're so Hollywood ingrained. Edward Bernays manipulated through mass media. Sigmund Freud's cousin, uncle, nephew was Edward Bernays. I think it was his nephew. Yeah, and then they just say, "Hey, man, you just believe whatever you put on these screens and in the media. They'll believe it, man. They will believe it." And it worked really fucking good, man. Fuck. Motherfuckers worked it out, man. This Edward Bernays worked it out. Especially Edward Bernays would be the equivalent of the very first TikTok account. This guy had that much, that much influence on the mass media psychosis of people's understanding of where they live and why they're here, man. They're here to consume shit and buy computers and toothpaste and eat eggs and bacon for breakfast. The guy figured out how the human mind works and did everything he could to exploit it. And that, if you have to live your life thinking about how I'm going to exploit somebody's mind, then you're not living, bro. You're a piece of shit and you're not living, man. Living is to help people expand their minds, to really think deeply about what the fuck we're here for. And that's a beautiful thing, man. That,
yeah,
you know, that's where I want to be. I don't know about you guys, but that's where I'm at. I want a deeper understanding of why we're here and how can I help everybody else that's here with me, man. I'm not kicking people down the ladder, man. I'm trying to lift them up and say, hey, man, let me reach down. I made it to this level, man. Let me reach down and grab you and pull you up to my level. That's why we're here, man. It's a simple thing, man. We don't have to think about it too much. Or you just want to lift people up, man. That's what I want to do. Lift them up, carry them, whatever I got to do, man. If it's meant to be,
right.
I'll do it. Let's just do it, man. Let's make humanity great. Fuck this, man. We can make humanity great, man. We can do it. But with these cucky fucking obstacles in our way, yeah, it kind of sucks, man. But Discord and other platforms prove that we can do amazing shit, man. Amazing. And we will keep doing amazing shit. Whether it's just like, talking to somebody and say, hey, man, you think you're living on a spinning ball? Like, bro, man, dig that, man. Check it out. How can you show me that this is an actual fact that we both can experience? I'm with you, bro. But I got this equation and it triangulates to the moon and the star and the sextant thing. What? No. Dude, I want to wake up tomorrow morning and go, hey, man, I want you to take me out wherever you got to take me, man, and show me this globe, bro. I'm driving, okay? I got the gas money. I'm buying lunch. I got a picnic basket. We can hang out. Whatever. Let's go. Where's the globe, dude? Let's go. I'm driving. I'm paying for everything, man. If you got globe and you can take me where I can see globe, dude, I'm down. I'm down, man. But my treat, Hey, I told Professor Dave, man, I don't know, I put it out there, man. I'm like, $500, dude. Come here for 3 hours. All you Mongos can have a shot at him. And he hasn't showed up, man. Professor fucking Dave hasn't showed up, man.
What a waste of money that would be, Kenny. Come on.
$500, dude, for 3 hours. Come on.
If they claim they got globe, we know they don't got globe. What kind of money would that be spent? That makes no sense.
Well,
it's not like you're hoping still. Come on.
No, I'm not. It's not. Of course.
Over.
I'm paying. I'm a producer, man. I produce some product here, man. If Professor show up,
our trip to find no globe
for 3 hours. Yeah. Anyway, if anybody knows Professor Day, man, let them know that, man. I got PayPal, $500, whatever. Cashier's check, cash. I don't know where he lives. I don't think he's close to me, but anyway.
I must have missed something because I was searching for Trouble About's channel and I was listening on YouTube and you were talking about taking a trip to go find Globe. What are you offering Dave something for?
Professor Day, man, $500. Come on here and bring his beautiful globe proofs and.
You're going to have to write some stipulations to that.
Well,
he thinks he has globe proof.
Okay, that's fine. I'm good with that. But no, I would just want 3 hours on here that everybody.
Don't torture us for 3 hours of fucking Professor Dave, please. No, please don't do that.
It would be so entertaining, Dave. Come on, don't kid yourself.
I guess
it would be super entertaining.
It's just the same cucky shit he says.
Double our viewership from like 8 to 16. I swear to God. And it would be amazing. Anyway, we would all have a shot at him, and without him being a cock fucking dickhead.
Well, that's the thing. You know what? Those guys just do us a favor because they're such cucks. That's the thing. I think you were saying earlier about the making like millions of dollars spent to make fun of flat Earth. Yeah, but it doesn't do. It actually gets more people interested. Like someone else in here was saying after that, like they're pushing us towards wanting to find out because they do such a poor job defending it. Because it's a straw concept. You know, there's nothing to defend. It's just ridiculous. So. They're doing us a favor, in my opinion.
So, Dave, man, I totally agree with you. Is that they are doing us a favor, and we have to think of it like that because I've had at least in the last like 6 months, man, maybe like 4 or 5 people come in here and go, "Hey, man, you know what really ticked me off was when they just sat there and debunked the flat earthers, man." They did
debunked.
Not debunked them, but they would come up with like stupid shit to debunk the flat earthers.
Right, and it makes people go, "Wait, what? That doesn't make sense."
What the hell else are they lying?
How many people have said that Brenda's performance on Nathan Oakley drove them to look into it further? like that kind of thing just does flat Earth a favor.
Yeah, exactly, man. They get caught in their own bullshit so hard that it makes people go, "Wait, why are they being such weirdos about this subject, man? Why are they
using tactics all the time and straw manning the concept and obvious shill tactics that just make it seem like completely obvious before it becomes
That's your next video, man. That's your next video, man. Shill tactics, bro. Shill tactics.
Right?
Right? Come on,
Never
man.
fails. Never fails.
I know you see it there. You see through their bullshit more than I do, man.
Oh my God, man.
You're like,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, people are always telling me, like, they're always saying, like, you can't think everything's a lie. You can't be skeptical about everything. I'm like, hell yeah, I can.
Why can't I?
Right?
Why can't I?
Totally.
Why can't I just say, hey, whoa. I think the mainstream news is lying to us.
Dude, I always tell people, I'm like, would you rather those people all be dead? I'm telling you I'm telling you good news that they're still alive. And they're like, no, I want them to be dead. All right.
Well, that's wicked, bro.
It is, bro. But
that's a wicked analogy, yeah.
It's a wicked analogy, man. That's a fucking wicked analogy, bro. That's what I love about you, bro.
Thank you, bro.
You bring it straight to your brain, man. Bring it straight to your brain. There's another song. I've given you 2 songs tonight. Fuck.
I know, right?
What more can I do? Can I help you? Dude. It's so great seeing you in person, hanging out on the beach, bro.
You too, bro.
It was
I wish the traffic wouldn't have been so bad.
It was a weird time, but it totally worked out, man. Thank you.
Yeah, dude. Thank you.
And thank you, man. And we'll do it again, man. We will do it again, bro. Hey, Black Swan forever, man. Black Swan. And that's just the way it is. Sorry, Mongos. That's the way it works. Hey, geometry is the way it works, people. If you can't check out geometry, man, I'm not that good at it, but I can understand the concept, man. I get it. We see too far, man. I think that's the thing, man. We see too far.
Right.
And that has to register in your vision, your mind. And you say, wait a minute, there's no curve, man. Wait a minute. Where's the curvature? Where?
Where's the villain?
Wait,
did you guys get Matthew Learns plastered?
Matthew Learns? I got him.
Yeah, at that beach meetup. Did you just get him plastered or what? What was he like?
No, he wasn't drinking. Smoking, yeah. I should have got him drunk. Fuck, what was I thinking, man? Shit. Next time, I'm gonna get Matthew fucking hammered, and he'll be like,
"Oh, you saw him again?"
He'll be like, "Hey, man, I can prove that they're spinning, like through equations and calculations." Yes. Okay. Thanks. Yeah, that's good.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. I was because I'm.
Where are you?
Dude, this is conspiracy. I was listening to your point earlier. About how like they can use like this media to like push whatever narrative and
whatever they want, man.
It was so funny because as you were saying, I was watching this YouTube video, and although it's not necessarily flat Earth related, I feel like it's a segue to another major lie that's been told. And I wonder what your opinion is on it. But it was a video on like the extinction of dinosaurs and the evolution of man from ape to man, which I also don't believe. I don't believe in dinosaurs, and I don't believe in that. I feel like monkeys might be able to evolve into some other looking ass type monkey, but I don't believe that we evolved from apes because apes are still swinging through trees eating bananas. They haven't come out with Apple Watches or, cell phones or anything to make their life any simpler. They're just doing what they've always done, which is being animals. Animals can evolve into other looking ass animals of maybe different.
Oh, dude, you have no idea.
Looks.
You
give him a chance.
No. I mean, yes, give you a chance, brother. But when it comes to dinosaurs and verifying that, it's just the same as outer space, bro. There's no difference.
It's just a story. It's just a huge story.
It's a beautiful story, bro. It's Hollywood. It's the great.
It's all CGI. The way they make those space films CGI, they do the same thing with the dinosaur. It's like the whole Jurassic Park shit. Because it's like men have been scratching around the earth, digging in the earth since the beginning of mankind. And nobody has ever found no dinosaur bones other than the first dubbed paleontologists. It was two of them, and these were people who were just charlatans, and they were just socialite GoFundMe people before GoFundMe. With rich socialites have nothing better to do with their money, and then they're just they're just scamming people like they're doing this important work, these expeditions, and I feel like the only bones that you're ever going to find that are dinosaur bones are the real dinosaurs, which would be like gators, crocodiles, giraffes. The giraffe is the long neck one. The rhino is your triceratops. The elephant is your woolly mammoth. You know what I mean? And then your velociraptor, that could either be like a kangaroo or you know what I'm saying? Like those are a plato, what is it? A hippopotamus. Like those are your dinosaurs. Those are your large land mammals. They've always been the largest. Yeah, but there are no dinosaur bones nowhere. Like I remember going to the museum when I was a kid, and they had the big ass T-Rex bone thing, and they had it all roped off and shit. Like don't go beyond this point. But I'm that kid that's gonna go beyond that point. Like I had to touch that thing. It's like do not touch, do not. When nobody was looking, I'm like I have to touch this shit because I just gotta do it. you know. And it was plastic, and I could feel that. I was shocked, but it was just a plastic mold of what's supposed to be a dinosaur bone. They come to find out that there are no dinosaur bones on display nowhere in no museum. They claim they're all locked up at the Smithsonian some damn where. And nobody's ever seen no damn dinosaur bones because they're not real. you know? It's just Hollywood bullshit that also sells Jurassic Park paraphernalia. You know what I mean? It's just like Santa Claus. It's just crazy how much shit I thought I knew that I really realized is just bullshit.
Yeah, and you know if someone wants a sample to test, right, of an actual dinosaur bone, right, they have to appeal to Smithsonian or whoever's got it in storage, right? You don't get to go in and take the sample. Someone collects the sample for you, and then they'll send it to where you want it to get tested, right? So, or they'll send it to whoever is capable of testing it. Right? So you don't see the sample, right? And then you get your results. And so, for all you know, they've just fabricated the whole thing. It's bullshit.
Anybody should be able to find some damn dinosaur bones besides paleontologists. People are digging shit up and have always been digging shit up. There are no ancient drawings of any, you know what I mean? Like, this is just complete and utter bullshit. And what's sad is, like, I was looking at the comments section. People were like, I've always wondered how this works. This is amazing, to see how dinosaurs live. You can see shit. And how does anybody proclaim to be an expert about some shit that was happening 160 million years ago? They just got it all figured out. We're just going to recreate the whole thing for you.
I saw it in a Hollywood movie, therefore it's true, guaranteed. Right. I saw it on TV. Yep, I saw it. It's true.
You remember back in the 60s, they had a radio broadcast, and some people tuned into it late. I think it was like Orson Welles, like some kind of invasion, and people were like freaking out.
40s.
Was it the 40s?
40s.
Yeah, and people were freaking out because they thought they were really being invaded because they just heard that shit over the radio.
Hey, I've heard the term, hey man, I know the moon landings are real because I saw it on the radio. Have you guys heard that one?
No.
I saw it on the radio. It's true, guaranteed. I saw it on the radio. Come on, man. I am not kidding, man. That was a thing. That's a thing. People will admit that they saw it on the radio, the moon landing.
Yeah, have you guys noticed there's starting to be food shortages? Have you guys noticed that? Like, I'm in Florida and I'm having a hard time getting like poultry, and it's been like that for a couple of months.
Okay.
Have you guys noticed that?
None of the stores right here have oranges.
I'm in California, man. I've hit different peaks of, oh my god, they don't have chicken breast today. But
they never have chicken, like, and where I'm at, chicken is capped. If they do have it, like, I've been trying to get chicken thighs for a month, and then they finally get them in, and it's like a lottery if you can get them before it's sold out. and they have a cap where you can only get 2 chicken products of any kind. There have been times that I'm just like, oh, I don't like breasts, but there have been times I've searched at Walmart, which is the super center, and they have no chicken body part of any kind whatsoever. Necks, gizzards, livers. They have nothing chicken.
Interesting, man. You're in Florida. I'm in California. I think California has an incredibly high agricultural community. I've driven through most of it.
Okay. Well, that's probably why you guys are luckier, because out here, which Florida should too, because Florida does agriculture too. You know, we get the oranges.
Yeah, you guys got a lot of oranges. But you guys don't make wine.
That's true. We have too much humidity here, I think, for it. You guys are not as humid as we are.
Yeah,
here.
you guys are better like tobacco producers, right?
Yeah, and then the rain is not. It's too much rain.
Yeah, it's too much rain. But it's good for orange trees, lemon.
It's good for oranges, lemons, and stuff like that. Avocados.
Yeah. Avocados, good. Yep. Yeah, man. I'm all about. Hey, we're all gonna have to eat, man.
I hear grain is going to be a next problem.
Shortages, man. If there's food shortages, man, we're gonna have some.
You guys better start stocking up on stuff, because I hear grain is going to be the next problem. I saw something online about grain is going to be the next problem, which is that's probably going to affect bread, rice, and shit like that.
Hey, dig this, man. I heard that they're gonna have a problem bottling a beer into aluminum cans, man. There's an aluminum can shortage. How about that for news?
Yeah, they probably just want to put everything in plastic.
Well,
plastic is becoming a huge problem. It's not sustainable, and I just don't know why companies just don't go back to using what they were using before plastic. Like, well, I remember when I was a kid, plastic bags weren't an option at the grocery store. They were just paper, and we used them to recycle our books, and we used them to line cages and stuff like that. I mean, we would come home and we wouldn't throw them away. We would use them for things at home. You know what I mean? You could put them down over the floor mats in the car and stuff if you didn't want to get your floor mats dirty. Like, we did a lot of stuff with the paper bags that we used them for. We recycled them, but then there's paper, so it's safe to for that to biodegrade. They keep talking about how terrible these plastic bags are. They want the grocery stores to stop providing them. People will just use paper. If that's all there is, they'll just use that. It's an easy fix. I'm just going to use whatever they have.
There's too many easy fixes, man, and they're not doing any of them. It so sucks, man, to see. Man, when I was a kid, man, there was a glass bottle, and if you took it back to the
you got a nickel for it or something. Yeah,
like a nickel for it, right? Yeah, and and they wouldn't like melt the bottle down. They would just send it back to the factory where they fucking
sanitize it and reuse it.
Sanitize it and reuse the bitch. It's simple fucking recycling.
It gave somebody a job. It gave an American a job at a factory with some benefits, and
it worked beautifully, man. It was a great system, man. That's my point, man. It worked.
We're never going. But what's scary? Flat Earth dude.
Yeah. What's scary, man? Scare me, bro.
What we are never going back to what worked, bro. It's just not happening.
To my old school.
Have you guys seen Don't Look Up on Netflix? I challenge everybody, if you have Netflix, starring Leonardo DiCaprio.
I will say I have not. And you're like the fourth.
You have to. Flat Earth dude. You have to check this out. It is. You have to, because it hits the nail on the head, like everything we're talking about here. It's a parody on how degenerate and stupid and consumptive and just how society has become. you would love it. You would just absolutely love it. You have to watch it. It's not about the meteor hitting the Earth, right? Because I'm not concerned with the meteor hitting the Earth. It's about everybody's reaction toward
an event,
toward a right, and what people choose to do with that information, and how consumptive and disjointed and the cognitive disconnects with society. It's really about that. It's really about it's a parody. It's supposed to be a parody of like being in the future of how fucked up society is and how smartphones ruin people's lives. Where your smartphone, they have this weird guy. He's like a cross between Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, fucking Steve Jobs, right? And he's like he's like this big time proprietor of like the newest cell phone. And this is the type of phone that everybody has, and the phone controls your life. The phone controls your life. You rely on the phone for everything. It dictates your life, and you see your life through your phone. And this is the future, right? But we're here though. Like it's not the future. It's making fun of what's already happening, and it's scary. And it just shows you how fake everybody is and how they have this projected digital version of themselves that they want people to believe is real that it's not, and just how consumptive face the cognitive disconnect with shit, how people are just moving through society like
Dude,
bots. It's crazy.
You're totally on it, bro. Fuck. Saints. Chime in.
I feel like one of the last of Mohicans, man. I just feel like people like us are going extinct because
we're going extinct.
We're going extinct, bro.
Dude, it sucks. I've had some interactions, through my life. But the one guy said, "Hey, man, you don't want to be famous, bro. No. That's a bad idea, bro. Stay under the radar. Don't stand out. Don't be famous, man. You don't want to be that guy." And thank you, whoever that was, man. It was in a parking lot. I was smoking weed. Guy just leaned into me and said, "Hey, man, the worst thing you can ever do, man, is be famous." It was like, really? Yeah, it's a bad idea. But nobody around here is famous. I guarantee you, if I asked all of you guys listening right now to say, "Hey, man, tomorrow, go out and say, hey, man, ask 10 people if they've ever heard of a guy named Eric Dubé." Ask 10. And I think you're coming back with a big fucking zero. And they're all like, "Oh, Eric Dubé's like Mr. Famous. He's making all the money on the flat earth and he's just a psyop." And yeah. Fuck off. Go ask 10 people tomorrow if they've ever heard of Eric Dubé.
I've heard of him. He was the first ones that I came across before the algorithm changed. Was putting our content, him and ODD TV.
Yep.
And they were the two of the first ones that I came across, and I liked their content. I mean, he's done is take other people's work and remontage it. You know what I mean? But I do like the way he puts it together. But he's not going to consider him to be famous. But I will say this: when they started, when his numbers started to really jump up there in YouTube, they cut his shit. They clipped his nuts big time.
Fuck yeah, they cut him and many other people, man.
Him and ODD TV. They got his channel sniped.
Here's
the
thing.
Had to start over.
Dude. All right, here's what happens, man. And when your channel has been deleted from YouTube, even if it's only for like one day or a week or a month or whatever, When you get that thing back, man, it doesn't have the same search results.
Nope.
As it originally did. So what happens is when Crow 777 or Richie from Boston or Eric Dubé, when they got their channels deleted, when they got them back, all three of them got them. Well, Eric Dubé never got his channel back. He just started a new one, right?
Right.
That's right. So, but when Richie from Boston and Crow 777 got their channels back, yeah, it became so far down the search results that most people aren't
He
going
didn't get his numbers back either. He did, and then they won't let him get his numbers back because I've had to resub his channel 3 times. I sub it and then it's just unsubbed. I go back to it, it's gone. The sub is gone. They reset his likes, they reset his subscriptions. It's crazy, and I know YouTube is doing that shit because I'll go through certain videos and I'll leave a comment, and these motherfuckers will delete my comment. Like on that dinosaur video, I wrote bullshit. Just one word. That's all I wrote. I refreshed the page, my comment was gone. I had to put it back and save it again. If I wait 3 or 4 minutes and go back, it'll probably be erased again. If you write comments that go against their narrative, they just delete it. They don't even give you an error message or say why they took your comment away. They just delete it.
Well, it's a big manipulation through the data. It's through the data, definitely. And they figured out these ways to just somehow cuck it up, man. I don't know if you guys have ever seen the mockumentary. It's not even. It's a television show projecting the Uber startup. It's called Super Pumped.
I haven't seen that one.
Super Pumped.
No,
it's a it's a Hollywood production showing how Uber became what Uber is today.
Being an Uber driver is super dangerous. It's way more dangerous than being a cab driver.
Uber and the way it started and who started it and how they started it and how much billions of dollars they poured into this thing and the craziness that became Uber. It's like Google. It's like Google for fucking ride sharing. They call it ride sharing.
And all that you needed to start it was pretty much an app.
An app, bro. An app started this fucking dinosaur, bro. This fucking monster of a fuck all disruptive, complete fucking complete.
Right? Between Uber and like the delivery service, which is the fuck they use DoorDash, right?
That's DoorDash.
Half the time, which is another app. Half the time, these motherfuckers that show up with my deliveries are not the picture of the person that's supposed to be delivering. Like nobody's monitoring that shit. So these people, I guess, what they do is they get the job because they can get it, and then they let somebody else work their job. Because for safety reasons, they're supposed to show you the picture so you know who you don't end up. You know who's showing up. You don't get in the car. Unfortunately, and this happened to a college girl. She had called an Uber, and this car pulled up where she was waiting for the Uber, and she thought it was her Uber driver. And she got in the car of a murderer. And he took her somewhere, and he stabbed her like 100 times. They ended up catching the guy, but she thought that was her Uber driver. And I think that's what made Uber go ahead and, because I think when Uber first came out, they didn't have you with the picture and all that and the code to give back and all that. I think that's what set that in motion. Yeah. But these motherfuckers do not be the people who's showing up that's the one that's on the picture. And I be tripping off that, like, Yeah, but see, they're just grocery people. But if this was the person showing up to do my ride, I wouldn't get in the car with that person because their picture doesn't match
That's you,
what's
man.
on the app.
You're aware. You're aware and cognitive. This doesn't look right. I'm moving on.
Show that on the news. It's probably not real.
Yeah, it's probably not real. If it's on the
If it
news.
was real, they wouldn't show it on the news.
Fake news, right?
Dude, there were some fires in LA today. I'm pretty sure that shit was happening, bro. Pretty
Oh
sure.
yeah. I'm just. But do you think they're natural fires?
Well,
Like, do you think they're organic?
That's you know, that could go either way, man. I'm not gonna be a
Crazy, those fires in California. Do you guys recover from those pretty quickly? Because California is always on fire.
well.
Like,
That's what they project, and some of that is definitely true, man. I've lived in California. I know Saints has. We see fire. There's no doubt about it, man. There's some crazy.
What I'm asking, do you guys recover from those pretty quickly, or does the devastation from it last like years, or does everything kind of grow back kind of fast?
Dude, right down the street from me, man, this whole ravine down by the river got burned out, right? And this was probably like 8 years ago, right? I go down there today, man. That place is booming with fucking life and beautiful, greenery. It's like, holy shit, man. That shit grew back so amazingly, bro.
Okay, I was just wondering, yeah.
As long as it has water, man, it's gonna grow back. And that's the cool thing about things that grow, man. They grow, man. And that there's been a lot of news articles about the sequoias here in
Yeah, I heard about that too.
Yosemite that are burning, and they're doing everything they can, Saints, to save the sequoias. I swear to God, they're doing everything they can. Right? Giant trees, bro. The only place in the world, of all the fucking world, man, the only place that grows giant sequoias is right here where we live, Saints. Bro.
I know.
It's so weird, bro. It's one of my all-time favorite, like, mine. Okay, if there's giant trees, there must be giants, right?
Dude, I was on a fire crew back in 2015, and I was at High Rock facility, it's actually in Humboldt County, and so for when we're not fighting fires during like the winter season, before they started having fires during the winter, we would go and like make actual trails in the national forest, like Yellowstone and other forests for the hikers. Dude, it's so ridiculous and redundant, the amount of stuff that we have to do to make a trail, and then you can't have anything that's gas powered or anything you can't bring into the forest. If you're going to cut one of those trees down, you have to do it by hand. So we saw some people doing it too, and they had one of those saws that's like 10 feet long, like from like the old school days.
Yeah.
That's what they have to do it with right there.
Get the fuck.
It's crazy.
Hey, man,
those trees are so hard to burn, bro. Like, if one of them happens to catch on fire, they have some type of rooting system down below the earth where their roots, they'll take water from other trees or whatever right then and there and push it into the tree that's on fire. Those trees are all so connected. It's a trip.
Dude, over there, what they did in Australia. Have they made laws that prevent farmers and other, forestry workers and stuff from burning off to, like, during certain times of year to prevent bushfire?
There's regulations, but you're allowed to have burn piles at certain times. You know what I mean?
Okay, because we had environmentalists get into, Greens get into power within politics over here, and they managed to push through some laws which prevented farmers and stopped forestry workers and stuff from doing burn-offs, right? So all the foliage, that for a couple of years, it built up, it basically just gave these yearly bushfires, because we always get yearly bushfires. It gave it kindling and, added to the fire, right? And more homes were lost and more wildlife was, killed and things like that, and livestock due to that. Because of that, it could have been controlled. Every year, up until recently, it was always farmers and forestry workers were allowed to backburn and burn off, so during the off season, so that when it came, the fires weren't as devastating.
Hey, I gotta say one thing is whenever you see any of these fires, bro, if their structure's burned, notice how the structure burns and notice what's left afterwards on the structure, and that's how you could tell if it's a real fire or if people are drinking Mountain Dew. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for sure.
Somebody probably took them off. I thought I posted them. Anyway, what do you call it? So you'll see a bunch of trees and grass and shrubs left over, and then the house will be burned down to the foundation. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I've seen examples.
And so when they have stuff like that, they always blame it on like the extra foliage, right? The foliage from all the trees and everything, but yet they don't do anything to clean it up because they need the problem reaction solution. I mean, if you think of everything as like it profits them to fight fires, and therefore you have to have fires to profit, right? And so it doesn't make any sense why they'd want to do anything to try to stop it, you know? And that's just being nice about it without getting too graphic.
Right, yeah. Well, we had a lot of people up in arms, especially farmers, who lost livestock and, crops, unnecessarily, because if they'd have been allowed to do their back burning, during the off season, they probably wouldn't have lost their livelihood.
Yeah, that again, that might not even be true though, I mean, we don't know for sure if that's what it is because there's so many suspect things involved in these things, where like structures that are like shouldn't be burning unless they reach temperatures of like there's like certain metals and stuff that shouldn't even be burning for unless they reach temperatures like 1800 to 2500 degrees, and these things are melted in the trees during the forest fires like 650 to like 800. Even at the hottest point of any forest fire, it would be at 1100 degrees, and that's a burning inferno. So things are burning at like 500 degrees hotter that need hotter heat. They're melting when things that are 500 degrees need less heat are still fully intact. It just doesn't even make sense scientifically,
Are you talking about the fires we had 3 years ago, Twadwazzle?
I'm just
exactly.
speaking about
the ones through Victoria and New South Wales, those ones.
Yeah,
because that had been building up for what 5 years, I think, all that since they stopped all the back burning. Yeah. I remember driving through. I think it was this might be up your way, down from Canberra down to the coast. And mate, there was tinder everywhere, all over the ground. I turned around, I said to my missus, I said, mate, this is about to go up. This is going to go up in flames. It was so dry as well. And then bang, I think it was a year after, it just went. Oof.
Right, exactly, yeah. I just had no idea what they were thinking, like introducing those laws, or those restrictions.
It's always the Green Party, mate. It's so stupid. They've been burning off since as long as I can remember. Every year they were burning it off, and then it stopped. Then we had the worst fires ever.
Exactly, and a lot of the fauna we have relies on fire to reproduce.
Yeah. Well, it's the only way that a lot of those native trees seed. So they need over a certain temperature to seed. So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, those pods need to crack open from heat. Yeah, that's right.
Government overreach.
Yeah, it's a lot of the people in power. They call themselves like Greens, environmentalists, and all they've done is study the theory. They've never been out into and done any practical work, And so they go from uni learning all this bullshit, and then get a job in politics and implement this bullshit, and have no idea what the actual real world is like. And it all is leading back to their global warming shit, isn't it? Climate change, all that. That's what they're trying to. Oh, we're trying to save the planet. Bunch of bullshit.
Yeah. I've seen that stuff that Flatiday was saying as well, where there's everything's burnt. Oh, he's just ducked out. Well, everything was burnt around. All the houses were burnt, and then there's trees next to. This was in California. I saw this, and the houses are burnt, and all the trees next to them are not burnt. And I think that's what he was saying about. I'm not sure what he was saying, alluding to about it, but how does it burn a house down and leave the tree next to the house?
Right. Yeah.
Because it seems like there's been some funny business going on with those California fires, but I don't know. I'm not there, so I can't really talk about it. But have you seen any of that stuff?
Yeah, I have. Yeah. Yeah. Like if he's, like he's saying, if if the trees and stuff, around the fauna's left alive and unscathed, pretty much, and there was a fire, hot enough to burn the material of the house, which would require, if that can be established as fact that, that there was material destroyed, which would have required a heat beyond a certain temperature point, then it does raise the question why, that happened.
Yeah, you'd think those trees would just ignite because there's cars next to them that are melted.
Right, yeah.
That goes into that, I'm not sure how far it goes into that direct energy weapons and stuff like that, but it does seem a little bit strange.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I'd be sus on that.
I think it's a different story here, though. Like I don't see any of that really happening here. It's just a freak of nature, Like, and bad government.
We can get embers, traveling with the wind, travel 2 kilometers or maybe even more, and land on someone's roof, and they got some leaves in their gutter,
Yeah,
that's it.
I think we killed the conversation. Everyone's left.
Oh shit! Oops.
Anyway, I'm making dinner anyway. I've got to bounce.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, I'm on and off cooking dinner. Yeah. Cheers, mate.
All right, catch ya.
All right, see ya.
So where's the edge?
Who's to say that there is an edge, and why assume there is one? Is it because when we are introduced to the idea of a flat Earth, it's always depicted like this? In the currently most accepted model, Antarctica is not a continent, but a 360-degree landmass made up of ice that holds the oceans within. When we look at a Gleason's map from 1892 that states at the top that it's scientifically and practically correct, as is. We see this Antarctic ice rim. The Gleason's map is basically an azimuthal equidistant projection, which can be traced back to the year 1000. The AE map is also an official map of the United States Geological Survey, the USGS, and the official logo for the United Nations. The oldest known globe in the world is from 1492. This is something you need to keep in mind because many people argue that the azimuthal equidistant map is just a flattened out version of the globe, when in fact the globe is just a rounded version of this true world flat map. If the flat map came first and it has the ability to convert into a globe without any problems whatsoever, then that should tell you a little bit about how this globe deception was achieved. Now, back to if there is an edge or not. There is no proof that there is an edge past the Antarctic ice wall, but it is speculated by many that perhaps the plane that we live on is either extremely expansive or it's possibly endless. In these two scenarios, it would be logically assumed that more land is being hidden from the general public. In a 1954 interview with Admiral Richard E. Byrd, an American naval officer who specialized in exploration, he had this to say.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
Implying that there is more land past Antarctica. If that uninhabited land was on a globe, it would be in the Indian Ocean. A recent discovery of an old Buddhist map in a newspaper from 1907 seems to support the idea of a vast plain with much more land.
Where does the sun go if the earth is flat?
Well, the sun neither rises nor sets, but travels in a clockwise circuit from east to west, and only appears to rise and set due to perspective. The sun disappears at the vanishing point of human perspective on the horizon where the ground meets the sky, and since the sun is not 93 million miles away, I repeat, not 93 million miles away, but much closer and smaller, the light emanating from the sun only illuminates about half of the flat plane at once as it makes its daily journey.
What's underneath the flat earth?
This is obviously an unanswerable question since the assumed edge has never been known to be reached, but many people suppose that whether the earth is round or flat, that either way, it still must be floating in the middle of outer space. But the idea of outer space goes out the window with the round earth theory. Many religious texts support an immovable earth that has its foundations on which it is laid and its pillars by which it is supported. We simply don't know, but we do know that the earth is obviously fixed in place, as we can tell by our everyday experience of non-movement. What we see in the skies above are illuminated objects making circles around us just as it appears. Whatever this place may be, it's the center of all we survey. Some say that the earth is the floor of the universe. In the ancient Hebrew conception of the universe, we are surrounded by the waters above and the waters below, known as the Great Deep. The deepest hole ever drilled into the earth was a total of about 7.5 miles. The very core of the earth is nothing more than wild speculation, if not another malicious lie. So what's under the earth? That remains a mystery to us all. But another thing that you can research is what's inside the earth. Multi-billion-dollar deep underground military bases known as DUMBs, D-U-M-Bs, right?
What about ships and boats disappearing over the horizon?
This is also due to human perspective. They don't go over the horizon, they go into the horizon, moving beyond the limit of our vision and past the vanishing point. But the ships and boats are easily brought back into view with a pair of binoculars, a telescope, and any camera with a good zoom lens. A great question to ask yourself is why can't we see noticeable curvature from 120,000 feet up? But many people claim that the supposed curvature can be seen from the ground by watching boats. It doesn't make sense.
And what about all of the pictures of the Earth?
They are all clearly computer-generated images. They claim this picture from Apollo 17 in 1972 is real, and they also claim that the 2015 Epic Earth picture is real. But NASA employee Robert Simon gave us a glimpse of how they do it when he shared his experience of creating the Blue Marble 2.0 in 2002. He is now called Mr. Blue Marble. He was interviewed and on record stating, "The last time anyone took a photograph from above low Earth orbit that showed an entire hemisphere, one side of the globe, was in 1972 during Apollo 17. NASA's Earth Observing System, EOS, satellites were designed to give a checkup of Earth's health. By 2002, we finally had enough data to make a snapshot of the entire Earth, so we did."
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Why are all the other planets round then?
When you compare amateur footage done with professional grade cameras and compare it to NASA's official images of planets and stars, it's clear that NASA images are all computer generated, no different than the photos of Earth. What have become known as planets are round lights that seem to be set over the flat Earth. The so-called planets and stars are not what we have been told they are, and comparing luminous objects that you see in the sky to the Earth under your feet is very ineffective for actually proving the supposed rotundity of the Earth. Since there are no actual photographs of the Earth and motion has never been experienced or proven, it would seem more logical for one to assume that we are on a flat, motionless plane and everything we see in the heavens revolves around us.
What about satellites and GPS?
As crazy as it may sound, satellites are a hoax. Have you ever wondered why there are never any damaged or fallen satellites? And why there are no satellite malfunctions due to constant heating and cooling? It's weird they don't melt in the thermosphere that's over 2,000 degrees. I find myself looking at the moon and wondering why we never see satellites pass by the moon. Did you know there are thousands of miles of fiber optic cables under the seabed that supplies 90% of the Earth's communication, internet, phones, etc. And GPS works off of cell phone towers. It's called triangulation. Haven't you seen those really tall towers and wondered what they are? Satellite TV is just enhanced radio using ground-based towers. It's all ground-based, just like the old TV antenna. Science fiction author Arthur C. Clarke proposed the idea of geostationary satellites in 1945 in a magazine called Wireless World. And 20 years later, in 1965, they claim to have successfully launched the first commercial geostationary communication satellite. Today, there are said to be thousands, but the odd thing is that trying to prove it only leaves you fruitless.
Is outer space even real?
Yes and no. What you see in the sky, as far as stars and wandering stars, also known as planets, are there. How could we deny them? We don't know what they actually are, but they are there. Now, what we are told about outer space and what it is not true at all. Everything we believe about so-called outer space is due mostly to Hollywood movies and other media, including children's cartoons. Of course, NASA propaganda is the biggest culprit. As we have already gone over, there are no pictures of Earth, and even images of all the other so-called planets are computer-generated. NASA has gone on record numerous times stating that humans can't get past low Earth orbit.
NASA's next spacecraft, already being built and tested across America, will do those things and more.
This is the spacecraft that's going to take humans to explore the solar system. It's the next big step for NASA in exploration.
Called the Orion Multipurpose Crew Vehicle, or MPCV, this next-generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to, and we're building these building block components in order to allow us to do that eventually.
And unlike the previous program, we are setting a course with specific and achievable milestones. Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Low Earth orbit is supposedly between 99 and 1,200 miles away. The funny thing is that they say the moon is over 200,000 miles away. How did we make it so far in the 1960s and 70s if we can't do it today? Also, the International Space Station, just like everything else brought to us by NASA, is a fake Freemasonic hoax, completely fabricated and done with special effects, models, pools, zero-G planes, and various other camera tricks.
How is circumnavigation possible on a flat Earth?
Very easily. You can travel east and west directions to ultimately end up right back where you started. The face of the Earth looks similar to that of a clock. In fact, clocks were most likely designed after the true appearance of our world. If you follow a compass east for long enough, you'll make a full circuit. Same thing if you travel west long enough. As we've already gone over, the flat Earth map that was around before globes were easily converts to a globe, so everything you believe you are doing on a globe is actually taking place on a flat Earth.
How come the moon is upside down in the southern hemisphere?
This is another very simple explanation. When somebody is in the northern part of the Earth, or on the northern part of the Earth, they see the moon from this angle. When somebody is on the southern part of the Earth, the moon looks like this. They're looking at it from this angle. They see it from the opposite angle, and that's all it is. Imagine you tape a picture of the moon in the center of your living room, right? Depending on where you are in the room, the moon will be seen differently. When pondering this question, keep in mind that the face of the moon never changes. On a spherical Earth, we'd expect to see other sides, but we never have.
What about the seasons?
The sun is close and small, and it circles around and above the flat Earth in a spiral pattern on the Tropic of Cancer in the northern summer months, and then down in the Tropic of Capricorn in the northern winter months. So when the sun is further away from the North Pole, right, the center of the flat Earth, it's winter in the north and summer in the south. Since the sun is smaller than we are told and closer, it makes much more sense that we experience seasons in the first place. If the sun was 93 million miles away and had a radius of over 400,000 miles, we would hardly experience temperature fluctuation as we do.
What about gravity?
Gravity is necessary in order for a spinning ball Earth to work. People readily believe that you can't fall off of a spinning ball that's darting through outer space at speeds that you can't even comprehend, yet they will deny how much easier it is to stay on a flat surface that doesn't move. Gravity is a scapegoat for all that cannot be explained, and it has never been proven. The reason why things fall or float is because of density and buoyancy. If something is heavier than air, it falls. If it's lighter than air, it floats. Very straightforward. Your phone is denser than the air, therefore it falls when you drop it. Everything works because of density. No need to factor in imaginary components. Quote, "The law of gravitation is said by the advocates of the Newtonian system of astronomy to be the greatest discovery of science, and the foundation of the whole of modern astronomy. If, therefore, it can be shown that gravitation is a pure assumption, and an imagination of the mind only, that it has no existence outside of the brains of its expounders and advocates, the whole of the hypotheses of this modern so-called science fall to the ground as flat as the surface of the ocean. And this most exact of all sciences, this wonderful feat of the intellect, becomes at once the most ridiculous superstition and the most gigantic imposture to which ignorance and credulity could ever be exposed." Thomas Winship, Zetetic Cosmogony.
What about the Coriolis effect?
They say that the Coriolis effect is a result of the Earth spinning and is responsible for the deflection of an object moving above the Earth, rightward in the northern hemisphere and leftward in the southern hemisphere. The problem is that things like hurricanes and water in the sink aren't always predictable and have been known to spin both ways in either hemisphere. Also, another contradiction that proves the Coriolis effect false is the fact that no flying machine above the Earth has to account for it. If a bullet that travels 1,700 miles per hour has to account for the effect, then an airplane traveling at 550 miles per hour would definitely have to account for the effect. When you look for the answer, you'll find that we are told that since the atmosphere moves with the spin of the Earth, Planes aren't affected. So why would bullets be? Especially when they go much faster than common airplanes.
Why can't I see infinitely far?
This is for the people that wonder why they can't see certain things that they believe they should be able to see if the Earth was flat. I've been asked on numerous occasions, why can't I see Mount Everest from anywhere on Earth? I've also been asked, why can't I see Spain from the east coast of America? Well, besides dirt, dust, dew, rain, fog, smog, smoke, clouds, mist, haze, snow, etc., your vision is limited by the vanishing point of your perception. Check your weather app on your phone and notice the visibility in your area.
Is the flat earth a religious thing?
Yes and no. I say this because I myself am not religious. I'd rather not have faith in something, but know the facts to the best of my ability. And the facts are that the curvature and motion of the earth have never been proven. The Bible, without any doubt whatsoever, supports the earth that's fixed in place. The book of Enoch, which is biblically endorsed and most likely belongs in the Bible, describes the flat stationary enclosed earth in great detail. Many religions and civilizations preceding Judaism and Christianity support a flat and stationary earth, such as the Babylonians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, the Norse, the Hindus, etc. This fantastic spinning globe earth is very new to the people of the world, yet most of us carry on as if the theory is unquestionable, and we've been conditioned to laugh when the flat earth is brought up. Whether you are religious or not, you can see the flat earth for yourself.
Is the Flat Earth Society behind the resurgence of the flat earth?
No, the Flat Earth Society is designed as a containment unit. Gatekeepers that tell the truth about some stuff, but then lie about other things in order to make it appear ridiculous or steer you in the wrong direction. For instance, this is what FES has to say about gravity. In the Flat Earth model, gravity, rather than being a force, is the upward acceleration of the flat Earth. The Earth always accelerates upward at 1g, which is equivalent to the gravitational acceleration in the round Earth model. Like the force of gravity, the Earth's acceleration causes several commonly observed phenomena in our daily lives. If that isn't the biggest turnoff, I don't know what is. The flat Earth argument has never died. It only died down. Real flat earthers have always been among us, but it wasn't until late 2014, early 2015, when Eric Dubé started making a lot of noise about the flat earth conspiracy and got people like myself on board. It took me 10 months of research before finally accepting the truth about where we live. Thanks to the many great flat earth researchers, content creators, and activists since then, more and more people are waking up to the massive deception every day.
Are all scientists, pilots, and members of the government in on it?
No, most scientists, pilots, and members of the government have been indoctrinated just as the rest of us have. When they work at their everyday job, they go about it as if the Earth is most certainly spherical. If indeed some of these people did know the Earth is flat, they most likely wouldn't even speak out about it in fear of losing their job or ruining their reputation. The average scientist goes about everything they do with the spherical Earth already factored in. For mainstream science, questioning our current model is a huge no-no. For pilots, computers do most of their work, not to take away from what they do because I personally appreciate it, and also pilots often switch out at stops, making it difficult to understand the real layout of Earth's land masses. As far as government members and politicians go, Besides high-ranking officials at NASA, which isn't government at all, it's safe to assume that they are not in the know and they are not knowingly perpetrating this lie. Very few people compared to the population of the world are enlightened to the flat Earth.
NASA isn't the only space agency. Are all others in on it too?
The answer is yes. Here's a short clip on what you need to know.
The Vector, NASA's official logo. If you've ever looked at NASA's official logo, both their official insignia and their official seal, you'll see that the most prominent object in the seal is a red swooshing object. They call that the chevron or the vector. If you ask NASA's Public Affairs Office, this symbology is featured so heavily in their insignia and seal, they'll give you what really amounts to the standard facile cover story for the unilluminated. They'll tell you that that is a representation of a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s, which was the time the logo was created. Not exactly the case. Someone might want to ask the Russian Federal Space Agency, Roscosmos, that was formed in 1992, why they chose that same logo. And while you're at it, you can go ask the Chinese, who formed their space agency in 1996, why in the world they're using a hypersonic wing design from the 1950s as their official logo. Then you can ask the Japanese, the South Koreans, Taiwanese, Malaysia, Mexico, Iran, all of these countries, even Bulgaria. They all utilize the vector symbology in their space agency logos for their national space agencies. It gets even deeper. You can go look at the individual manned program patches for NASA. The Mercury program, for example, a blatant use of covert symbology. In every logo dealing with the Mercury program, you'll see what looks like a number 7 in their logo. And again, NASA's official story is that they put this number 7 there so that they could pay homage to the original 7 Mercury astronauts. Kind of forgetting the fact that only 6 Mercury astronauts actually flew into space, because number 7 never did. Deke Slayton had a heart problem, so he didn't get to go up. So there were only 6 Mercury astronauts. Yet there's a 7 in every single logo. That's in the official mission or official program insignia for Mercury, as well as the 6 individual mission patches carry this logo. And it carries on to the Space Shuttle program. If you look at the Apollo logo has a big letter A in it. At least that's what they want you to believe, but it's not. Again, that's just a simple way of explaining away the inclusion of this vector symbology in the logo. If you go to the Space Shuttle program, the original Space Shuttle STS program patch is a triangular patch that, again, hides the use of the chevronic vector symbology. And that also goes for many of the STS-specific mission patches. Every single one of the International Space Station expedition patches carry the vector symbology. The Russian Mir space station used the vector symbology. That was their official logo. You can even go deeper and look at military-industrial complex companies. Look at the logo on a company like Lockheed Martin, 2 vectors. The X-Prize logo, Ames Research Labs, U.S. Space Command. When you get into the military realm, the United States Space Command, their official logo is the vector symbol. And when you look at the military's individual space-specific programs, all of them deal with vector symbology in their official insignias. And the question really becomes, who or what are these people paying homage to?
Let's look at NASA's Earthrise. Now let's look at JAXA's Earthrise. Do you believe this is real?
Well then, who's responsible for this deception?
You will find that the Jesuits and the Vatican have been intimately involved in all things space, including owning the earliest telescopes and, to this day, the largest owners of observatories and telescopes in the world. The Society of Jesuits have been actively spreading the heliocentric theory for 500 years, while trying to bury thousands of years of flat Earth cosmology. The Jesuits are rulers of all powers that we are aware of and have been ruthless in their pursuit of world domination for centuries, no matter who is killed or what has to be done to establish a one-world order out of chaos. They rule over or are deeply partnered with people like the Rothschilds and many other international banksters, secret societies, especially the Freemasons, as well as Zionist Jews, and especially Zionist Jews in seats of power. They rule over all the alphabet agencies and government think tanks, including the NSA, CIA, FBI, Mossad, KGB, Roundtable, Committee of 300, Tavistock Institute, Lucius Trust Publishing, Bilderberg Group, and the Council of Foreign Relations, including representative government and legislation like the U.S. Presidency, Congress, and the Supreme Court. The Jesuit order is said to have been established by Jews, again showing that the Jews are behind some of the biggest hoaxes in history, including the Holocaust. Freemasons are also spread out all over the world to further the different agendas that serve this Illuminati elite.
Why the lie?
Why the fuck you lying? Why you always lying? Oh my gosh. Stop fucking lying. Always lying to me. You lying so much. You making it hard for me.
Their desire is to convince us that we are only one of a septillion other planets flying through infinite space. A septillion? Where do they get these numbers? A septillion has 24 zeros. They want us to think that we are nothing more than a cosmic accident caused by a big bang that took place 14 billion years ago. Again, where do they get these numbers? How one could draw that conclusion is unknown. They want us not to understand our origin and go on believing that life is meaningless. They want us to believe that alien life is real and that they created us. Look no further than ancient aliens for the propaganda. Not to mention countless shows and movies they program us with. This isn't just about flat Earth versus round Earth. It's much bigger than that. Whatever they plan on doing needed the spherical Earth groundwork laid before they could proceed. They may either shock us with a fake alien invasion or a disclosure of the beings that have always been among us, passed off as life from distant galaxies. Who knows? Another reason to turn the Earth into a ball is to hide extra land. If this is a vast plain, and there are places past Antarctica, with more oceans and more land masses, then an easy way to get rid of them is to wrap our part of this plain around a ball and make it seem as if there is nothing else and everything has already been discovered. The globe is full-fledged slavery for the inquiring mind.
I'd like to be an explorer, like the great Magellan.
Oh, you're too late. There's really nothing left to explore.
What does it mean if the Earth is flat?
It means that the origin of man is deliberately being covered up from us. Man, woman, child, you are being deceived on a massive scale. Flat Earth, enclosed flat Earth, expansive plane flat Earth, or even infinite plane flat Earth with an infinite ceiling barrier, or possibly another plane of existence above us and below us. It means that this place was created, that you were designed, you were crafted, you are special and with purpose. A purpose being hidden from you on purpose. We are supposed to know our world and our reason for being. We've been swallowed whole by this economic fiat money system that controls absolutely everything and fuels this manufactured reality. Most of us know that we are slaves, And it's no wonder we desire to escape through movies, TV shows, and video games that happen to also further our programming and mental conditioning. We were never meant to live like this, and knowledge of our flat earth is a step in the right direction. It's something that can't be taken from us. It's the fuel that we need to let these bastards know that we won't go down in ignorance. We will not willingly accept their one world authority that wants to rule over all mind and all matter. Embrace this flat world of ours and free your mind from the globalist mind control. It's time that we stand up for ourselves and our beautiful earth. All I want to know is, who's coming with me? Boom.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Have you ever dreamed of going up to outer space? Or maybe meeting other beings from another place? Have you ever wondered what it's like on other planets? Then you watch a science show and come to believe you understand it? You feel empowered by the knowledge and you feel enlightened, listening to Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse Tyson. But then you wake up and you start to see the obvious. Life is just a lie and this whole world ain't what we thought it was. NASA's missions to the moon were never completed. They just filmed them in a room and people believe it. I used to wonder what it's like to be an astronaut. Now when I see them acting, I can't help but to laugh a lot. They give us cartoons and they claim that we live on a ball, but it's flat and it's not moving or spinning at all. Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
History has been rewritten by winners of wars, the Jesuit order, Khazars, Freemasons, and more. They pulled the veil over our eyes, and it's time to awaken. Through organized indoctrination, our minds have been taken. It's time we take our power back and we rescue our people. The Vatican and the bankers are like Resident Evil. They may have had the greatest plan that was ever concocted, but Illuminati never thought that they'd ever be spotted. They're manufacturing reality all in our heads. They tell us if the earth is flat, then we'll fall off the edge. But if it is a spinning ball, we won't fall off it then. And gravity is our imaginary magic friend. Why is water always flat when unmanipulated? Why are pictures of the earth computer generated? Why you lying to us, man? That's something that we want to know. After that, you're gonna have to pack up all your stuff and go.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
Dear NASA, it's becoming 100% crystal clear that you and the other space programs that are in operation are connected and are deceiving the entire world. More and more people are waking up every single day, and we are now able to see right through you. But what we really want to know is, why are you lying? Sincerely, me and the great people of this earth.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement.
The captain thinks the world is round, see? But we all know it's a flat, right?
Of course it's flat. Sure, I know the world is flat.
Well, so do I. Everybody knows that.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof, it seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type, you're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. And assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. NASA's got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up? What's up?
The first definition, we're going to go down, choose the right synonym for level. So level, flat, plane, sorry, level shouldn't be there. Flat, plane, even, smooth, means having a surface without bends or curves. That's down on the same page. Now let's roll up to their adjective definition of level. Having no part higher than another. Okay, that's good. Conforming to the curvature of the liquid parts of the Earth's surface. You got major fucking problems here. They contradict themselves because having no part higher than another, we're just looking at this statement. And conforming to curvature, curvature is defined as changing elevation, whereas the first part says no change in elevation. This first statement is a contradiction just inherently.
Whoa. Curvature is defined as changing slope. Am I right?
Yeah, and slope is what? Is the measure of the change of what?
Position.
Elevation, you fucking retard. So, back to my point. they not only contradict themselves inherently within their little definition, adjective definition, but they train themselves for the second time when they say level is a surface without bends or curves.
I agree. So either Merriam-Webster is full of shit, or the word level is complicated and misunderstood.
Number one, they just contradicted themselves. This is the only contradiction I have seen in the definition of level.
Right, so they could be full of shit.
So Merriam-Webster? Yeah, but that's an all or nothing fallacy. There's a lot of definitions they do get right.
Well, yeah, but how would we discriminate?
Well, basic reasoning and discernment. Simple. These have no contradictions in them. From dictionary.com and Cambridge, level, having no part higher than another. There you go. That's the same thing Merriam-Webster said before they contradicted themselves. Flat or even surface. Level, being a plane parallel to the plane of the horizon. Horizontal. Level, to make a level, even or flat. So level is flat. From Cambridge, level. Not rising or falling or higher on one side. That's saying the same elevation. But even in all directions, horizontal or flat. So flat and level are synonyms. Something that is level with something else is at the same height. Elevation again. There you go. There's no contradiction in these. So we're good.
All right, listen.
If I was to tell you 3 simple questions, would you be able to answer them about the globe? Do you think?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, 3 simple questions. How have they measured the curvature of the Earth from ancient times up until today? They said that was established to be a globe at least 1,000 years. For at least 1,000 years.
Well, I couldn't tell you the scientists because I haven't got anything up in front of me. But there's some scientists who used a mountain and also a lighthouse. It was somewhere in Egypt or something. And he basically went up. He knew the distance between these 2 points, went through them to sort of figure out the distance between the top points, the bottom points, and then sort of work out the curvature of the Earth.
Alright, so what I'd like to ask you is that the method that you're speaking of right now, do you know it fully, or are you just kind of vaguely responding to what you think
Just vaguely responding.
Okay. Yeah, it's good that you're honest in this conversation, because that is key, right?
Yeah.
For us to have a good discourse.
Yeah,
Alright, so since you are vague, I would say that, well, you just believe that that's how they measured it, right? I mean, because of the information that you received and how you're telling us, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so now up until this point, is there any time in recent times that they've measured the curvature of the Earth that you know of?
Well, I'd use this may not be a good answer in your book, but you can use the ISS as an example, as when they go up at whatever distance they are from the surface of the sphere that we live on, well, they can see that it is in fact spherical.
Okay.
It's just like your own eyes. You can sort of believe it.
Right, your own eyes, but not your own eyes, right? At the same time, because it's not your own eyes; it's their own eyes. They're telling you the story from that place that they're at.
They are telling you the story.
Right. So you're basically believing what they're saying. Once again, you're believing what some. Right. So we're just establishing, that as much as we're not going to get into any details right now in this conversation. But so far, what I'm gathering is that you just basically believe what they're telling you. So that's fine. You just believe that they said that the Earth is measured to have curvature. Yep. So we'll go ahead and go to the next question, which is, how do you know, or how has it been measured that the Earth has been detected to be spinning on its axis, axial rotation? So what method do you know of that we can actually do, or has been done, that detects axial rotation?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Okay, honest answer. All right, so we'd say that you just believe that however they detected that the Earth is spinning on its axis, they must be correct because there's been a lot of people that have detected it, or a method has been done to detect it, right? You just believe that to be the case.
I just believe it.
Okay, so third and final question is the vacuum of space being a medium that we could travel to, or that it actually exists as a medium that they tell us. Now, how can we establish, or from your first-hand perspective, that the vacuum of space is indeed adjacent to the pressure air that we breathe?
I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so real quick, I'm just going to round up the three first points that I just brought to you right now. And these are the positive claims that the globe Earth makes, right? That there has been measured curvature, that we have a detected axial rotation, and the vacuum of space is indeed a reality that exists next to the air pressure we breathe. But with these questions, we found out that the only thing you know is that you believe that all these three questions are true. You don't know that they are. You just believe them. So far as you know that secondhand information has gotten to you, and you believe that the Earth is a globe that is spinning in the vacuum of space. So it's not established as true knowledge. It's only something that you just believe it to be true. And you agree with me. So
no, hold on. Well, you're just assuming that I agree with you. I don't really. No. Because you're saying that this information that I know is just a belief.
It is. We went over that. You just conceded them.
No, I didn't concede them. I said I don't know how they work.
Right. You just believe.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you just said you conceded. You believed all three of the points. I'm glad it kind of hit you right now. It's the first time this ever happened. It hit somebody at the end, but I'm glad you actually saw what I was doing at the very end.
I just said that I don't.
That happened.
Agree with everything.
That just happened. I know that you don't.
It just happens.
I know that. Listen,
people are capable of misspeaking. Hold on. You interrupted Ben the entire time. Can you just shut the fuck up for 1 sec? You really are a rude arsehole.
Hang on 1 second. This is the first time.
Shut up.
This is the first time that's ever happened that the guy actually. Listen to this, right? He actually conceded the 3 points all the way through. Now he's backtracking and saying, "Hold on, what the hell just happened?"
That was.
And this is amazing, right?
It was specifically done. I just believe that it was been done. So yeah, we lose that enough point that it's just a belief because you don't know.
So you do understand the power of my kung fu now, right? You just got beat on and didn't even know it. So here's the thing, though, homie. And I know you're not gonna like this because I have you muted, but I have to because you were being very disrespectful. So you just believe that the Earth is a globe spinning in outer space, and you conceded to all 3 points, mind you, and it was live streamed. Everybody heard you concede those points. So it's not only that you conceded it, but we have tons of witnesses right now. About 50 people listening on the Discord, and about maybe 60 or 70 on the 2 live streams that we have running. So thank you very much for your participation, but it seems like you're not going to be very good to have a conversation with because of the way you were being. So unless you're going to say that you're sorry in a DM, then I'm probably just going to leave you muted for now. And let's get to some other new people that are in here.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word. I was going to put him, Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. When I talk to all your folks out in the playground, as I joked, everybody knows I like kids better than people. Fortunately, they're like me. That's why maybe I like them. But all kidding aside, Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. Look, again, it's hard to make this up.
President is whoever controls the teleprompter. You know, the path to power is the path to the teleprompter. You know, like what because then he just reads the teleprompter. So you know, I do feel like if somebody would accidentally lean on the teleprompter, it's going to be like Anchorman. It's going to be like QQQ ASDF 123, you know, type of thing.
My name is Joe Biden. I'm Joe Biden's husband. Biden is hiding people and sucking the blood of children. The best way to get something done, if you hold near and dear to you that you, I was to put him, I caught part of President Putin's press conference. I was to put him,
because
The Earth is flat. The Earth is flat. Yes, that's right. The Earth is flat.
Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. We hold these truths to be self-evident. All men and women created by go. You know the thing. You know, the message is simple: going after Mickey Mouse for God's sake. Judge my physical and mental, my physical as well as my mental fitness.
Yeah, boy.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
What's up, everyone? It's Jaronism again, back with another video, short one for you. And first thing I wanted to say, thanks to everyone for spreading the truth out there. Just keep doing it. Don't let the science preachers change your mind. Use your brain and your eyes and decide for yourselves. So I did want to tell NASA and SpaceX and ESA that it's time to give us our $1 trillion back. And I think Alex Jones sums it up best, my feelings about NASA.
I mean, it's just like scum, Nazi filth, trash, garbage, maggots.
So first things first is I get a lot of questions about GPS. What about GPS? How does GPS work if we're not on a globe? And I need to explain to them that GPS means global positioning system. It does not mean reality positioning system. It means your global positioning system. Where are you if you were on a globe? So that's how it works. If it were a reality positioning system, it would say flat. You're on the flat Earth. So the second thing is, again, I always want to bring this up because I think it's one of the best evidences for you to think about. Water will always find its flatness. It is always flat. It can't be curved. It can't have a hump in it. Scientists and these science preachers will tell you that it can because of gravity. But all you need to think about is that from California to Hawaii is almost 2,500 miles. And if you believe in that, which I do, then you must believe that there is a 770-mile high hump of water if you believe in the globe. And if you believe in that, then you believe in make-believe and pretend. And I think you should start believing in reality. Joseph Jastrow in 1935 said, create a belief in the theory and the facts will create themselves. So if you think about that, you can start to see the deception that they're playing on us. Take a look at gravity and just think to yourself that all it is a construction of mathematical equations that don't jive with reality. And there's a lot of these equations, they're all over the place, and they don't make any sense. Another example of no sense-making science is relativity. And tell me how smart you have to be to get this one. The theory of relativity says in its equation form that r to the little pw minus half of r to the g pw plus lambda times g to the pw equals, of course, 8 times pi to the g n to the t pw. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Right. Who is this really? What's going on? How come you want me to do all these weird things?
The person who wants you to do all these weird things is people like Neil Tyson deGrasse, who's quoted here as saying, the good thing about science is that it's true whether or not you believe in it. So that's fantastic advice, Neil. Thanks very much. I don't believe in it, so if you want to say it's true, that's up to you. Basically, guys, they have every base covered. They have done the work they need to do to make sure that all their math works, and the only tool we have to combat them is our brain and our eyes. So I suggest you try it out. Next, we've got 1984, if you have never read it, if you were like me, which was supposed to read it in high school, and I think I probably got an A on whatever test I was supposed to take, but I never actually read the book until just this week. And if you read it, I think you'll be very, very shocked at some of the info that you'll get out of it. The book was written by George Orwell. It was written in the late 40s. He died about a year or two after he wrote it, and you'll probably see why here in a second. I took about 8 or 10 different parts of the book to read to you right now, just so you can get an idea of why it's important for you to read it. Don't watch the movies. The movies are different. They take out the parts that I'm going to tell you about. The slogan of the Big Brother, or the political party, the party in the book, is "War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength." So here's some quotes from the book. "It isn't very important about the top hats," said Winston patiently. "The point is, these capitalists, they and a few lawyers and priests and so forth who lived on them, were the lords of the earth. Everything existed for their benefit. You, the ordinary people, the workers, were their slaves. They could do what they liked with you. They could ship you off to Canada like cattle. They could sleep with your daughters if they chose." The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying was not that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. For, after all, how do we know that 2 + 2 make 4, or that the force of gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, and if the mind itself is controllable, what then? By making him suffer, obedience is not enough. Unless he is suffering, how can you be sure that he is obeying your will and not his own? Power is in inflicting pain and humiliation. Power is in tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Do you begin to see, then, what kind of world we are creating? It is the exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias that the old reformers imagined. A world of fear and treachery and torment, a world of trampling and being trampled upon, a world which will not grow less but more merciless as it refines itself. Progress in our world will be progress towards more pain. Alone, free, the human being is always defeated. It must be so, because every human being is doomed to die, which is the greatest of all failures. But if he can make complete, utter submission, if he can escape from his identity, if he can merge himself into the party, so that he is the party, then he is all-powerful and immortal. The second thing for you to realize is that power is power over human beings, over the body, but above all over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, as you would call it, is not important. Already our control over matter is absolute. The next few portions are in the book a conversation, so I'll try and change my voice a little bit so you can follow along, but very interesting and telling information here. "But how can you control matter?" he burst out. "You don't even control the climate or the law of gravity, and there is disease, pain, and death." O'Brien silenced him with a movement of his hand. "We control matter because we control the mind. Reality is inside the skull. You will learn by degrees, Winston. There is nothing that we could not do. Invisibility, levitation, anything. I could float off this floor like a soap bubble if I wished to. I do not wish to because the party does not wish to. You must get rid of those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. We make the laws of nature. But you do not. You're not even masters of this planet. What about Eurasia and East Asia? You have not conquered them yet. Unimportant. We shall conquer them when it suits us, and if we did not, what difference would it make? We can shut them out by existence. Oceania is the world. But the world itself is only a speck of dust, and man is tiny, helpless. How long has he been in existence? For millions of years, the earth was uninhabited. Nonsense. The earth is as old as we are, no older. How could it be any older? Nothing exists except through human consciousness. But the rocks are full of bones of extinct animals, mammoths and mastodons and enormous reptiles which lived here long before man was ever even heard of. Have you seen those bones, Winston? Of course not. 19th century biologists invented them. Before man there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside of man's existence, there is nothing. But the whole universe is outside of us. Look at the stars. Some of them are 1 million light years away. They are out of reach forever. What are the stars? Said O'Brien indifferently. They are bits of fire a few kilometers away. We could reach them if we wanted to, or we could blot them out. The Earth is the center of the universe. The sun and the stars go around it. For certain purposes, of course, that is not true. When we navigate the ocean or when we predict an eclipse, we often find it convenient to assume that the Earth goes round the sun and that the stars are millions upon millions of kilometers away. But what of it? Do you suppose it is beyond us to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars can be near or distant, according as we need them. Do you suppose our mathematicians are unequal to that? Have you forgotten doublethink? The old civilizations claimed that they were founded on love or justice. Ours is founded upon hatred. In our world, there will be no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else we shall destroy. Everything. Already we are breaking down the habits of thought, which have survived from before the revolution. We have cut the links between child and parent, and between man, and between man and woman. No one dares trust a wife or a child or a friend any longer. But in the future, there will be no wives and no friends. Children will be taken from their mothers at birth, as one takes eggs from a hen. The earthly paradise had been discredited at exactly the moment when it became realizable. Every new political theory, by whatever name it's called itself, led back to the hierarchy and regimentation, and in the general hardening of outlook that set in round about 1930, practices which had been long abandoned, in some cases for hundreds of years, imprisonment without trial, the use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture to extract confessions, the use of hostages and the deportation of whole populations, not only become common again, but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened and progressive. And remember that this is forever. The face will always be there to be stamped on. The heretic, the enemy of society, will always be there so that he can be defeated and humiliated over and over again. Everything that you have undergone since you have been in our hands, all of this will continue, and worse. The espionage, the betrayals, the arrests, the tortures, the executions, the disappearances will never cease. It will be a world of terror as much as a world of triumph. The more the party is powerful, the less it will be tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Those are very few of the amazing quotes in this book. I recommend you read it today, tomorrow, this week. You can go online and just search for it. It is in the public domain, so Project Gutenberg and other places like that. You can get the free ebook. Check it out. I think that George Orwell knew a lot, knew more than a lot of people at that time, and he paid for it with his life. He only lived to be 47 years old. He also wrote Animal Farm, which is another great book. If you have never read that, I recommend it. Basically, the book teaches us that exactly what's going on now, exactly what the government's doing, exactly what the Masons are doing. They have taken us over from the inside, meaning they have gotten in our heads. They have taught us all in schools exactly the world that they want us to live in, a world with a million planets and a million stars, and we were created from stardust, and we will all live and die, and our existence is unimportant. And if you're following along with my channel and others like it, you'll realize now that that is the biggest lie in the history of the world.
Ms. Downs, does Google think that this is a problem, and what is the solution that you're coming up with to address it?
Thank you for the question. So as you noted, when Alex Jones posted the video you described saying that the survivors of the Parkland massacre were crisis actors, that violated our harassment policy. We have a specific policy that says if you say a well-documented violent attack didn't happen, and you use the name or image of survivors or victims of that attack, that is a malicious attack and it violates our policy. In terms of conspiracy theory content generally, our goal is to promote authoritative content to our users. So we have two principles that guide the way here. That's the first one, is we want to provide users with authoritative, trustworthy information.
I'm sorry to cut you off. I only have a minute and a half, and I don't really need to hear what you're trying to provide. I want to know how you're dealing with all these conspiracy theorists on your platform.
So the first way is by demoting low-quality content and promoting more authoritative content, and the second is by providing more transparency for users. So we're introducing boxes that provide factual information at the top of results that have shown themselves to turn up a lot of information that is counterfactual, such as searching for the Earth is flat on YouTube, where you see a lot of
Your response is to put a box saying, nope, the Earth is not flat.
Correct.
Okay.
Now, I don't want to fool you here. Last month, for the first time since 1972, NASA released a blue marble, a single snapshot of the Earth taken from outer space. And so much has changed in the decades between that first picture and the second. Borders have shifted, generations have come and gone. Our global population has nearly doubled. But one thing hasn't changed. Our planet is as beautiful as ever. It still looks blue.
In 2002, Blue Marble 2.0, NASA's Rob Simon made this. And it had wide appeal too. For example, it ended up as the default background on the iPhone.
I didn't even know until I bought an iPhone and turned it on and kind of did a little happy dance.
Simon's job is...
It's primarily taking data and making pictures out of it.
That's what this is, a composite of data sets from several different instruments translated into a picture.
To us, the really cool thing was the data set. Up until that point, there was no realistic color map of the globe anywhere.
So the land layer here comes from
the moderate resolution imaging spectroradiometer aboard Terra.
And the tricky part here was the weather.
So we actually had to take clouds out.
They stashed the clouds for later, went onto the ocean. That came from an instrument that measures phytoplankton in the sea.
Where it was low, I colored it dark blue because they're low mostly in mid-oceans. And then where it was a little bit higher, it was like a little bit brighter green.
Then add the clouds back in.
There's a small problem with it because there's a very slight gap in between each orbit.
So some of those are painted on.
It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
Then
there was another layer to sort of simulate the atmosphere.
And then there's this little bright spot.
It's called the specular highlight. So it's the reflection of sunlight off of water.
Those are the pieces, but you can't just slap them all together.
It just didn't look realistic. It looks kind of flat, or the clouds are sort of too see-through. So I just hit Command-Z a lot.
There's artistry to creating the world.
What I imagine it to be. Unfortunately, I'm not an astronaut. I've never been to space. But I've looked at these images over and over again, trying to sort of get the essence of it. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be. It is photoshopped, but it's has to be.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb people believe it. And
when the truth is the truth. Hiding right out in plain sight and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is Photoshop because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a famous on the galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is Photoshop, but it has to be.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
Is a mirage. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.